Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here tonight to check out this content. Enjoy this football that has returned to us as it should almost always be, it feels like. And we've got ourselves today in the second preseason game. Hopefully the Seahawks looking to build upon a very strong initial performance out the gate last week against the Vikings in a very team-based win, not only for both sides of the ball and even the special teams unit, but hey, let's kick in the first stringers all the way to the fourth stringers in that game because everybody held up their end of the bargain. We'll see if they can replicate that tonight in a late night game tonight. You got those Eastern Standard timers, and I know you folks on the other side of the globe that are watching are at odd hours of the evening to watch a football game at this point, but I'm hyped up. You know the fans out there in Lumen are going to be very, very loud and boisterous, having a nice full, long day to get themselves prepared. And hopefully you guys are properly prepared out there as well. I hope everyone's having a great evening, and welcome to all the new subscribers who have hopped aboard here on the channel. We've had another boom of subscribers here with the season, so welcome aboard to all of you out there. I know many of you guys do tune in. We do use this normally as a lot of Q&A kind of sessions and how we do this. But, of course, on these play-by-play games, it'll be mostly me just doing the play-by-play. I don't have as much an opportunity to interact in there with you guys in the chat. I'll try as I can when I can kind of catch a comment or a super chat comes through. I'll definitely try to respond. But we, of course, are trying to do this as kind of a play-by-play thing here for those folks that not always have the access to the video to be able to see what's actually going on live. So nice little test for our Seahawks tonight. It's the Cowboys, and it is going to be, albeit maybe not their starters, but still a pretty strong team overall, and one that should provide a pretty big test for you, or good test for you, these young players. And one that it's going to be for me, I'm going to be really paying attention to see really both sides of the ball. How's the run game looking? Are we running the ball well? Are we creating holes? Are the linemen getting out in front of those blocks? Are we getting a second level? Are we utilizing a little bit more of creativity in the run game? And then on the other side, are we holding up our end of the bargain like we did last week from the first quarter through the fourth quarter, where we were able to really stop the run all the way through and stay and remain consistent in that aspect of things? It didn't matter which personnel was in. And that was encouraging to see. Let's say a quick here hi to you guys, then we'll begin over here to live action. George Hartman, how you doing? Free Truth. Hello, Michael Arrington. Sorry, I mispronounced your name on that, but he says, good luck, Seahawks. Thank you, man. Looks like Jared Stidham out there doing some work for you guys. Megan in the house. How you doing, Megan? It's good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well there tonight. And yes, dude, that does remind me on that too. Please, thank you, Free Truth, as he reminds me. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel out, helps me grow tremendously, helps people see who are looking right now at this moment, right now as we are talking, for my kind of content out there, and you're going to help them discover it by hitting that like button. So thank you for the reminder on that. Please do indeed hit that if you could. We're about 1 minute here away from game time, and as always, it's a fun little job of trying to find out where exactly the game's going to be. Is it with my local area? They're putting it here. Is it going over here? It's always a little bit tough to figure out what exactly is happening. So hopefully they get this. They like to play with the emotions. They're playing with my emotions. So hopefully this will be live here. I'm just making sure I'm ready to go, because sometimes I miss the opening few plays, and it's like, I don't know why. They just always make this, it's always a little bit of an entertainment, like, can you find the game or not? We don't know. 7 o'clock, maybe it's on, maybe it's not. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. How about that? Yeah, but just put it in place. Well, maybe put it over here. Well, maybe we'll put it over there. Maybe you'll have to start digging around and look at it. Okay, come on. Where is this at here? Let's get to the schedules here. It wants to go. Got the start of the game here. Bear with me, folks. Technically on. They really don't have to make this hard, do they? Yes, they do. There we go. Holy mackerel. I wasn't sure. I always got to sway a little bit. Once it gets to regular season, you know what's what. But preseason's always just a little bit weird. All right. We're good. Hallelujah. Now the stream just has to remain secure. That's the extra part of it now. Cameron, what's up, B and 12s? How you doing, Cameron? Nicholas says 3-6 and missing Jerry Jeudy when he was wide open. Yeah, I was hearing that. I was doing a little bit of the pregame stream over there, Nicholas, and it sounds like Russ may not have had the best of performances. And then Jared Stidham comes in there and he's 5 of 5 for 25. As I said on this, is anything with Russell is him to look at Sean Payton and see if Payton's really invested in him, if he's really sure he's going to, get him fixed and get him helped out. The biggest indicator is, to me, amongst anything else that Payton's done, spending $11 million on Jared Stidham. And that being a little bit of, you go, well, Sean, are you wondering a little bit in the back of your mind of maybe I'll have a good functional team, although like I had last year, where if they just scored 19 points, they would have been 8-1 through their first 9 games or something like that, or 9-1 through their first 10 games. And he's thinking, I'm not going to go down that path again. I wouldn't do that if Hackett was doing it. If I was in that position, I would get the quarterback in who could score 20 points. I don't care if his name's Wilson or Stidham. And I'm not saying it's going in that direction of things, but, it's just something to continue to monitor. Wish you the best of luck this year, though, Mikkel. And I wish Russ the best of luck as well. Drunk, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house, Benelli. Hello, hello, hello. All my peeps in here. Love seeing it. Moon Black says it either had to be Wilson or Pete, or both of them gone. Glad it was Wilson. Well, you put it succinctly and you put it accurately. Cheese Taco, are the Mariners really slapping the Astros around, laughing out loud? I was prepping up and doing a little bit of a pregame show, so I didn't even have a chance to quite be taking a check on it, but we should be, I think we should be, let's see where the Mariners at. We got to get them. I mean, they've been rolling. Julio is just, holy man. Julio has put the team up on his back right now. It's kind of amazing to see with this kid being as young as he is. It just, suddenly everything just engaged. Not just like he hasn't had a good year overall anyway, but just, holy man. Yeah, they're up 10-3. They're feeling the mojo right now. Just paddling the Astros around. 9th inning. Woo! Couple games away from the Stros. Oh my God, Julio had another 4 hits tonight. Holy. That kid is unconscionable right now. I don't even know what that word means, but he's that. DVN, Gino's going to put some reps in tonight. I like to see it. I'm with it. Not too many reps. Just enough. Let's do a little bit of the hand, this porridge is a little too hot. It's a little too cold. This one's just right. Maybe one series. One sounds pretty good to me. I like one. Whatever it takes, get that work in, Gino. But definitely not Tyler and definitely not DK. Those guys we know we got those guys. They're ready. They're always ready. DBN says we face Cowboys later this season, so who knows? This could help for later. It could be. It could be as much as things you could hit with them schematically more than what you're hitting on them personnel-wise, because you'll probably be facing a little bit. But maybe there's not nothing. I'll say that. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? More Levi Bell, man. Levi Bell tonight. I'm going to be looking a lot more closer at him tonight than I did prior, and I'm very hopeful for the kid. Lou, how you doing, man? Go Hawks. Space, what's up? Motive in the house. Concierge, I could be watching UFC fights, but I'm going to be watching some preseason football. And it all makes sense. Here we go. It always makes sense. When there's football on the TV, there's only one channel it needs to be on. NBC Brando? Okay. Yeah, I don't do normal TV, so I always have to look for it online, but it shows up finally under they just like to make it live at the last minute on the actual team site. So it doesn't, the little button doesn't show up until it's actually, right at the point. Like, really? Really? Can't do it 10 minutes prior? cheese taco, maybe a series. I like that. Maybe about a series, you know what I mean? Nothing too intense. We need Geno upright. Drew's not done enough for me just to feel like we're not missing a beat if Geno goes down at this point. Lou says, looking forward to seeing how well we run the ball. Dallas has subtle backups on the defensive line. It's a great point, Lou. Dallas, even though they're not necessarily maybe starting their starters, we might get a little Maze Smith, their first-round pick from this draft, who is known for being a run stuffer out of Michigan. But that's the thing I'm going to be looking at very closely as well, is both sides of the ball. How well do you run the ball? How well do you hold up and stop the run? You did it very consistently on the latter side last week throughout the game against the Vikings. On the former, it was okay last week. There wasn't a lot of holes to be had in there. There wasn't a lot of holes to be seen. So that's going to be a part that I'm certainly going to be, really locking in on myself on that. All right. So we got Geno indeed out here starting things out. The game is kicked off after a fair catch at the 25 here. Seahawks start out with 2 tight end set. Give the ball into Kovac. Kovac bounces around, or not Kovac, Charbonnet, sorry. Excuse me. Not yet in midseason form myself. Charbonnet bounces off the first tackler, kind of bounces off another, but the second one got him off his feet for only about a gain of about a half yard or so. Seahawks come out in a hurry up. Geno with an empty set now and shotgun. 4-man pressure look here from Dallas. Drops back to throw. Looking, scanning. Can't find anyone. Comes back to the backside of the field. Finds Will Disley for what appears to be a first down or close to a first down catch on an in-cutting route on the other side of the field. Geno going through about probably 3 reads there before he got back over to Disley. Beautiful throw right on the spot. And they do give him I don't know what happened there. Looks like they gave him a first down, but the Seahawks ran a quarterback sneak for the hell of it, I guess. Or maybe the marker was wrong and it was actually not a first down. We've got some confusion on the field. Not the only one, not midseason. I think they marked that as a first down. It wasn't actually a first down. I don't know. That was weird because now it is 1st and 10. So indeed, the telecast got that one wrong. That wasn't on me. All right. Geno back under center now. 2 wide receivers. 3 wide, sorry. Gives it to Charbonnet. He just cuts it right up in off tackle, off left tackle. There's no holes to be had. He tried to reroute for a second there, but there was just nothing to be had there on that play. The thing we're looking for today is, are they going to be able to create those holes over on that other side? You do have Cross out there, so it is Cross indeed starting on that side. Lucas over on the other, Haynes at right guard. This is going to look a little bit like how your starters are normally going to look. Only a yard gain there for Charbonnet. Geno rolling out here on second down. Hits Tyler Lockett, who's smacked right up in the shoulders after the catch, but Tyler, the consummate pro, gets his feet down, takes the blow, and keeps it going forward. Nicely run route there by Tyler. Getting those feet down. Tap, tap. Ooh. I think he got him down. Quad maybe. All right, Geno in shotgun now. Trips to the far side of the field. Charbonnet in the backfield next to him. Dallas showing a little bit of a blitz look here now. And we've got a little bit of an offsides. Noah Fant out there. Looks like he moved a little bit prior to the snap. Well, it's going to take this back from a pretty makeable third down now to a little bit more of a third and long. Third down and 8 for the Seahawks. We got 2 wide receivers and a tight end to one far side of the field. Geno dropping back to throw, zips it on in there, bounces off the hands of Derrick Young, and is nearly intercepted. Not really Geno's fault on that. That's one of those where the receiver bounces up off their hands as they're cutting in on their route. Post route up the field. I don't know. I can't tell if the guy got his... Yeah. Derrick really didn't get his hands up in a position to make the catch. You know, he was kind of in the right place. Geno put it in the right spot to throw. If that's DK, I'm not saying DK catches that ball with 100% certainty, but I think that there's a lot more likely certainty DK makes that kind of catch on that sort of throw. So 4th down now, Dickinson in the game. He's going to let it fly. Those penalties make it tougher when you go from third and 3 to 3rd and 8. And now you've got to let the routes develop a little longer, and now the holes shrink a little bit because the defense is not going to play stuff as short as much. Chance to see the Seahawks defense now with 11:47. Let me get the football score up above us here. Sorry, I didn't do that earlier. So you guys can see where we're at here. Oop. Maybe not. What's going on here? There we go. Got it. The Z, how you doing, man? Thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you on that. He says, call me Z. I will call you Z. Watching the Colts Bears. Announcer said they are thin at tight end. Fan and picks for Buckner soon. Now, Z, you know me. I would say I would sign up all day long for that proposition. I've got a couple reasons for it. I think it, number one, you could kind of flip the cash across the board. It makes it easier with the fan included in the package to make the numbers all work out right. Number two, I don't know that Fant's part of the long-term future here. And so as much as I like him here for this year, I don't think that he's a guy that the Seahawks are necessarily going to look to sign to a contract extension, kind of no matter the year he sort of has. Maybe I'm wrong on that, and certainly they could move off of Disley instead and just flip Disley's money over to Fant next year. But considering they don't have a lot of money to spend right now for next year, and I think they're going to want to spend it in other places, like, let's say, defensive tackle, I just don't see that being the case. And then the last part being that then you're going from moving on a guy that's only going to be here for a year to a guy that you can see as part of your kind of your bedrock on the defensive line. You know, he really brings the whole line together a little bit with a Buckner type, I think. So I'd have a lot of reasons for wanting to make that move, but it does take the Colts willing to do that, and they're in that weird place, see, where they seem to be all ships for, you know, everything firing ahead. We're going to be trying to win this year. We're going to really go for it, and they think they've got the roster and they got the talent to do it. I disagree with them, but maybe it'll be something we'll have to wait around to even the trade deadline for too. You know, where they trade for Fant and then they have an intention of trying to sign Fant, and if they can't get Fant, they'll just franchise him. You know, it could kind of move like that too, Z, as it goes down the road a little bit with it. Thank you though, man, for that $5 donation. And you look at their tight end core, there is not a lot there, man. Not a lot. All right, 11:47 on the clock. If you're looking to follow along with us here, I've been told I'm about 12 seconds behind probably your live telecast, give or take a little bit. So I'll try to announce the time so you can sync up if you want with my play-by-play. But we got 11:47, Cowboys coming out with a 3 wide receiver look here to begin things. And the give is into the running back, who takes it right up the football field. He's still plowing forward, getting himself all the way to 11 yards after a little bit of a scrum there. A nice run there by the Cowboys running back. They went right down over the A-gap there, and there was some room to be had there on the defensive line, the Seahawks. Hawks coming out with Jaron Reed, Draymond Jones in there, Uchenna, Boye Mafe, all on the football field at once right now. So this is not just merely a backup situation. 9-yard gain there for the Cowboys on first down. The give is into the running back here again. He squirts through the hole, but it's closed up a little bit tighter this time for about 3-yard gain or so. But that will be a first down on the play. Seahawks coming out early on here with that 2-man front, 2 down linemen, and then the 2 outside linebackers to their outside shoulder, which does then create that natural width where the Cowboys are running right over the gap of where that natural opening is created, if you think about it, in the spacing of it. Cowboys back up on the line of scrimmage. Again, 3 wide receivers here. Play action pass. I think that's Boye Mafe was screaming in off the edge, getting his hands up in the air and not giving the quarterback a chance to hit the tight end who was leaking out into the flat. Just had no angle to throw the pass, did Cooper Rush. And Great job by Boye Mafe being very swift in that backfield. Athletic and quick off the edge. Just right on top of the quarterback there to where there's no space to throw that ball. It's meant to be just a quick throw to the flat. Cowboys coming up in a bit of a hurry up here. They're going to go empty. Cooper Rush and shotgun. 5 wide. Seahawks showing a blitz, bringing it. Bush off the edge. Forces Kupp to throw fast, and how about that? Seahawks get a stop. On 3rd down, great job by Trey Brown to close in, and this is, man, a beautiful development on a very simple, small thing, but we're going to talk about why this is an important thing right here. You have 3rd and long on teams. They do this to us all the time. This is a common thing that you want to do as a defensive coordinator, is that rather than drop into full coverage. Wait, was that on 3rd down? Maybe I was wrong. Sorry. I thought that was 3rd down. 2nd down. 3rd down now. They got to get they're showing the snap things wrong on the TV here. The preseason crew's not on it. Shotgun here, look again. Dropping back to pass for Cooper Rush. He drops back to throw, and the catch is going to be made on Mike Jackson, who gets turned around, never even looks back for the ball in a deep throw, interferes with the man, it would seem, and the guy still caught the pass. Zang. Yeah, they're calling it on Mike Jackson. It's going to be declined. Just a go route up the field. Running press. That's tough. Mike Jackson gives up the play there. I sure don't like having it where you got the press look with a guy and then he doesn't actually press the receiver. You know, he gets up right up in press, but then just runs back with him. Here's a give on 1st down for a gain of about 5 or 6 on outside zone over the left-hand side. So Jackson gives up that play because he just can't win the foot race with the receiver on the outside, but he's aligned in press without ever touching the guy. And so it really then challenges him to kind of do what's not necessarily his best thing, which is then trying to just run step for step purely with the guy. 2nd down and 4 here after the 1st down run. Cowboys on the Seahawks side of the field at the 34-yard line. Cooper back in shotgun, 4 wide. Drops back to pass. Looking to throw. Ball wobbles around a little bit. And we are going to get another pass interference call here on Trey Brown, it would appear. Trey pleading with the umpire, please, why? Why? Dear God, why would I do? You know what you did. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation, says, Bobo would have caught that. Bobo probably would have, Adrian X. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong at 6'5". I'll tell you that. And Boye Mafe getting some pressure on that throw. He knocked the hand of Cooper there. Bobby Wagner making an attempt to say it's a tip pass, so therefore pass interference doesn't apply, which is how the rule should be interpreted there, and it is, and this is why this takes us back to a 3rd and 4, and they pick up the flag. So great job by Boye Mafe, who continues to flash early on here and look really impressive. 3rd down and 4, Cooper dropping back. The pass rushes in his face. And Jaron Reed, the big rhino, stampeding his way into the backfield for a sack. We've seen quite a few of those in his time here in Seattle. Double A gap pressure look, drop out of it. You've got your defensive lineman aligned wide to build in for that double A gap pressure look early on. And then that gives Reed the space and freedom to roam there a little bit, and he uses it. So the Seahawks defense looking overall okay on this first drive, giving up a little bit of yards, bend but don't break, and getting the pressure on 3rd down when it counts. 2 things I like on that drive is the 2nd down play where you brought the blitz, you brought that pressure, you forced the ball out of the quarterback's hand quick. So we got a little bit of maybe unveiling some pressure looks here today. Please. But then also there on 3rd down, you don't have to always bring the pressure. Sometimes it's just you're bringing the stack fronts and then dropping out of it. You're creating the confusion for the quarterback, which is what that does. As opposed to those linebackers are always aligned off ball. They're always sitting in that same stagnant position, and you have a pretty good understanding post-snap of where they're going to go and what they're going to do. And that does create Problems not only in addition to creating problems as far as the quarterbacks read of the secondary, of course, but when you got the linebackers, double A gap, where you got the two linebackers and they're sitting nose to nose right over the center, that then also messes with the protections, doesn't it? Because now you got to call your protections like those guys are coming. And then that pulls guys into single team blocks who would otherwise, like a guy like Reed there, might get, pulled into more of a double team. So I love the fact that they showed that off in that drive. Love the fact that it was effective. But good that they're just simply working on it, which is going to be a big part of it being potentially successful in the regular season is actually working on that. You can't just suddenly become good at blitzing. You've got to work on getting good at that stuff. Good at tricking these quarterbacks into thinking it's coming when it's not. Or doing the inverse, showing yourself to look like you're not coming and then coming. That sounded wrong. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, man, on that. He says, had to do some last minute dog sitting tonight. Thanks for being my Hawks podcast for the evening, Brando. Well, I am happy to do so. Thank you for the donation. And, I love to do this, man. We'll be doing this throughout the whole season, folks. Hopefully keep getting better and better at this as we do this play-by-play, but we will be doing every single game this season play-by-play here. So do get yourself subscribed to this channel and get connected as we'll be here, whether you got access to your TV or not. You're going to be able to know anytime, anywhere, anyhow, what's going on during the game. I got you. So thank you, man. Hope it's a nice dog. It's not one of those dogs you got to worry about, am I going to lose a finger tonight? Do I got to keep one eye open when I sleep tonight? How's this going to go? Barry Satoro has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 24 long months. I know you've been subscribed like double as long than that. So you've been one of my original OGs in the house. Thank you, Barry, for all that support. He says the Hawks and the M's are making it deep playoff runs this year. Mariners are having one hell of a magical run, and that's a team that's had some magical runs in its time. I mean, that 95 run, for instance, was incredible, but I think if they were to get to the playoffs this year, that very well this year could even surpass that kind of run. And Gino and the boys are back out here with 8:02 in the first quarter. After the punt, down about the 4-yard line or so, he's going to quickly get this out to Zach Charbonnet, who catches it in space and is drugged down by the head by the Cowboys player who remains on the ground. It'd be about a gain of 1 there on the little throw to the flat. You're just trying the shadow of your own end zone to try to get a play there for a couple yards so your quarterback's not setting up down there in the end zone trying to throw. Cowboys player is a little bit injured here, so he's going to have to take a second to get himself right and get off. Hopefully they don't have to bring a cart for the guy. He's not looking good, though. They're doing that thing where they hold him on his back, don't even look at it. Don't even look at it. Brutal. But Barry, it's great to see both organizations looking primed and ready to really go out there and make some noise. And if the Mariners could make a deep playoff run this year in the World Series, and the Seahawks could make a deep run this year and get the Super Bowl set in their sights, whew, I'd be a very happy man. And I'll tell you, it's just amazing to see what Julio's done too to put that team on his back like they have. You got Crawford out with a concussion. We got no Kelnick. You got a lot of plucky guys out there trying hard. You got a beer league softball guy they bring off the bench from time to time, looking 260-ish out there, 5'9", 260-ish. That's about what he looks like. And just getting it done. It's great. How can you not root for that kind of crew? And hopefully I can keep going. I'm going to keep doing some streams over on that Mariner side of my Crow's Nest channel too. So got to keep those going on my other end. And I hope they do, man. Always good to beat the Astros no matter what, but it's especially good to beat the Astros when you're chasing right on their tail. You're literally stepping on their tail in the pursuit. No, you're not going anywhere. We've got our shoe on your tail. What are you going to do? Oh, yeah, keep running. It's pinned, and we're catching up. But lovely to see. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you on that. He says, and thank you for all the donations, man, the double donos. Says, hate to do this. Thoughts on Carter versus Witherspoon? I don't bristle at it as much as others do. I think there's some people out there that are getting, especially in my sphere of it, that I've seen that, they get frustrated by how much it comes up and being kind of tired of going back over it. I'm not in that place of it because I think it's something that is inevitable to occur. You can't get mad at gravity. You can't get mad at the water's wet. Can't get mad at which way the ocean flows. And the fact is that Seahawks fans are going to inexplicably and into the future, make these two comparisons right or wrong, for better or worse. Carter and Witherspoon, till death do they part. And I think the one thing that people have to do, and that's very important, is not come to quick conclusions. And that you see a preseason snap of Carter's first snap, and then that means that the Seahawks totally lost the steal by not picking him. I think this is one that requires a little bit more time. 7:45 to go here in the first quarter. Geno back in shotgun, 3 wide receivers. Cowboys showing a blitz look. Geno recognizes it, changes the play, flexes Parkinson out wide. Cowboys still bringing the blitz. Geno read it right. Geno's going up top on the 9 route. He's got a man wide open. Great catch there by Bobo, who seemed to have fumbled it, but then grabbed it back after the fumble. Bobo on a 9 route. Did he just hit a sluggo? Is that what he did? I hope they show the 22 on this. Geno is the thing where, oh my God, this is why, let me see, hold on, I got to watch this. I got to enjoy it. Let me enjoy this. Bobo runs a sluggo, stop and go, slant and go, and totally catches this is where the speed thing. Geno right back up at the line of scrimmage now. The give is going to be into Walker. Walker's got some space to work with, and he's out of the open field, and he's going. Charbonnet, sorry. I called him Walker. I meant Charbonnet. Charbonnet with a big run for about 30 yards there. And a nice hole supplied on the right side there by Abraham Lucas. The Seahawks getting a little bit of momentum here. Looked like Abraham Lucas cleared the way on that block. Indeed, got the hole sealed off. Oh, look at that big, beautiful hole. And Charbonnet exploded right through it. Charbonnet, a nice little run, almost broke the final tackle to get upfield. The defender just kind of got right into his ankles, and he almost was able to come to a stop. Not quite there. 1st and 10, Geno back under center. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. DJ Dallas behind him. The gives to DJ. DJ looking for some space to move. Not a lot there on an outside zone run. Going right back over that right side. 2 back-to-back. Tremendous plays from your Seahawks. The sluggo route with Geno recognizing the blitz. That's the part of that play that I don't think you're going to hear a lot of people talk about this upcoming week with Bobo when the hype that will come with him. But it's that changing of the play by Geno there. It's the recognition of the blitz that he knows is coming and then being right on that recognition. I can't say the word right, but you know what the word means. Geno back in shotgun. He scrambles over to the left side there and manages to find Jaxon Smith for a gain of about 3 or 4 yards on a little quick out route there. Waldron doing a good job here, which is what I'd like to see from him. And once we get to regular season games, of getting Geno in spots where he can make some quick, easy throws. They're not always going to be the ones that are going to get you the big chunk plays down the field, but just getting him into a little bit of rhythm, which he's doing here. We've got a sack here on 3rd down there, and that's going to be, it looks like Charles Cross got beat by Sam Williams off the edge. And he got beat pretty purely there. So that will bring up 4th down and bring that drive to a very sudden halt. 4th and 10. Sam Williams, a good prospect coming out of college, and he just took Cross right to school on that one. It was just a pure wrap around the edge, beat you around the arc kind of play there for the defensive end, and he got there. Jason Myers out now for a fairly long field goal here. This is not an easy kick. It is up, and it is good. So Jason Myers gets himself a field goal. Overall, a solid drive there for the Seahawks. Tough to see the sack there. Sam Williams is going to be a good player for the Cowboys, a guy that had 4 sacks last year. He's going to be a name that you hear more and more about this upcoming year. So that's not Cross just simply getting beat by a stiff, but definitely troublesome on that play because you have a 3rd down and somewhat of a makeable 3rd. It's not really 3rd and 8 or 9 there. You've got a probably 3rd and 5 or so, and he just got beat so quickly with the pressure. It was just like that. Adrian, next, to get back to your Carter Witherspoon deal, I think that this is something that we'll have to have see with where it goes with time. And Carter looked good in the second preseason game I saw. I don't know if he's going to light the world on fire. We still don't know what we've got in Witherspoon yet. He's going to see the field at some point as well. And we'll let it play out. and I think opinions are going to change over time with this one, and they'll change with more data, as they should. But we just got to give it some more time to let it really, ferment, right? I got to keep it in the whiskey barrels a little bit longer. We can figure this out a little bit, further down the line. But I'm not going to hate to discuss it, because it is going to be, as much as people will bristle about it, this is going to be a subject that's going to come up inevitably, and there's not really anything you can do about it. It is what's on a lot of Seahawks fans' minds in the respect of looking back at that draft, because there's a lot of people that were in the boat like me that just really, really liked Carter as much as anything else. I think that's what, as much as why the question comes up as much as it does, is there's so many people that just really did like him as a prospect. But thank you, Adrian X. My mom's in the house. What's up, Mom? Super chatting $10. Appreciate you. She says, Rosie says, go Hawks. Touchdown. Hey, Rosie. It's my little niece, Rosie, out there. How you doing, Rosie? You hanging with Grandma? Got my mom out there with Rosie. Hope you're doing well, Mom. Tell the fam out there I said hey. But I'm sure they're hearing me, so probably don't need me to say. Adrian X, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, we have Bobo and Zach. We missed out on DTR. Hashtag UCLA. Yeah, I guess you could probably make a pretty strong case right now that DTR has been the best young quarterbacks, best of the young quarterbacks out here in preseason so far. Surpassing Stroud, surpassing Levis, surpassing Young. He's looked the best of the bunch. And he was a good player. The guy that I thought we might look to target again, because there's a lot of similarities between him and Wilson in certain respects of things. And maybe they were going to look to go back to that kind of old blueprint. Myers here with the kickoff. Seahawks up 3-0 with 4:19 to go here in the first quarter. Cowboys going to field it and take it out. Struggles with it at first. Comes back through, takes a hard hit there. About the 18 or 19-yard line. The Seahawks special teams unit, as is usually the case, showing themselves to be pretty strong here so far. Dixon with the good punt. Myers kicking the long kick. And the defense on your kickoffs looking pretty good as well. That's why Carroll puts a lot of faith in it. All right, we got 1st and 10 now. 4:15 to go. Cooper Rush is going to start out in shotgun with 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field and only a tight end in line on the other side. He looks quickly out to the left, finds a man out there in the flat. It's quickly corralled there for a very short gain by O'Connell, the Montana State linebacker. Kitty, you're stressing me out. Just do the lay down thing. Just do the lay down. I know. I get it. Boye Mafe again there. Just about knocked that ball down. He has been very active early on in this game. 3 tackles, a quarterback hit, and he's had his hand on a couple of balls. Rush under center here now, 2 tight ends. Play action pass. Mafe again in his face and again knocks the ball down. Boye Mafe. Instant pressure there. Looking like a grown man, no longer a rookie. Just loses the hands off of his shoulders quickly of the right tackle and on top of Cooper Rush in a flash. Good job as well not to hit the head of Cooper Rush, which is what you can have happen is you're going to stick your hand up to knock a ball down. Sometimes the hand will naturally come down and hit the head, and even if it taps it, it's a 15-yard penalty. 3rd down and 4 now. Rush and shotgun. Seahawks showing a blitz, and they're bringing it. Rush looking to throw it fast, and he's got a man. And Mike Jackson gets beat there on that post route for about 15 yards. 1st down. That's as much when I don't like running the blitz in 3rd and 4s and 3rd and 3s. Unlike 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9s, because you're now giving them the open hot route, right? Unless you can trust Mike Jackson and man, which isn't, again, in his strength really. Here's a throw out into the flat to the tight end quickly off the snap. A little bit of like almost a sub-bubble screen there. Get about 6 yards there for the Cowboys quickly. 2:49 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks up 3-0. Thank you, Adrian X, though, for all those donos, brother. Appreciate you. And DTR, I think he might be a guy that surprises. All right, 2nd down and 3. Rush back under center here. Bringing a man in motion. 3 wide receivers. Here's the give. Up the middle here. That's where the Cowboys have attacked early on here mainly, and they're going to get some more success on this run for a gain of about 4 or 5. For Seahawks fans out there a little concerned with the interior of the defensive line and that potentially being a problematic spot here early on, that is where the Cowboys have ran at early here to the tune of 3 carries for 19 yards for Rico Dowdle and 2 carries for 8 yards for Malik Davis. Not a lot of yardage, but some initial success here for the Cowboys. 1st and 10 on the Seahawks side of the field. The give is now up the middle. Miles Adams there to scrape down the line of scrimmage and make the play, dragging the ball carrier to the ground for only a gain of about 2. There we go. That'll get the job done. Good to see Miles Adams flash here a little early on. Second down and 8. 1:17 to go here in the first quarter. Cooper Rush back in shotgun for the Cowboys. Give out of shotgun. Seahawks seem to be on top of it. And they will drag him down for only about a gain of 2 there. Nice job defensively of just jumping right on top of that play. Kind of a little bit of a delayed draw there. Nothing delayed about the Seahawks' reaction to it. Cooper Rush in shotgun, 3rd and 4, 41 seconds to go in the first quarter. Seahawks showing double-A gap blitz again here in a wide 9 look on their front. Cooper bringing a man in motion. He's going to drop back to throw. Looks like he has a man. And he does indeed got a man. Cooper did a good job of using some subtle pocket movement there to get away from where the pressure was coming from. It looked like Derrick Hall was en route. And we're going to have a timeout on the field here with 6 seconds to go. Coach Carroll's going to actually challenge this play. Challenge it that is a catch, I'm guessing. Well, I'm guessing he probably got a good angle on it then. They didn't show a replay, so I didn't have a chance to see. Simeon says the ball hit the ground. Trapped it? Okay. Here we go. Carroll's showing him what's up. Derrick Hall creating some early pressure, though. Quarterback hit for him. Boye Mafe. If you're looking for them young edges to flash in this game and show up, they certainly are here early on. Sam Fisher, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, saw what you were talking about with Charbonnet on that run. Looking very Chubb-like, Nick Chubb-like. Yeah, it's that pitter patter, you know, and it's the what not when they're running in the open field, they'll look like kind of a normal, you know, kind of back where they're running, but it's when they get down to a point of here comes a defender rallying up to them in space, and they get down to that just it's almost like machine-like efficiency in the pitter patter of their juke, you know, where it's not just the certain suddenness of a Barry. And it's not the like Allen Iverson kind of long crossover kind of juke to it. It's a very efficient, explosive, powerful kind of just, you know. But that's something that's the Chubb part to me of his game. The Forte thing does it. Forte did a little bit of that same kind of thing too, where it's, you know, they can kind of load up. And when they load up into that move, and if they get the space to load up into it, as a defender, you're really SOL. Not a lot you can do. because you're now into a guessing game. Because if you just try to be reactive to what they do, you're going to guess wrong on that. So you got to kind of try to predict, well, I think he's going to try to juke me on this as opposed to run me over, because it's that running back that always has that option to go between the two of them. And the Seahawks are going to have a very good challenge here from Coach Carroll, as this play is going to get overturned. So that is very, very nice to see by Carroll, as this will cause a 4th down. Looks like the Cowboys are going to probably go for it nonetheless, I would imagine here, as they are on the Seahawks side of the football field. And what do you got to lose? It's only the preseason. 27 seconds here in the first quarter. 4th and 4 for the Dallas Cowboys. See if the Seahawks can crank it up. Hopefully the fans are getting loud in the stadium. They're coming out with, again, that double A gap pressure look. Cowboys, 3 wide receivers, corners out on islands. Rush back in shotgun, looking to throw, scans across the field, goes backside of the field and finds his man open for a 1st down on a comeback route, again attacking Mike Jackson. Cooper's looked at something here on film and determined that he is able to go with Mike Jackson. That's not with CeeDee Lamb or Michael Gallup or any of their best receivers. They're just going at it with like Tolbert and company out there. And Jackson, tough pickle as a player. You've got to play that over the top. That's always what you're supposed to be doing there, is you've got to stay over the top in a cover 3 responsibility, but that can then get easily attacked by a comeback route. I'm not saying Mike Jackson's played well tonight. He's going to get a lot of shade just off of this first quarter alone and have people beg. I already know are going to be begging for Witherspoon here, but they've got to be a little bit fair to him on some of these routes with what's going on and what's happening and what's, kind of the way they're playing it, playing press coverage and running a 9 route without having him lay any kind of press. If I'm going to come up and press and I don't have help over the top on a 9 route from my safety, then I need to at least get an arm up on that guy and utilize my size and length. I'm 6'3". I don't run 4'4". I got to get that hand up in there in that way. And I don't know if he just didn't want to do it, but that didn't help him on that route. He's had a couple of those kind of moments tonight where they're not great looks, but they're also, not entirely his fault there. He has to stay over the top. I don't think he has safety help there and gets him bit, I think, on the comeback route. But yes, Nick Chubb, man, Sam. Nick Chubb, Charbonnet, Matt Forte, those are my best comps for him. And what I like about the other thing with Chubb is, like Chubb, I can be elusive and I can be powerful, which is a rare thing to get from backs in this day and age. You kind of get one or the other. Maybe it's always been that way, actually. It's always probably been that way. But it's hard to find the guy that gives you both. And Charbonnet does give you both of those aspects. Appreciate you, though, Sam. Thank you for the $5. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, is Kenny McIntosh injured? Yes, Nicholas. Unfortunately, as the scrimmage game was wearing down, Kenny McIntosh twisted his knee in the Seahawks scrimmage game. And so I believe that he's chomping at the bit to get back. But the team, as they're being with all of their injuries right now, is being very conservative in their approach. Just, we're not going to try to get you back here quick. We're just going to let this kind of slowly find its way through for you. So they don't feel rushed on it. They're probably trying to be protective, knowing what they've had in recent history at the running back position and how injured it's gotten in recent years. But I think he'll probably be back, if not by around the first game, probably be ready by the second game, I would imagine, if I'm making the guess at that point. Condor says, on that Charbonnet run, Brown had a real good rep against Maze Smith. Ooh, all right. Good to hear. Seattle blocked it up well. You don't bust out a run like that unless you block it up well, and they did a great job on the telecast of showing the hole that was opened up for Charbonnet to get through, and there was a legit nice little hole there to go. All right, so 1st and 10 now for the Cowboys on the Seahawks 32-yard line. Rush back and shotgun, 3 wide, give up the middle here on quick give to the running back out of shotgun. Seahawks do a good job of getting that controlled up well, and it'll only be about a gain of 2. Devin Bush in on the tackle on that one. Back 2nd and 6. Rush back to pass here again. Ball bobbled by the receiver. He was open but unable to reel it in. So bring up third down. That's just on Tolbert, the receiver for the Cowboys there. Seahawks again continue to run that two-man front with the outside linebackers serving as sort of a de facto four-man line. That hybridized sort of 4-3-3-4 look that they run out. 3rd down and 6. 14:22 to go here in the second quarter. Rush back in shotgun, 3 wide. Seahawks showing a blitz, bringing it at a great time there. Receiver is wide open there. O'Connell in coverage. Can't stay with the man. This will be a first down. Cooper Rush playing a solid game here for the Cowboys, doing a good job dealing with pressure. You can tell he's a guy who's got some game time under his belt. Very comfortable back there. 1st down and 10. Just a slow, easy-going drive here from the Cowboys. Like a Texas afternoon. Run up the middle here for about a gain of 2 or 3. Seahawks bring it down right there. Looked like Miles Adams was again down in on the play. Mafe helping him, Bush down there. Rush 7 of 12, 85 yards to start this game. Second down and 8. On the Seahawks 15-yard line. 13:13 to go. Give is going to be into the tailback again. Boye Mafe all over it as the unblocked defender scraping down the line of scrimmage and brings him right down to the ground after only a 2.5-yard gain there. Mafe has just been sensational for the Seahawks here early on. The quickness to get down that line of scrimmage fast enough so that that back isn't already beyond him. Well done. 3rd down and 5. Empty look here for the Cowboys. Russian shotgun. 4-man front from the Seahawks. He drops back to pass. And Seattle's just dropping back into soft zones here. There's not a want here to play anything outside of really, it looks like vanilla coverages on the back end of my eyes. I could be wrong on this, but they're just sort of dropping like, it was like you would think that was a 3rd and 9 play by O'Connell's drop. 1st and 10 and 1st and goal here. Gives up the middle again for about a gain of 2 or 3 yards. I'll call it a gain of 1.5 there. Good job by the defense to clog that up. This drive has seemingly taken up like about a whole quarter of play, it feels like. 2nd down and goal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whew. A lot of guys in the line of scrimmage for the Cowboys. Only a 4-man front there for the Hawks. See if they go back to the run here. They don't. Quick throw out to the flat. Devin Bush gets caught up on the line. Can't get out to the receiver in the flat, and that will be a touchdown. Boy, Cowboys not doing anything really complicated here against the Hawks. And the Hawks running pretty vanilla coverages, but Trey Brown and Devin Bush got held up there. I don't know if Bush thought it was going to get released. I think that's what he was thinking, was that Brown was going to release his receiver to the inside, and then it's called, you just, rather than having to run around the pick then, because it's kind of a pick play, you just say, hey, you take the outside guy, I take the inside guy. And then I don't have to stay step for step with my guy there. It looked like that's what Bush was expecting from Trey Brown. And Brown stayed with the outside receiver cutting in. So 7-3 Cowboys. 11:31 here in the second quarter. Hoodie Jew, what's up, man? How you doing? It's our local Saints guy in the house here, Hoodie Jew. He's got to be feeling good about his upcoming Saints season. So if you're looking to follow somebody for the Saints coverage and what they do and do it well, he definitely does some good work, great work over there. Hoodie, thank you for the $5 dono, man. I hope all has been going well over on your channel. He says, what's up, Brandon? How you been, man? Also, love your all receiving core. Great show, like always. Got to collab again in the future. Shout out to M's Megan too. Hey, absolutely, Hoodie. Happy to me to do a collab again in the future anytime, man. Just feel free to hit me up on DM with Twitter. That's the best way to catch me usually. Or TheSeahawksNest at Gmail, one of the two. I'm pretty responsive to overall. I don't tweet a lot, but I do a good job of, for the most part, responding to my DMs. Not good with that sometimes though too. But thank you for the $5 dono, man. I wish your Saints luck. That division looks very open, and the car quarterbacking there for you can't hurt versus where I think you've been recently at the quarterback position. So I wish your team a lot of luck this year. I think you guys got a lot of talent there. You just got to have it all kind of come together and coalesce correctly for you guys' season to kind of go right. But never can understate the fact that if you got an open division or a weakened division, just increases your chances no matter where your team's at. But hope the best for your team this year, Hoodie. I like how the Saints have gone this offseason. I mean, when you need a quarterback in this day and age, there isn't always the clear way to get there, especially if you don't have your first-round pick. And they found the creative approach to try to get the solution to upgrade the position, which is hard to do. Got to give them props for that. And Megan, get a little shout out there, Megan, as well she should. But appreciate you, Hoodie. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're having a great night out there in New Orleans. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, I know it's preseason. How long of a leash does Hurt have if the D doesn't play better this year? John is going to be looking for a big body on cut down. On the second part, I think that there's no doubt about it that John Schneider has got to have a Terminator crosshair locked into the defensive line right now as the place on cut down day that he's looking to utilize that money that's burning a hole in his pocket since he got the Quandre Diggs conversion from base to bonus done. But hopefully that guy's available. That's the other part of it. There's got to be the guy available to be had that can be that upgrade. But you certainly aren't looking at necessarily this performance on the defensive line and where it's at now early on here and going, well, this will be certainly a place that is going to hold up its end of the bargain this year right now. We know that for sure. This isn't the Cowboys running out their best back right now. And they've had pretty good success here overall. It's been a little bit back and forth. 10 carries, 41 yards today for the Cowboys. It's probably more about what's going on in the passing game with Cooper Rush, 9 of 14, 86 yards. And Seahawks are going to start out first and goal, I guess. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to what was going on in the kickoff there. That's weird. Why did they say first and goal? Oh, they meant first and, there we go. Telecast being weird. Drew Lock back out now on first down here under center, a rollout pass to his right, and he's going to go ahead and find Jaxon Smith coming back across the field on a crosser there for about 7 or 8 yards. Second down. Lucas Cross, all the lines are still out there. Geno Smith's guys come off the field at this point. Nice throw there by Locke, not the biggest of windows. Oof. That Jaxon Smith step in there looked weird. When he planted, he came up okay, but Drew back to pass here, or back to give to DJ Dallas quickly on. He's drugged down the backfield for a loss of about 2 or 3 yards. That play tricked me. Third down and 6. Three wide, one tight end. Dallas back in shotgun. Dallas showing a blitz, dropping out of it. Drew Lock under pressure, rolling out, throwing back late into Bobo there low. Bobo not able to reel it in, and that will be third down. So Seahawks offense a little out of sorts. We do have a flag on the play. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense here, so this will be an automatic first down. I wonder what he did. Oh. Okay. You mad about him hitting you on the sluggo? You mad, Dallas cornerback mad about getting hit on that sluggo by Bobo. So he's now he's going to start talking to him like he did something. No, that's definitely. And Carroll kind of giving Bobo it too. I don't know what Bobo did wrong. 1st and 10. Drew Lock back under center here. The give is to DJ Dallas. Dallas cuts back across the grain. Gets it upfield. Always moving forward is Dallas. Never any wasted space, wasted motion. He's going to get every last bit he can get up going up the field. So even when he's going sideways, it sometimes feels like he's going up the football field. Good job there to find the backside hole there. Lucas getting some nice push on that backside defender and just washes him out of the play. Nicely done. One of the better runs, second best run of the day here for the Seahawks there on there. Second and 3. Drew Lock, play action pass, dropping back. He wants to go long, and he's looking long. Goes over the top, and he's got Jaxon Smith-Njigba, who's in the open field. Jackson dragged down right at the 1 yard line. Drew was hungry early in that play. You saw his eyes. Saw the white of his eyes in his uniform. He was so hungry. Jackson running another crosser up the football field that he just takes deep. I don't know if that's by design or if that's just an option route to the play, but it looks like he's running a crosser that just sort of suddenly fades into becoming almost a go route a little bit. And DJ Dallas on 1st and goal is going to take this ball right up the middle for a touchdown. Seahawks answer back with some authority. You will respect my authority. Touchdown, Seahawks. 9-7. Nice little drive right there. But a wonderful little route. Starts as a crosser is going to go like this, right? Jaxon Smith's route goes like this, where you start to feel the bend of it, and then he just rides it out up into the arc, almost like turning it maybe even to like kind of a skinny post kind of route. But Locke knew just what he was doing. Locke was right on the read. And you could see from the drop back, Drew's eyes were up deep. You saw that chin tucked up high. He was looking down the field. He was looking to be in attack mode there. Wonderful throw by Drew Lock. A couple of nice throws on that drive by Drew Lock. And touchdown Seahawks. Offense looking better. Thank you for the pass, the unsportsmanlike play there. Boy, that ball was dropped right in the kitchen sink. Put it right on in the basket on that one. Put the bread in the basket, did Drew Lock there to Jaxon Smith. And we can see why the hype is real with this kid. You can go, he hasn't done nothing. He's done nothing yet. What's he done? Practice. What's he done? You're about to see what he's going to do when he hits the regular season. This kid is legit. I tried to tell y'all a couple weeks ago when I said I've been following this team for damn near 4 decades. I'm not outing my age self here and to make a point for nothing. And that is that in that time period, I've never seen a rookie like this come in and get this kind of hype, this kind of praise, make this kind of noise at any point in time. And it just leads me to believe, it leads me to speculate that this guy's going to be a guy to get on the football field and bring some immediate impact. And he showed it to you there on that route. Leave him one-on-one. Good luck doubling DK and Tyler all year. Good luck going into that tired old strategy that you've been going to since 2020. Good luck. Good luck. Ain't nothing going to protect you now. Ain't nothing going to protect you. We found a 3-letter slot receiver, and he's about to dominate y'all. And there's nothing you can do about it. Because the only thing you can do about it, the only way you can provide your guys help is by letting DK go run free in the secondary. Is letting that 6'4" Buffalo stampede his way through the depths of your secondary. What's it going to be? How you want to go? We can give you the easy way. We can give you the hard way. Easy way or the hard way? The hard way? Or the easy way? However you want. Very nice to see, though. Offense was looking a little stigmatized there before that personal foul penalty. Shout out to that Cowboys player for helping us out with that, man. Nolan, I'm sorry I took a second to respond to your $5 donation. There was a little bit of some action going on, so you know how that goes. John's going to be looking to cut down. Does Hurt have a long leash or a short leash? I really don't feel like Hurt kind of does. I mean, if the team is obviously historically bad, then yeah, you're going to have to make a change, because there's just, if you go to a third season of that, you know, how do you say coming into the third year, well, no, this year will be the year we do it, especially after all of the assets that have been poured into that group. I don't expect them to be historically bad, though. And I do think as well that there's a little bit of the old, is the fan base really going to be placated by a patsy here like they have in the past, and that being the reason for the defensive struggles, as opposed to it being something else. And I just think this is more Carroll's defense than anything else. And at this point, trying to blame Clint Hurd after you've already gone through a Chris Richard and a Ken Norton, and then you'll have gone through a Clint, Hurd, like, it's a bit much. It's a bit much, right? And it's just like, you either got to trust with what Carroll's running and then run with his coaches or not. First down play here. Great job by Jacob Sykes, who flashes in the backfield with Gotel is also helping him out. Backup defensive lineman looking good here, as this will be a tackle for loss. Sykes just shot the gap there, it looked like. Let me see what he did. Oh, yeah, he just shot the gap with some authority and made the ball carrier get a little bit wide earlier than he wanted to. Second down, another give up the middle, a little bit bigger hole here, and he's loose up into the open field. 15, 16. Another scrum down there for about a 17-yard gain there for the running back. It's more of a 3-4 look from the Seahawks here, not that two-man front stuff. But everybody just got blocked up at the point of attack. Kobe Bryant coming in there, make a tackle, just bounced off the ball carrier. And that'll be a first down for the Cowboys. Their offense continues to move with some force here. First down throw, out wide, easy reception out on Trey Brown. First down. Cowboys going at the cover 3 looks of the Seahawks. I think that if you look at the Seahawks defense and what they're running coverage-wise, I don't know for sure because I can't see the all-22, but I would reckon to guess that it's a lot of cover 3 in this game. And that's why some of these comeback routes the Cowboys are throwing with such confidence, because they know that the Seahawks corners, even when they're showing press looks like right now, are going to drop into the bail technique and that you can still attack underneath. First down give right up the middle. Jacob Sykes again down there making a play on the ball carrier for a 2-yard gain. Cowboys being balanced, keeping Seahawks off guard with what's coming from their attack, offensive attack. Second down and 8. And another run that's going to go nowhere. This time, Perry, the refrigerator Perry, looking more like it, comes through and makes the play in the backfield. Just throws his man, kind of gives a nice little rip move to get free there. Good effort on the play, and then just makes the tackle along with Tyreek Smith. So the Seahawks, absent that 15-yard run, doing a better job here in this drive of stopping the run. Third down and 10. Important play here. Cowboys just outside of field goal range. Seahawks bringing the 4-man front. And looking to throw, nowhere to go. Cooper throws it, but looks like the man was out of bounds. Rush was flushed out of the pocket to the far sideline. The man made the catch, but it does look like he was potentially out of bounds, according to the officials at least. Let's get another look here. Seahawks running a stunt there. Got free. That was Bell getting free on that stunt, forcing Cooper Rush out of the pocket. And then he threw it over to a receiver there who just wasn't as mindful of his feet, it looked like, and what was going on with that. Yeah, Foot comes down out of bounds, it looks like. So that is going to be indeed, looks like, incomplete. We'll see the Cowboys go for this again, though. Nope, they're going to punt. It's 4th and 10, so it's not like it's a 4th and 5. This punt will be sent high into the air and bounce back. Jaxon Smith-Njigba does a good job of fooling the Cowboys into thinking that he's going to fair catch it, and the ball bounces the back left end zone. So that will be the Hawks' ball at the 20-yard line. Drew Lock and company will come out and take back over. So Nolan, I'll be probably pretty firm on this one, where unless it is that historic bad defense that we have seen at times under Hurt in his early iterations here as defensive coordinator, you got to kind of ride with this guy, because as long as Coach Carroll's here, and there's no reason to think that Coach Carroll shouldn't be here, that it's his defense. He's running this as much as anything. He's determining as much as anything of how this is going to go. And I think if you just try to move off from somebody else and go to somebody else, it's like you're just, again, trying to then kind of pin it on, for lack of a better term, a patsy, as opposed to really pinpointing what might be really the true problem. And we don't know if it's going to be a true problem, So I'm not even saying it is, but that would be my one issue with saying that there's a hot seat at any point for Hurt. I wouldn't be in favor of it for sure. Hoodie says, thank you, Hoodie, for the $2 donation. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging the dono. Says, heck yeah, Seahawks versus Saints, NFC Championship. Let's bring it. You're coming to our house, though. I don't want to go into New Orleans on the road. I don't want to be in the Dome on the road. I know how that goes. That's not, you guys are going to have to come up and play in our weather. You have to come play up in the rain, in the wet, in the wind. You guys have done it a couple times already, so you're familiar with this approach. You Saints teams, didn't you do it like, what was it? Well, we had 2011, what was it, 11? You guys coming off your Super Bowl, was it? Was that, or was it 2010? You came in one? Then we had then we had 13, right? There was 13. Didn't we get him in 14 too? I think we had him in 14 as well. So this is tradition at this point, Hoodie. It'd be weird for us to go down to your guys' end of the neck of woods. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's meet up there. We'll meet you at the crossroads. Not even a guitar is going to save you. Thank you, though, Hoodie. Appreciate the donation. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you as well, man, and I hope you're having all a good night tonight. Please do hit that like button if you could for me. It says, JSN the Velvet. Oof, too smooth. Oh, so smooth. So natural. So ready to pop. Not a young kid when he eventually figures it out. This kid's ready to roll. The engine's warm. The AC's on. The speaker's loud. They already put the Bose system in. You don't need to go get the Bose system in. It's in. Start bumping. Drew Lock taking over here at the 20-yard line. 1st and 10, 5:36 to go in the second quarter. Give is to DJ Dallas, dancing and scampering his way right through the middle of the defense for a gain of about 2.5. But he's nice, Henry. He is nice. Brad Kurdwood. Thank you, Brad, for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you for doing that. Please, as well, if you have not subscribed, do get subscribed to the channel. Helps me out tremendously. We're on the road here to 15,000 subs before the end of the year, and we are right on our mark to getting there. 2nd and 7. Lock under center. Sending Cody Thompson in motion. Play action pass. Cowboys are all over it. Gets back to his underneath receiver, Noah Fant, who's still on his feet, driving up the football field all the way to the 45-yard line for a nice little play there. Looked like trouble as the Cowboy edge defender was right on top of Drew Lock, but the Seahawks had Fant coming underneath as sort of that outlet pass to go to. It's funny, as Fant got kind of chucked at the line of scrimmage, and that slowing him down almost helped him a little bit, keeping him back from the defenders, and then able to get right up the field. Nice job by Drew Lock to not panic there. Drew looking good early on. 1st and 10. Kind of an I formation look here. Play action pass. Lock looking deep, and he goes deep. And he's got a man. He connects Cody Thompson down the sideline. Had the lookings of maybe another is that not a crosser there, maybe just an out route there. Oh, a little corner post. Just a little corner post route. Nice job of attack in the secondary there. I think they caught the Cowboys in a cover 3 look themselves, and that's where you can attack that cover 3 where you're really challenging the safety to get all the way over to the other side of the field. Locke, another chunk play, and the Seahawks right down the field again here quickly, and he's going right back. He's going right back to the money again here with Derrick Young on a 9 route. Drew Lock gets hit, coming up a little bit limping. We've got a flag on the play in addition to this. He looked to hit Derrick Young on a 9 route going up the left sideline. Locke took a hit after the throw, gets up with a limp. Looks like he's going to be able to walk it off, and it looks like it's going to be the good old, the reason he's limping is what you might think here when you put the flag in it together, which is roughing the passer. Let's see what happened here. Ooh. Sam Williams again coming in, and that's the play where that defender he got Drew right down in the knee. Drew able to, luckily, that's such a scary, you've seen that kind of hit before, just tear ACLs before, and Drew out there kind of walking on it. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that knee's a little bit gimpy for him right now, beyond just I'm going to be able to walk this off. Luckily, it's not a torn ACL or he wouldn't be walking on it, period, but that looks a little dicey there. The give is here going to be into the running back on 1st and 10. DJ Dell is off the field now, so I think this is the... what's this kid's name? So Dodrick Thompson. But that kind of hit, you've seen guys like Burrow take those kind of hits in the pocket and just it shreds their ACL. Lucky for Drew, he was able to just at the right angle not sustain that, but tough play. That's why the penalty's there, though. The defender can't come in low like that. Quick throw by Drew Lock out in the flat to Tyler Mayberry, who gets past the first down marker and gets hammered out of bounds, but holds on there. Tyler was looking for a touchdown. You could see it. He smelled the goal line. And after the catch, he wasn't linking just first down. He put his head down, and that he got knocked in the chops. But props to Mayberry. He had that touchdown catch against the Jets in Week 17 last year, and he's been hungry. He said, I only got one last year. I won number 2. First down and goal here for the Seahawks. Give us to Dodrick Thompson. He's looking, bounces inside after patiently pressing to the edge and gets himself in for a touchdown. Seahawks 16-7 here, taking a firm command of this football game. Seahawks just running a goal line play there. Is that Levi Bell in the game as your lead fullback? I do believe it is. So Dodrick Thompson doing a good job there, not pressing that hole too fast, taking his time and letting that play develop. Hawk players on the sideline, hyped up. Quandre Diggs doing the gritty. And Myers will hit the extra point. So 17-17 Seahawks, 2:35 to go here in the second quarter. Drew Lock continuing to orchestrate a back-to-back touchdown drives, even after he got just, smacked in the knee like a mobster coming, like a Shylock coming back for a payment on a bet. It's been 2 weeks. I told you what would happen, Bill. No, I have the money next week. No, you will have the money, won't you? Oh! Drew, 5 of 6 here, 119 yards and just 2 drives. Hard to get better than that. averaging a paltry 19.8 yards per attempt. Just that little bit right there. But looking good. Looking real good. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, could one say Drew is locked in? One could say. One could say, many have said. Many have said many a time. He's definitely locked in. This is, I think, as good as we've seen Drew Lock. And we haven't seen a lot of him here, but this is as good as I think we could. I mean, he's on it right now and looking to be aggressive. He's attacking. Short little kick here by the Seahawks. Their coverage unit comes up and gets the guy at about the 22, 23-yard line or so there. But very good, Taker. You got the pun. You get the pun award tonight. Thank you for the dono, man. All right, Seahawks defense. Let's see if they can kind of put this. Let's see if they can kind of put a button on this half here with this last drive with the Cowboys. They've been able to throw a little bit on this Hawks team. See, maybe they can kind of shut some of this down just a wee bit here. We got Will Grier in the game for your Cowboys now. No more Cooper Rush. Grier, the give inside to the running back, bounces off the first tackle, keeps his feet going forward. Nice job of just driving, fighting forward, getting every last bit he can get. Probably turn that into about an 8-yard gain. 2:15 to go here in the second quarter. Mafe bringing some pressure from the left, causing Grier to throw the ball a little bit earlier than he wanted to for an incompletion. Mafe just continues to supply the pressure inside. Like Derrick Hall's a big boy. You see him next to other Seahawks. Like he's a big. And that will be the 2-minute warning there after that play. Show us the replay. Let me see the replay. Nick Craig, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, was watching Steve Smith Sr. today, and he made a perfect comp for Bobo. I felt dumb not thinking about it. Joe Jurvicious, considering he was a Seahawk. Yeah, it was one I've thought about it for a while a little bit. I was not as able for a while to make the connection as much between the fact that you had Joe Jurvicious ran like a 4.65 coming out of college, and Bobo's got that 4.9 thing hanging over his head. But I think that there's some explanation for the 4.9. I think that Bobo's also not 4.9 on a football field. And it's often said, but not often considered, that there is I'm not a track guy, I'm a football player. And that those are kind of two different skill sets. And just because you happen to be fast and have, good running form and know how to run on a track for time things doesn't mean that that's going to equate always to the football field. And sometimes guys are just faster with pads on and guys chasing them. But I think that when you talk about their football speed and making that comp between Jurvicious and Bobo, I think it becomes then very apt if their speed is actually very close to each other, because you remove that part and there's a lot of points to the comp that match up between them. A very adept route runners, very big-bodied guys, long arms, big catch radius, an ability to jump pretty high to go get balls other receivers can't get to. Contested catch skills on top of it, a physicality, the way they can play as well on top of that, utilizing that big size. Those things are all, I think, very, very similar to each other in the way in what Joe Jurvicious did. So I think the comp, it's growing on me as well, Nick. But I did see that Steve had made that one as well to old Joe. And if Bobo can become Jurvicious, I mean, he was here for far too short a time period. That's for sure. Far too short a time period. We just couldn't afford to hold on to him. And he was getting older at that point. But he had a hell of a season for us in 2005. Back in 2005, that man was a dog. All right, 1:59 to go. 3rd down and 1. Seahawks up 17-7 in this first half. See if we can stop the run here. Versus the modern NFL. Cowboys will probably come out in a spread look with an empty spread look. Well, they're in shotgun. 3 wide. Seahawks come out with that 2-man front with the 2 outside linebackers. Boye, Mafe, and Hall on either side. Dropping back to throw. He's looking to scramble. And he is going to be drugged down short. Miles Adams doing a good job in pursuit off the line of seeing Will Grier was looking to scramble there and try to run for it himself. And Miles Adams able to get to the quarterback before he could get up to speed and break through that line. Looked like he had a space there for a second. But Miles Adams, who's made a couple plays in this half, coming back through there and showing the hustle. 4th and 1. I don't know why I guess the Cowboys were thinking about going for this. This is really, it's preseason. Who gives an F, isn't it? Like you're 4th and 1 in your own territory, 135. Oh, he's thinking about it. They're going to try to do a measurement. Looked like he was big time. Sure, he got a really nice spot. If this thing's even, yeah, that's a yard away. Why are we measuring that? Somebody needs to be able to eyeball things better. There's no reason to measure that ball. They got to punt this. That's silly to go for it. I mean, they can, but yeah, silly. Even you think it's silly. Yeah. I know. I'm telling you. Does indeed look like the Cowboys are going to punt it. So a nice job defensively. Makes this half just feel a little bit better with the defensive performance. Them getting a stop right there, doesn't it? And good job by the Seahawks defense here. They're going to call a timeout to stop the clock because after the measurement, of course, the clock restarts back up. Carroll getting everybody set. Jaxon Smith-Njigba has been your punt return guy here early on in this first half. We'll see if he goes deep here. Cowboys likely to give the guy who's returning a punt here a chance. It looks like Holton Ahlers is going to come off the bench for the Seahawks. Carroll's over there talking to him, saying, here's the situation, here's what's happening, here's what's what. I'm guessing the Seahawks with the knee situation on Drew Lock are probably like, okay, you did enough today. We're good with what we saw. He took a real serious pop there on the knee. 4th down and 1. 1:30 to go here in the second quarter. This punt will be skied high, and DJ Dallas has got some room to work with. He gets up the field a little bit here, and we're going to get a flag flying on in, as that usually does mean a block in the back or holding. A little about 8-yard return there for DJ Dallas, but this will probably come back. I like the comp, though, Nick. I like the Dravicious comp. It's a good one. It's real good. And Cole Noller's coming out. Gunslinger. Bravado. A little bit of swagger to him. The officials are still figuring out the flag. A lot of discussion, a lot of pointing and discussion and pointing. You got the call. I got the call. You got the call. I got the call. You got the call too. I did get the call. Did you get the call? I got the call. No, I didn't get the call. What was the call? Call's over there. He's got the call. I don't have the call. And indeed, it is blocking in the back. It is going to be declined because there's also a holding penalty. Seahawks went 2 for 1. Well, if you're going to do the crime, you might as well make sure you get the maximum returns for it, huh? Might as well do 2 at once because they can only accept 1. Colton Ahlers, a legendary quarterback, undrafted rookie free agent, has yet to throw an incompletion in this NFL world. He's that good. 1st down and 10 for the Seahawks 9-yard line. Seahawks with 2 timeouts remaining. The give's going to be up the middle here to the running back, dancing around. No, he kept it. Ahlers says, I don't need a running back. I got this one. Takes it for 6 yards right up the middle. Seahawks are going to come right back up the line of scrimmage in a hurry up. Holton threw for almost 14,000 yards at East Carolina and nearly 100 touchdowns to almost only 37 interceptions. Seahawks are going to call a timeout there after that play after a little bit of thought. That will leave them with 1 timeout remaining. Flag, I agree, man. Drew Lock looked much more comfortable. Really impressed by what we saw from him tonight. In control, not panicked. And the thing that I've said that we need to see, whether it's from a sample size of 1 or 2 series or we get to see 3/4 of him, we got to see the turnover-worthy stuff taken down a notch. And indeed, that was gone and not present in the least in his game tonight. Another give to the running back here. He's going to take this ball out wide, and we have another flag coming in from center field umpire. He's getting very flag heavy back there. I don't know even why this came in there because there didn't seem to be a player near the play. This just seemed like you caught the Cowboys off guard with that run to the outside. Tulapapa with a nice run there. And we got holding on the Seahawks, so this will march it back another 10 yards. Perhaps the Seahawks thinking about here pretty soon staying with just the run and just running this ball out. Jake Bobo hit with the hold. They're not going to show a replay, I guess. So I'm not sure if he did or not. Maybe. 2nd down and 9. Holton and shotgun here. And indeed, yeah, Seattle just runs this ball up the field. This makes sense from a coaching standpoint to do this because Cowboys can call the timeout here. And hopefully Seattle's not being stupid as to call the timeout here. Did the Seattle? They're not showing who called it. I was guessing it was the Cowboys, but telecast is weird here with it being, you can tell a preseason and like these people don't normally do it because they'll add timeouts and take timeouts away from what you see on the screen below. And you're like, there was just 1 timeout for the Cowboys. Now there's 2. All right, 3rd down and 6, 58 seconds to go here. A lot of running the ball. Cowboys bringing a blitz on Holton. And he is going to try to run this ball once again and nearly maybe get the 1st down. Depends on where they mark this. They're giving him the 1st. The gritty one. The man of moxie. Holton Allers. He said, I'm going to just Thanos this and do it myself. Back in shotgun now, 34 seconds, and the officials have to call time. It says, hold up here. Hold up. You're too good. Officials are figuring something out right now. Somebody call a timeout? What's going down? Oh, they're going to review the space in place. So it looked like it was close. It was a nice mark by the officials, so there's a chance they could look at this play and potentially bring it back. Didn't look bad, though. Looked like you could call it a 1st. It had some 1st down feel to it. Got to get up to the... you got to get up. There's his elbow. I mean... I don't think that there's enough to overturn that. Spud says Allers going for 100 yards rushing. Big facts. Big facts. He's telling everybody in the huddle, you just block it. I'll figure it out. I can confirm as a lefty, you can do it yourself sometimes. In OD death metal, it does suck that Locke is out, but that need, as you say, you agree with the decision. I do too. I'd love to see more of him, but that need probably is going to need to be taken a look at. I wouldn't be surprised if he has at least a little bit of an MCL thing going on there after that. I mean, that was kind of the worst way a lineman can go into the knee. We've seen guys like Tom Brady tear his ACL, the guy that never gets injured. Even that kind of hit on Tom Brady took him out for a whole season. Yeah, Casey, the Zebras are making themselves a little more active here at the end of the half. They'd been nicely quiet for most of the first half, but we're seeing a lot more yellow fly. Flying blinds as Holton makes plays. He does. I like Holton. I joke about him a little bit, but I mean, he's looked all right so far. And he has, as of yet now, for almost three quarters-ish played, yet to throw an incompletion. The worst way to start out your pro career. Now, he has yet to attempt to pass tonight, but that's not the point. That's neither here nor there. 34 seconds to go here in the second quarter. The Seattle Seahawks have 2 of their timeouts. The Dallas Cowboys have 2 of their timeouts. This play indeed does appear as though it's going to stand. Oh, they're going to measure it. I guess they respotted it, and now they're going to measure it. What kind of crock of horse crap is this? Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. They could respot that off of that? Off of that angle? Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. No way they had an angle on that. They saw to move the ball. That never gets moved on that ball. There's no way they had an angle that was irreversible. Okay. I'd be way more mad about this if this was the regular season. But that's BS. That's completely BS. I need lasers in the footballs, please. I'm tired of these umps. I'm tired of the blue tent helmet thing that they wear. Then you look at the replay and they never come out of it understanding what they're seeing. How do you move that back? Fake punt, Pete. Middle finger of the umps here. Fake punt it. Go right to the up back. All right, Dixon back to punt at about his own 3-yard line here. 4th and inches. Here's the punt. Dixon hammers it out all the way. Oh, Dixon gives it a nice little ride and roll. Down to about the 33-yard line of the Cowboys, 47 seconds, so some ticks off the clock in addition to it. See, the defense can come out and hold up here now in this second half. 47 seconds to go. Greer stops back to throw, throws it out to the flat. We got a flag on the play. Officials have decided almost like in unison, let's start throwing flags. I guess this one's going against the Cowboys, so I won't complain too much. Hopefully you can hear me okay, RJ. If you have any troubles hearing me, just try to hit refresh on your browser. That'll usually help. We got 40 seconds to go. It is a holding penalty here against the Dallas Cowboys, which Seattle will certainly enforce. Herbicide says, just got done watching the Pete Carroll video with Snoop Dogg and Will Ferrell. So good. Everybody keep watching. At halftime, I'm actually going to have that video and be able to play it for you. So I put a little cut together. I'm going to release it on my channel tonight. In regards to just that video that you're referencing, Herbicide, because I think it's pretty funny. All right, Greer dropping back to pass. Throws this out as a quick flat throw. Drug down. Inbounds. Nice job on the tackle to keep him inbounds there. The clock will continue to roll. 26 seconds to go. Cowboys on the 29-yard line. Greer back in shotgun. Drops back to pass. Looking. Boye Mafe swaps at his arm. Again, we're going to have a holding penalty here on the Cowboys. There's a reason this quarterback has so long to look here. And Kobe Bryant in coverage. Eventually, the ball thrown basically out of bounds. And it is holding there. Second down replayed. Hopefully Kobe Bryant's okay there. He was kind of looking a little weird after he came out of that throw down the field there. Boye Mafe again supplying some pressure there. He has been active early on. And the Cowboys are just going to give this up the middle and call it a day on this half. Seahawks will drag him down for a quick little 2-yard gain. John Radigan in there nicely. And that will tick, tick, tick off the clock. The Seattle Seahawks able to come out of an overall successful halftime here. You got to feel good about this performance overall. Drew Lock looking absolutely awesome when he was in there early on. Knocked out with a little bit of a knee thing there, but nonetheless looking strong. Just to give you guys some of the statistical breakdowns here in the first half from a team standpoint. Hawks had 11 first downs to the Cowboys 10. You got 36 total plays for the Cowboys, only 28 for the Hawks. They were a little more big play heavy, as evidenced by the fact that the Cowboys averaged 4.8 yards per play, a little more dink and dunky, whereas the Seahawks were 8.0. You have the Cowboys 11 for 18, the Seahawks quarterbacks 10 for 12. Rushing, the Cowboys have 70 yards. Kind of feels like they have more than that, but they actually only have 70 yards. Seahawks have 62 in that first half on 15 attempts, while the Cowboys have 70 on 16 attempts. So 4.4 yard per carry average for the Cowboys in that first half overall to the Seahawks 4 yard per carry average. And of course, the Cowboys also won the turnover battle. Penalties are basically even. And if you're looking statistically, we've got Geno Smith 5 of 6, 46 yards, looking pretty good. Drew Lock looking pretty great, 5 of 6, 119 yards. So nothing wrong with either two quarterbacks and their performance level there. Zach Charbonnet looked really good on a 29-yard run. Not a lot of other holes there on his other 2 runs, so 3 carries, 31 yards, but the 29-yarder was impressive. Holden Haulers with 2 carries for 11 yards. DJ Dallas not able to do much, 5 carries, 9 yards, but much like with Charbonnet, just not a lot of holes there to necessarily be had. So Droderick Thompson had a great touchdown run, even though he's averaging only 0.5 yards per carry in that first half. Receiving the ball, Jaxon Smith with the big 48-yarder over the top. Cody Thompson with the 32-yard little edge post route that he ran there on that play. Jake Bobo also with the 28-yarder. The big play is alive and well. Hell, even Noah Fant chipped in with the 21-yarder in that first half. Very, very impressive. Seahawks defensively have Patrick O'Connell leading the way with 6 tackles, Jonathan Sutherland with 5, Trey Brown with 4. You've got Miles Adams with the quarterback hit, Boye Mafe with 1, but he really should be credited with about 3. Jerron Reed also, of course, with the quarterback hit and a sack with his little bit of time played in addition to that. And Boye Mafe with 2 passes, credited with 2 passes defensed as well. So strong preseason here. For Seahawks here. Some issues there at times in the run game, some issues with getting picked on in the passing game. People are going to get caught up, and man, I can already know that the story that's going to be talked about this week is Mike Jackson and you know, his struggles in that half, giving up 3 catches and not looking even kind of close on those catches. I think if we went into the details of why he gave him up and what was really happening there, it would not necessarily just boil down to a bottom line of just, as some people will say there, well, Jackson just sucks. And that's what you get with him. There's some of what they were doing there that was also a little bit of odd and kind of inexplainable a little bit to me as well, of the position you're kind of putting him in those moments as to on the catches that he kind of gave up. Some of it is also is that like on the one catch was the comeback. You know, it's on you're running a cover 3 defense. And you're going to have that corner on that outside who's dropping into bail technique at the snap. And what do I mean by bail technique? Think of it like the guy's hopping backwards. He's gaining depth in coverage. You know, that's what he's been instructed to do. It's like an outfielder in baseball, where they instruct you that after the baseball makes contact with the bat, your first instinct is to go backwards. Always go backwards because it's easier to come up than it is to go back. But that's always got to be your instinct. And the Seahawks, with the kind of coverages they run, ask for the same kind of stuff from their corners. And so those kind of instincts can be preyed upon by offenses by then attacking on comeback routes, which are the opposite of going deep. And that's a little bit of what happened there, I think, on Jaxon, on those plays. But this is also going to get many people, of course, hankering and hoping and praying and saying, come on, let's get Witherspoon back out there on the outside. Let's go. Let's make this happen. What are we waiting for here? Is that hammy ready yet? You ready yet, Witherspoon? Is it healed? Come on. We need you out there. But don't lose faith totally yet in Mike Jaxon, even on that first half of a performance. I think he still can be a player that can be pretty solid for us this year, especially if the best thing is to move Witherspoon into the slot. Jared G. Bell still looks really good, especially on that stunt that he flashed up the middle early on. Levi Bell, that he was looking really strong on that and supplied some pressure as well in addition to that. Looking good. Jared G. says, had to migrate to the Hawks Nest stream. Brendan was slandering Allers. Couldn't take it. Not my man Allers. Not the lefty prodigy. ADL Williams, my dog's nickname is Bobo. He's going to make the team so I can get her a Bobo dog jersey. There we go. Well, he keeps making catches like that. You know what I mean? Herbicide says Derrick ain't looking good. Derrick had a bit of a rough first half there. Yeah, wasn't getting really any separation. Gino had the throw, I think, on third down where Gino put it in a spot where, some receivers could get their hands up to make that catch. And with him there, he just didn't look like he was even in the vicinity of being ready to make that catch. And by the way, this whole Solo Stove commercial that they keep showing, can this make pizza look any better? I know you all are seeing this thing too. It was like they keep bringing it out, making that thing's going to sell so many of those stoves over this telecast. I've seen that commercial, I think, 45 times in the first half. And now I need a pizza. It's not a matter of I have a hankering. I could use a pizza right. Now I need a fresh homemade pizza. It's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, Herbicide, Derrick having a bit of a rough patch here in this first half, unfortunately. Hopefully he can turn it around. Hey, he says, just got back from watching live. How are we feeling? Those inside runs, I'm going to rock with Spoon, but I don't know. Offense looking promising, though. Yeah, inside runs were a little bit rough. That's where the Cowboys were going at you, was they wanted to go right up the middle. And they certainly, Rico Dowdle, 8 carries, 38 yards. I mean, him in particular. Cowboys did take a lot of swings, and you had some stops in there, too, with it. So it wasn't just all bad. It wasn't like they went 16 times for 150 in the first half. 4.4 yards per carry is not good. But it's not miserable either on the other side of that. So I guess it's to me more of, I'm not going to say mixed baggish, but it's a little bit more in a not disconcerting state. Let's say that. It was okay. Could have been better, but it was okay. So now time is a good time to remind you guys that this stream is sponsored by Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this next year. We're going to be doing fantasy football only streams here, not fantasy football only, but fantasy based streams on Saturdays on this channel as kind of a new show as part of this sponsorship. And if you go to Underdog Fantasy right now, where it's not just simply about, going in there and trying to pick teams and doing Vegas odds or stuff like that. This is actually playing against other people. This is actually then sometimes, it can be based on the skill aspect of, when a certain player is going to do this against a particular defense, and you can put together kind of the cross section of bets together to where the return's really nice. And you're picking players that you feel confident they're going to do this upcoming week this year. Not to mention, it's fun with the fantasy because every week the fantasy changes. You pick your new team every week. You don't have to figure out who to sit, who to start. It takes the best of your bunch and then makes the appropriate starters basically into who is the best team that you have submitted. If you go right now to Underdog Fantasy and you type in my code when you go in to sign up, NEST Nest, they will match you for up to $100 of your first deposit. So you can go to the Nest, you go there, support the channel, get yourself a free hundo in the back pocket. That ain't bad, is it? That ain't bad. And help support the channel in addition. Not to mention have some fun. I'm going to be on there, and we will be doing some shows based around this as well throughout the course of the season. Just some bets that I'm going to be making. You guys can see me either lose some money, win some money, however it goes. But I appreciate Underdog Fantasy for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest this year, supporting the channel as they do. And please do pop over there. Adds a little bit extra spice to the upcoming season, a little extra spice. New Black says, honestly, Underdog Fantasy pretty cool, just not for me. I understand, man. It won't be for everybody. And if it's not for you, no worries on that. And if the sport, that's why I want to do the fantasies on kind of a Saturday show where it'll be separate from the normal stream days that we go on, to where it's not in, if it's not your thing on it, then you don't have to. It'll just be one of those shows you happen to skip. But I do want to go down this for you because it's been something that's highly requested on the channel by my subscribers, commenters, and all that other stuff too. So it's a good marrying of kind of what's been a request out there as well. Cameron says MJ was looking a little rough out there as well. Good to see, fan. He was. MJ's stuff is, I'm not saying he's playing good, but some of it was kind of explainable too with what was happening. Smarter than Cowboys on some of their calls. Seth says, what is Bobo's role in the regular season offense with DK Lockett and JSN? It's probably your first guy off the bench, if not Derrick Young. And then it would appear that he can, as he won again here today on that sluggo route, he won on the outside again. So it would appear that he would be a guy that could be viewed as playing anywhere on that, X, Z slot. He can play wherever you kind of need him to play. His history was as a slot out there at UCLA at the end. So that's what he's been doing recently. But he also did a lot of outside stuff at Duke before he transferred to UCLA. Got a bit of it all to go on with his background. Wicked says, so is Derrick going to get cut? I don't know. It's only one game, and let's remember, he is just coming back from the sub-sports hernia situation. He hasn't probably been out there practicing as much in his full flow kind of state of things right now as it stands. So we probably got to give him a little bit of, let's give him a little bit of, come back from that a bit, right? He's just getting started back up again. Seahawks blue and green. If I was Locke, I would have gotten in the face of the guy who tried to take my knee out. Well, you've seen quarterbacks do it before, that's for sure. They get touchy when those guys get flown around down by their legs, but it's probably when you're not as much established guy as much as Drew is, you probably just have to you're just trying to just keep on the field and keep going. Sean says, Allers all second half, huh? Yeah, I don't know if this was the plan, Sean. I think Drew with that knee injury thing that popped up is, that's got them a little bit worried. So I think that's probably, they just didn't want to go out there and have him push it any further on that if it's already a little bit gimpy. And I would imagine that we're going to come to find out that Locke's got a sprained knee is what they'll be reported on. And if you want to go deeper, it's probably an MCL tear, which is the kind that takes 4 to 6 weeks and repairs on its own. But I would imagine that they had a lot of strong feeling it was something close to that. Sean McIntosh is still hurt. Yeah, unfortunately he is. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to be right back in just a minute or two here. About 60 seconds to get some more coffee and stuff. So please bear with me. I will be back in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. All right, folks, we are starting this back up here. Thank you, too, for hitting that like button. If you folks could for me, like what you're watching today, please do smack on that like button. We've got Seahawks on defense to start this off here. Oh, hey, man. That was a foul. I just went away for 2 seconds. Everything's already going here. Cowboys are on the other side of the Seahawks field here. I guess it was a good return. Throw was out, testing Trey Brown, it looks like, out on a flat route there, and he jumps right on top of the receiver, drags him to the ground. It'll be second down. What the hell happened here to begin this half? So Will Greer, short right pass to short pass to Demario Drummond. Okay. That's what got them up the field, was a little short pass. They took up the field there. Second down and 12. Nice job by Trey Brown there on the tackle. Another quick throw here by Greer. He'll make the catch down to the tight end. He'll get drugged down just short of the first down marker. Bring up third and short. Cowboys moving with some purpose to begin this half. 13-10 to go in the third quarter. 3rd and 2 for the Cowboys. Come up with a heavy formation. Looks like 3 tight ends here. Greer changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Play action pass. He can run with it or throw it. Either way, he chooses to throw with it, and he's got a first down. Seahawks were all amped up there to stop the run, and Cowboys just caught him overflowing. First and 10 from the Seahawks 24-yard line. Three wide receiver look, play action pass. Greer rolling to his right, throwing back to his left, finding a man. Miles Adams with a nice tackle. Rallying down the field is the defensive lineman to make I think it was about his 3rd or 4th tackle on the day here for Miles. It is a 10-yard gain, though. Cowboys going after the linebackers in coverage for Seattle. And then with the comeback routes on the outside, kind of the short stuff, when they can catch the Hawks leaning deep. 11:49 here, 1st and 10. The give is into the running back, a huge hole. Fights off the first tackle, spins out of it, and then he will get in for a touchdown. That's Deuce Vaughn. Another guy with a lot of hype, and you see why on that play. So quick, just scoots right through the hole. A big hole created there on that play. I mean, he just had you could have put a monster truck through that hole. Fights through Jarek Reed's tackle where Reed goes up too high, spins out of it, and it's a touchdown. So the Cowboys come back and answer on that drive pretty strongly. And Deuce Vaughn is going to continue to get his share of hype after that run. Tron says, Moneymaker says, you're a horrible play-by-play calling. Well, what do you really think, Tron? Not just bad, but horrible, huh? Well, appreciate that. That's definitely productive. And that helps. Always trying to improve here, brother. I love doing it. People love to watch it, so I'm going to keep doing it. But it's definitely something I always got to keep improving at. I'm new to it as well. So appreciate you giving it a try, though, man, even if it's not your bag. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you, man. We'll see if we got to answer back offensively on this one. Somebody mentioned we're going to have to maybe just outscore. Greg says we're going to have to outscore a lot of teams this year. Yeah, probably going to be the case. Yeah, that was a huge hole there for Deuce Vaughn. It was a good run to get through the tackle of Derrick. I mean, and he showed you he was quick, but your defensive line got rooted out of that hole pretty darn well. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate the kind words, you guys. I love doing it, and I'm going to keep trying to get better at it. So it's something I'm always trying to think about how I get better and keep it improving. So especially this year, just keep getting better. I love doing it. I appreciate you guys all watching as you do. S. Jamora, who's 57? I think you're looking at Radigan. We got Radigan and Young got a little bit toughened up on that drive. Let's call it that. They got a little bit of calluses built up there, right? Yeah, that's it. they just need to got to have these kind of bad plays so they can work it out of their system for the regular year. That's all they're doing here. You know what I mean? Legion of Spoon says that's how everyone wins by outscoring. It's the modern NFL, right, Legion? You just got to lean into it. You know, we got to get our mindset out of the old school of football style. We have the Legion of Boom days here, so it's still fresh in our minds as any fan base, but it's all about offense in the modern age, you know? It's all about the long ball. Defense is okay, but can you score? You know? Savings accounts are fine, but tell me about your stocks. 17-14, Seahawks. They're going to get the ball back here, and that kick is booted through the back of the end zone. 11:39 to go here in the third quarter. Fun little football game here this preseason period. Nitro says you do solid play-by-play calling. Got some room to grow, but it's pretty good. Thank you, Nitro. Why do I say this? I keep telling myself the inside linebacker will be Bobby and Bush, so it'll be okay. Laughing out loud. It's been a bit rough this preseason from the inside linebacker standpoint of things. And Bush has been pretty good. He was even okay there to begin things, but Radigan's definitely been, especially in coverage, really attacked, and he's not even been necessarily good as far as in the run game. All right, we got Holton Allers back out there in shotgun on 1st and 10. He's going to give the ball to the back, who has to sort of dance around a defensive lineman really quickly and then finally get up the football field for a very minimal gain. Appreciate you, Casey. All right, Holton Allers back under center now. Cowboys showing a cover 3 look. Seahawks with a 3 wide receiver look. Counter it. Holton rolling to his left, throwing back across. He's got a man open up the football field who takes a nice big whack, does Bobo right at the sideline, but does take it upfield for a nice little gain. That's where the defender, I think, gets confused with Holton, because you have the front side defender's unblocked and he's right in Holton's face, but you see a little bit of a hesitancy on his part because he's thinking maybe the guy's right-handed, so he's got to twist his body around, but Holton can just flick the ball out there on his left to that left side because he is a lefty. And Bobo with another big play. Big play, Bobo in the house. 1st and 10 up at the Seahawks 42-yard line. 2 wide receiver look. Gives to, looks like, not Dallas, that Thompson again. Gain of about 3 yards on just a little off tackle run. Not a lot of holes here early on for this rushing attack of the Seahawks, early or late. 2nd down and 7. He took the dirty 3 on that play. He took what he could get. Holton back under center. Got a 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver look. The give is going to be back to Derrick Thompson. He's got some space to work with here. Breaks off a couple tackles, and he's loose. Gets up the sideline, down for about a 20, 25-yard gain, but there's a flag on the play. Laundry on the field. Thompson can't believe it. A nice little run, bouncing off a couple tackles there. Flags on Herbert. I guess that's a backup tight end. Yeah, he got him. Jersey's definitely pulled. You can see it pretty clearly there on the replay. Nice little baby stiff arm from Thompson there. Just a little baby stiff arm, as Marshawn would say. Second down and 17. 9:22 to go here in the third quarter. Holden back under center. To play action pass. Quick pressure in his face. Gets it out to the back quickly, but the Dallas defense is all over, and this is going to be about a loss of 4 or 5 yards. Dallas not fooled in the least on that play. I don't know if that was trying to be kind of like a subtle screenplay. It wasn't really set up like your traditional looking screenplay. It just looked like a throw to the flat. But maybe he just got rushed by the pressure. Third down in 22 yards. 8:35 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks up 17-14. Old Nollers in shotgun. Cowboys showing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. We got another penalty flag on the ground. It's gotten a little sloppy here. And that will march Seahawks back by 5 yards as they have a false start. This on Greg Island, the guard. Third down and 27. I'm smelling a draw. How about you guys? Probably a draw play here. Cowboys again bring a lot of people up around the line of scrimmage. Allers throws it to Derrick Young. Derrick again can't really get back to make a play on the ball there. Has it knocked away. And that'll bring up fourth down. Wasn't going to get the first down anyway. But Derrick not looking the greatest on those trust throws. Hands looking a little bit rough right now. Michael Dixon will come out and hopefully see if he can flip this field position for the Hawks. Low snap. Dixon picks it up and sends a nice boomer deep. Boy, that thing hangs in the air too. Another flag. A little bit of room to get that ball back up the field for the returner, but not too bad. And a nice punt by Dixon. Boy, he knocked the hell out of that thing. He had both the distance and the height. Usually got to make a call to one or the other, and he said, I'll do both. And if we get a holding here, this will take this back even further. And indeed it is. All right, come on, defense. Let's get a little tougher on this drive, huh? Don't make that so easy this next time. What do we say? We got a commercial break. I'm just getting a cup of coffee. Be right back. Riverside Bobo made this team. He's two more catches tonight, 43 yards on 3 targets. I mean, it's going to be hard to keep him off. It might be an interesting discussion if we were at a spot with Eskridge being on this team, whether or not it's a matter of happening. But I think with Eskridge having the suspension, at least initially for that first 6-week period, there's no doubt that Bobo makes the team. And Derrick Young is certainly, maybe it's rough, maybe it's rust, but he's not looked strong to start things here. Yeah, I think notable guys in this game. Drew Lock obviously looked really good. Jaxon Smith looked really good. Zach Charbonnet had a really nice carry, and then the other 2 carries he didn't have a lot of room to work with. Bobo's looked good with his 2 catches. I think defensively, Boye Mafe really stood out. Sykes has flashed a couple times. Miles Adams has been active. Bush had 4 tackles for the little bit of time that he was in the game. Don't know if there's anybody else I'd point to aside from that. Derrick Hall has a quarterback hit. Don't think he's done a lot besides that. Geno was all right. And Chris Neslin, I agree, man. I think Boye Mafe is in for a big season. I think there's going to be somebody in this rotation that's going to have a hard time getting on the football field at times because you're liking insert player A being Uchenna or insert player B being Boye Mafe. It's going to make it real tough, I think, to take either of those two guys off the field unless you're just trying to give them a blow. All right, Greer back under center here. Handoff, and he's quickly drugged down in the backfield by Tariq Smith. The Ohio State product bounced off his tackle and got to the ball carrier quickly, dragging him to the ground. Love to see that. This is the kid you want to look at and chart in there as your... Well, he chased that backside down. Well, really nice job. Second down, a screenplay set up here. Seahawks are all over it and bring it down for another negative play. Back-to-back plays of negative yards. Benberg-Curvin snuffed this one out. And the running back couldn't even get up to get going there. Good job by the defensive line to also generate the pressure. Cowboys continue to run the hurry up here. 3rd and 14. Greer back in shotgun. 4 wide. Seahawks with a 4-man front. Looks like we got a false start. Cowboys trying to get, Seahawks don't get it. Dropping back, looking. He's going deep down the field. Some early contact before the ball arrived, but no penalty flag. Already burns the savvy vet in coverage, knows where that line is, knows how close to the line you can play and how much you can overstep it at times, maybe a little bit, as there is a little bit of contact there before the ball does arrive. Yeah, he's got his hands up on him. There's definitely some contact there. So Seahawks in the working in our favor penalties, that was certainly one right there that worked in our favor because by the letter of the law, he's draping all over him, not looking back and making contact before the ball arrives. That's as ADL Williams says, that's a little bit of a PI there. Space says that was clean. I mean, I'll call it a savvy vet play. How about that? New blocks, indeed. Tyreek Smith is a forgotten dude out there. He is a guy that you're looking as your fifth edge on this roster probably. And you sure would like to see if he can tap back into what at one time had a lot of people in Ohio State thinking he was going to be the next of a lineage of pass rushers to take his place in that group. All right, the punt from their own end zone as the Cowboys send this one out and deep. Dropping back deep is Tyjon Lindsey. Lindsey up the football field, and he's still going. Tyjon Lindsey, the USFL product, catches it Willie Mays style over his shoulder, flips back, front to back, goes wide, and gets himself up the full football field here in Seattle in Cowboys territory. Nice little spin there. And then shows off the wheels. Tyjon looking mighty comfy out there as a punt returner. 1st and 10. Nice job by the former Oregon State product. Allers back in shotgun here now on the Cowboys' 37-yard line, looking to throw. Waiting, flicks it out to the right, finds Tyjon Lindsey. He says, I just saw you do good things. Let me see if I can have you do good things again. And indeed, Tyjon does, catches the little crossing route for about a 7-yard gain. We'll call it more of a drag route there than a crosser. Nice throw by Allers. Nice catch by Lindsey. Reach out, pluck that thing out away from his body. 2nd down and 2. Allers guiding traffic, moving this guy that way, you there, you over here. Back under center. Sends a man back in motion. He gives to Sadodrick Thompson. Thompson with nowhere to go. Cowboys all over the backfield. It was like a big white flag came into the backfield of Cowboy jerseys, and they took him down for a negative 3-yard play. or 2-yard play. We'll call it 3rd and 4. $5:21 to go here in the third quarter. Hawks up 17-14. Allers back under center, 3 wide. Sadodrick Thompson all alone in the backfield. Cowboys bringing a good amount of guys up near the line of scrimmage here. They're trying to, looks like, almost snuff out the run. That's what they're feeling, and that's what it is. Seahawks run it right up the middle for a gain of 3 to Thompson. He's going to be just short of the first down marker. Cowboys were just feeling that as a run play all the way, which is odd because 3rd and 4, you think they would be leaning to pass. 4th and 1, Seahawks come up quickly here, showing a quarterback keeper play. Allers, I don't know what Allers was doing there. That was like Seahawks trying to run their version of the Jalen Hurts Eagles quarterback keeper on 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. Allers snapped the ball and then just seemed to have a brain fart moment. He just came to a stop like he was thinking about what he wanted to do next rather than hike, fall forward. He hiked and he sort of stood there and then he went, oh yeah, go forward. Maybe he wasn't expecting the snap. I'm not sure. Seahawks kind of rushed it a little bit. They came back to run it hurry up, hoping to catch them off guard, and it ended up just making the Seahawks look like they kind of over-rushed it a bit on the play. It's kind of like you got the loading screen moment. That's what Holton had there moment. He hiked the ball and was like, loading. Doot, 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 doot. He's like, okay, I can go now. If you're going to do the Eagles play, then you got to have the guys behind doing the pushing, right? You need the pushers in the back, you know? Yeah, I'd just rather go behind Bradford. I'll tell you, if I'm pick one guy down there, I'm certainly not going over Joey Hunt, chicken god, right? Let me pick the guy that's 5'10", 285, or the 6'4" guy that's 340. I'm going behind the 6'4" guy. Mr. Normie Bear says hesitated way too much. He did, man. It just like, okay. It's like he thought somebody said pause or something. It was a very strange play. Yeah, Legion, I agree. I think it was too rushed. Get up to the line and get everything set. You're already going to, if you're catching the team defense unaware, you're catching them unaware. Don't try to do it to where I never like it when the offense ends up rushing itself too fast because they want to catch the defense, not setting up. But when it was obvious there that the defense wasn't caught in a personnel switch situation and that they had the guys on the field and that they were going to get able to set up in time, everybody as much in time as your offensive line, you end up just rushing your offensive line to do something that you don't have to do that there. Get everybody up and get everything under control. But that's something with a third string guy that, you know, these are the kind of mistakes a guy like that will make in those moments, and it's understandable. G's Taco is definitely a technical difficulties moment. His stream cut out. It became all pixelated there. Just he became pixelated on the screen. He went from like 1080p to 360. And very teachable moment, Stuart. Very teachable. Yeah. All right. Seahawks defense is going to come back out on the field here now. And Will Greer still on the field here for the Cowboys at quarterback. Cowboys in a 2 wide receiver, 2 tight end look. Hawks countering with a 4-man front, whatever you want to call it there with the outside linebackers. The give is going to be down to the running back, Levi Bell, doing a great job scraping down the line of scrimmage to get the back, Deuce Vaughn, corralled and dragged down to the ground. Nice job by the defensive linemen at the point of attack, too, holding up their blocks, keeping their gaps under control so the unblocked Levi could get down the line of scrimmage to the ball carrier. Greer drops back to pass, throws it out into the flat quickly, and Looks like Artie Burns again there on the play makes a quick tackle of it. It'll be just a couple yards on the gain. Third down and 8 here for Greer. Back in shotgun. 4 wide. Going to throw. Quick pressure there from Miles Adams in pursuit. And boy, finds a man deep down the field for about a 15, 16-yard gain there on 3rd and 8. Man, you hate to see that where your defensive line gets the early pressure. Quarterback just has to move away from the pressure, but then finds a guy standing wide open with nobody near him. Kobe Bryant, the nearest man in coverage there. First and 10, Cowboys just on the side of the Seahawks side of the field. 4-man front again here. Greer's going to run with this one, and he's going to get a gain of about 6 yards or so, 6 or 7 yards there. I will say this, for the folks looking at the Seahawks defense, wondering if there is, them working a lot of different intricate things or running a variance of things, there is a lot of cards close to the vest here in the Seahawks defensive, calls. They're basically running a 4-man front all day long. They're not even running really true blue 3-4 stuff at times for the most part. And so this is really your traditional vanilla type defense that you would see in a preseason. 2nd and 3, Deuce Vaughn here on the running game. He takes it for about 3-yard gain, but that will be enough to get a first down. There are at times bringing a little bit of an extra defender down the box as far as the safety is concerned to bring a little bit of help over there. But for the most part, it just looks like they are just kind of just dropping into their zones. There was some blitzing earlier on in the game, but it does seem like it's being dialed back to your atypical norm of what you might see in preseason. The old style of preseason was sometimes you didn't even call defense, you just had the guys go up and line up and play. Snap here is a little bit too early to Will Greer. He's not ready for it. He was trying to call the protections. Ball bounces in at his feet. We have a flag on the play. He picks it up and then falls down. He just wasn't ready. Cowboys were still in motion on the play. That will be declined by the Carroll, and that will bring up 2nd down as it's already a negative play with it being shotgun snapped at his feet prior to him being ready. Second down and 12. Cowboys on the 39-yard line of the Seahawks. 1:09 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Got an empty look here from the Cowboys. Seahawks jump off sides. Cowboys got a free play that the officials are going to rule it dead instead. Seahawks getting just a bit jumpy there. Just getting a little wee bit jumpy there. And that was Ferguson. Guys trying to go out there and make some hay. He was getting hungry there. He knew it was going to be a pass. 55 seconds to go here in the 3rd quarter. Second down and 7. Another empty look here for the Cowboys. Greer dropping back to pass. Looking, got a man right up the middle of the field there. Wide open again. And this will be another 15, 16-yard play. Some big holes in this Seahawks zone defense tonight at times. Some good, some bad. It's on both sides of it with both aspects of playing defense and stopping the run and stopping the pass. But in certain respects, for every little bit you're doing good, there's some bit on the other side of it you're doing bad. The Cowboy quarterbacks now are 10 of 28 for 198 yards and a touchdown. Playing pretty efficiently. And Will Greer's definitely probably giving you a harder time here, and that will be the end of the 3rd quarter. DVN says, yeah, they aren't trying to give out all their cards. You can tell. It just looks like that to me. I'm not seeing anything that's anything close to being creative as far as what they're employing. And I get that. I'm not complaining about that, by the way. This is, why should you show stuff? My only counter with that in wonder, though, is that if your intention is to have Jamal Adams come back and be blitz heavy and be able to work that aspect of your team and your game, you've got to be good at it. And you have to have some tape where you've run it in order so that you can instruct it right. And maybe they just have so much confidence with guys like Bobby and Jamal that they don't need that, and they'll be able to run it once those guys are in there and it'll be just all fine. But that's the one part of that I always wonder with this is if you don't work on the preseason and you don't really have a lot of hitting you can do in training camp, when do you work on it? And then you just hope to implement it live. That sometimes seems to me to be a hard thing to pull off, but not impossible. Sean says, have not been impressed by the secondary today. Indeed not. Indeed not. There's not been many plays to be seen in that secondary today. There's a lot of wide open spaces. That's how that song go. Wide open spaces. Been a lot of those out there in the secondary. Jared G says, Chenna's got that bucket hat on. He's making me want to have a bucket hat. Chenna on the sideline. I keep seeing it. I need a bucket hat and sunflower seeds when they're now. I don't know why. I've got a hankering for him. Chris says, lots of learning this week. Monday's going to suck when they watch. Yeah, there's a lot of teaching tape here. That's for sure. Chicken says, after today, I think the left cornerback spot is wide open between Trey Brown and Jaxon. Let the best man win. I'll say that to it in my side of it. And it does make me wonder a little bit with this as well. And, the move of Kobe Bryant out there to safety now, should Kobe be in this mix? Are we sure those other two guys are for sure better than Kobe Bryant if he's playing out there? I don't know. We'll see on that. Seward says it's okay not being creative if you execute. It's true. True. S. Jamora says, what is our time of possession? The time of possession in this game has been 26 minutes and 14 seconds to the Cowboys and 18 minutes and 46 seconds to the Seattle Seahawks. Okay, start of the fourth quarter now. Greer back under center here on the 19-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. 3 wide receivers. Give is into the tailback. He is quickly drugged down by John Radigan from his ankles. Nice play there by Radigan. Radigan did a good job of reading that and getting back to the ball carrier before the duo block could slide off and get to him. Nice job. 2nd down and 11. It's where some of this has been good. You've had some negative run plays. You've had some penetration. Just hasn't been consistent. Derrick Hall and Tyreek Smith, your 2 edge guys here on 2nd and 11. A little bit of pressure up the middle. Winds away. That ball's going to be picked. Trey Brown with the interception, and he's up the football field. Nicely done. Trey Brown on 2nd and 11 hits the undercutting route. Jumps it. Clean pick. Bad decision for Greer, who was flush from the pocket. I think that might have been one of the few times you actually had this. He got away with the hold, too. I just mentioned about Seattle playing vanilla, and I always keep coming back to this. Anytime we ever do run pressure or we show a pressure look, it just always seems to bring something fruitful with it. And here you finally do bring a pressure-based look on now finally here after running so much vanilla this half. And then you force an interception by causing the pressure in the quarterback to get his clock sped up and then make a throw that, he was trying to just make to make a play happen. But nice play by Trey Brown. That was sweet. That was definitely a sweet play by him. Good to see somebody. We were just talking kind of shading the secondary a little bit about, somebody come out and make a play. Somebody come out here and do something. Is everybody going to get gassed up tonight? Is everybody going to take their turn, making it their turn? But nice play. D-Boy, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Roland says no first-string running back should ever start a preseason. No, they shouldn't. There's just no reason. There's no reason. Stewart says we tied up our laces in wide open spaces just watching the Cowboys run. Oh, let's go, Trey. Trey's playing actually okay today. He also has got a stop for a loss in this game. On play, he jumped. I know we were shading the secondary, but I mean, outside even that corner, outside that pick, even that, he's probably, of the rest of the guys, played the best of the bunch. Nice pick there. 5 tackles for Trey, a tackle for loss, a pass defensed. How about Tyreek Smith with 4 tackles in this game? Sure would be nice to run the football a little bit here now on the other side of this through the rest of this game. Just a little bit. Flying chickens in the barnyard. Ron, I think Jake Bobo's making a strong case for the 4th wide receiver spot, which is crazy because he's way better than a 4th wide receiver. Indeed. As I call these problems, Ron, they're absolutely first world problems, and you love to have them, and it's a good issue to have. So having that depth, you oftentimes have to call upon it. Luckily, with Tyler and DK, they've been remarkably healthy over the last few years in order to where we haven't had to do that. But if you do, you may have a guy over there that is indeed legitimate enough to where you can trust in him a bit. And that is a highly beneficial thing to have on a football team, especially in now these 17-game seasons, especially now when we get the 2 Thursday night games. 1st and 10 here for Allers. He will play action pass, rolling to his left, finding the running back in the flat, tight end in the flat there for a gain of about 6 yards. 14:01 to go here in the 4th quarter. Seahawks up 17-14. Nelson West, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do really appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button for me. It does help the channel out, helps the channel grow tremendously. I do appreciate it, all that good stuff. And, yeah. 2nd and 4, sorry. Allers under a little bit of pressure, rolls to his left. I think he's going to scramble this, and this kid's going to scramble. Gets himself the first down, gets himself down. Nicely done. Good decision-making there for the kid. He definitely is willing to use his legs. That is for sure. Nice job by the running back there to pick up the defensive lineman and flush him inside there. Legit really good play there by the back on that blitz pickup. Dollars. Give him a little first down flick. 1st down and 10. Allers back under center here. The give is going to be inside for about a gain of 2 or 3. We got a new running back. Is that Co back out there? Who is this? Or Tulapapa. I think that's actually Tulapapa. Okay. Couple yards for Tulapapa. Continues to be kind of tough sledding here for the Seahawks run game today. 2nd and 8. Allers in a pistol look. Rolls to his right. Looking. Uncorks the pass, and he completes it down in there to Tyjon Lindsey. Those two guys are having a nice little connection here early on. And that will be another 1st down. Good job rolling to his right as a lefty, having to make that throw. That's not easy necessarily, even though it's a good job by Lindsey of just sitting down in the right spot of the zone. Wide open there. Tough, tricky little throw, though. It's like a righty trying to move to their left and throw it. 1st and 10, 11:43 to go on the clock here in the 4th. Seahawks just on the Cowboys side of the field. Allers drop back to throw. He's going to let this thing go deep. And he's got a man. Hall was the intended receiver out there, one of your back-end guys on the roster from the receiver standpoint. And boy, if I'm Allers, I'm a little annoyed here with Hall because he doesn't really get his eyes up to recognize the ball's coming in. It's almost like he had decided the ball wasn't coming, and you can see Allers slapping his hands. You got to get your head around, receiver. I put that ball right in a spot where you could have caught it. I mean, it's a brilliant throw. And And we got a fumble here, sack fumble. Aller's able to recover it. You're a guy in the back end of the roster, you need to make a play. You need to get your head around. And this will quickly bring this drive to a sudden halt. I think the receiver just had decided the ball wasn't coming in. You can't do that as a receiver. 3rd and 15. Little delay here to the running back. He's going to take it up the football field, break a couple tackles, a couple stiff arms, and he's still in the open field dancing up the football field, and he's still in bounds all the way down to the 15-yard line to Derrick Thompson with the run of the night. I mean, you want to talk about just making it happen from a will standpoint. It's a great call by Waldron. Caught the Cowboys completely off guard. Great slide laterally. Just kind of, he almost slid laterally all the way to the sideline to break 2 tackles. And then after all that momentum to guide him back over to that sideline, still was able to keep the balance inside to keep his feet, get up another 10, 15 yards. Looks like they might challenge the spot of this. He might have been out of bounds. Kenneth Walker pumped up, no doubt about it, over there. DJ Dallas too, hyping him up over there. But a great job of you're going lateral, and then getting up and then keeping those feet in as long as he did, however long he did. But a great run by Derrick Thompson. He made that first down run happen. A very good draw too, delayed draw, because sometimes you run that delayed draw and it's Allers did a good job of this. The timing of the offense was good with this, where you do the delay and then you just quickly give it to the guy rather than really give it a beat. Give it a beat there. Let everybody start to drop in coverage like you think, that make them really think it's a pass play, and then go to give it to the running back. The timing on that was absolutely perfect for all of the blocks to kind of cement up as you would like to see there. He's got a baby Marshawn stiff arm. I'll tell you that. He's got a little baby stiff arm. That's just a little baby stiff arm. Jared G. Allers hasn't looked bad, man. He was 4 of 4 last week. I think he's had a drop or 2 today. He's 5 of 7 for 39 yards. He's also doing a good job of using his legs. 4 carries, 19 yards. He's been fun. Sometimes these third stringers come in and it's just, non-functional, throwing balls in the dirt, inaccurate, no arm strength, in over their head. You know, he's got that gamer kind of mentality where you can see he's just going to let it loose. And I'll tell you, that throw on that deep route, I'd be pissed. Like, I put that thing right in the only place that you could catch it on a 9 route. I even put the ball there before the safety got there and lit you up. You would have caught it before the safety ever made any kind of collision with you. You would have been far out of bounds. What are you looking for there? I don't know. I'm just, I'm the 9th guy on the roster. Are you really going to throw it to me? Yes. This is your chance. This is your opportunity. Turn the head around. Look for it. Kelly says, how about Trey Brown? My goodness, I just knew a comeback season was coming. He looked good on that. And nice timing, too. When you got a team down the red zone, you get yourself an interception. That is very good timing, especially when you're trying to hold on to the lead like we are like right now. Plus, Max is Dallas challenging a flag wasn't thrown on the run. Deviant says he's our answer back for Vaughn. He's just our version of Vaughn, man. That's right. And with the beast mode curse, we need as many backs as we can get. Did they get him out of bounds here? They were challenging it. I'm sure the Cowboy coaches saw. Let's see here. Yeah, he probably stepped out right there. Still a first down, though. And still a tremendous run. Just couldn't quite keep it in right there. He was so violent getting lateral there. I can't blame him. I mean, he put that foot in the ground and went lateral twice, as hard as he could. You start getting that much momentum going to your left, it's hard to then just slide right upfield. First down, though, for the Seahawks, and they have themselves a nice little drive rolling here now. Mark, thank you for mentioning that. Please hit that like button, sub on up if you're not already. Join Nelson West aboard the TheSeahawksNest this upcoming season. We'll be doing the play-by-play all throughout the upcoming year. All righty. First down and 10. Seahawks on the 25 of the Cowboys. 10:28 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Seahawks are up 17-14. Allers back in shotgun. Sadadrick Thompson to his left. 4 wide receivers. Cowboys got a 5-man front, 4-man front they're showing. Allers looks left, comes back right, going up over the top. Just throws it outside the grasp of Derrick Young, who had gotten up and over the top clean. Allers did just throw this one out of bounds, not giving Derrick a chance there to really go and make a play. He was open, but Allers probably trying to be very protective of that safety closing over the top. Second out and 10. Give is got a read option keeper. Allers keeps it and then loses the defensive end in the open field. The defensive end looked like he had a beat on him. And Allers gave him a little bit of what they call in the basketball courts the hezzy. That's short for the hesitation. And that little hesitation got him to stop his feet. Allers restarted his feet and then was able to get himself out there. Nice job by Holton. Yeah, Gino giving a little bit of that hezzy. A little bit of that hezzy. Huh? Third down and 3. Seahawks trips to the short side of the field. They bring the man in motion pre-snap. He's trying to go deep down the field here into the end zone and just out past the outstretched hands, incomplete. Nice play down there by the cornerback. I believe that was that kid Hall that was the intended receiver here. Cowboys had a lot of pressure really quickly in the face of Allers there. He couldn't really get that throw in the place I'm sure he'd like to have gotten it, and there wasn't really any separation either. So Jason Myers will come out and see if he can remain perfect for the day here. Extend this lead to 6 points. He is set up. Dixon with the hold. And the kick is through, just through the inside of the left upright. So 20-14 is now the score. 9:38 to go. Another well-balanced game here from the Seahawks team overall, where this is like I talked about last week. It's another game that's very much a team-based victory here if they pull this off, where you're looking at it and you're saying, everybody kind of came in at some point or another to do their part here in this, including the special teams holding up their end of the bargain, which they certainly have. Snapped his ankles. Jose House, Mike Morris isn't playing today. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury. Jared G says Allers looks like a young quarterback, raw, but he has talent. Not like watching Corral or Duggan. Shots fired, Jared G. Hey, he's looked good. For a third string guy on the practice squad, I'm going to feel mighty fine about what I'm seeing from Allers. Dare I say, impressive. And Sean, yeah, let's get the D tightening up now. I like this as a situation for the defense. I like this for Clint Hurt to give him this kind of situation. How are you going to call this game now, Clint? You got a 6-point lead. You got a little bit of breathing room. There's a feeling here of, well, okay, let's just drift back and be a little soft in our approach. Let's make them earn it all the way up the field. They haven't had an easy time of getting down there on us today so far with only 14 points scored. Let's make them really earn it, or get a little aggressive at points here on this drive. Press things up a little bit. Test to see if you can get them a little uncomfortable. After all, part of what caused that interception was you bringing pressure. And I would love to see that if we could. Gene D, is Bobby Wagner going to start, or is he a backup? Oh, Gene, he's a starter. He'll be starting. They just don't need to want to play him in the preseason. He doesn't need it. Megan says, just got back from spending time with Ollie for his birthday. Said to say hi to everybody, especially Brandon and Pumpkin at the Hawks Nest. Well, thank you. Tell Ollie I said hi. I'll tell Pumpkin when she wakes up that he said hi as well. But happy birthday, Ollie. Hope it was a good one. Ethan Toro, who's the quarterback for the Cowboys? That would be Will Greer. Will Greer. I believe a West Virginia kid, right? 9:38 here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 20-14 on the Dallas Cowboys. Jason Myers is going to send this kick back to about the 2-yard line. Cowboy returner is going to bring it back here. Seahawks coverage unit all over it. Tyreek Smith does a good job bringing the man down. Tyreek's having a very good game here. Quietly, a very, very solid game from Tyreek Smith. Interesting, too, is Seahawks have taken the course of action here on kickoffs of putting it down still at the 2-yard line with Jason Myers, getting air underneath it, put it at the 2-yard line, trust our coverage unit, see if we can stop him at the 17, 18, 15-yard line. We're not seeing Dallas on the other side of it do that fair catch call, which you now can do, getting the ball automatically at the 25-yard line, which has been kind of interesting. All right, so we got 1st and 10. Cowboys coming out with the 2 wide receiver look here, 2 tight ends. Will Greer coming out under center. Handoff back up over the A gap. Seahawks are all over it. Multiple defenders down there. Ferguson first on the scene with the tackle. Greer back under center. Same kind of look here. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers, another handoff up the middle there. Looked like he was drugged down or knocked off his feet, bounced off his feet back on his knees, back to his feet, and then ran it for a couple more yards. I guess he had just tripped up on his own. Still, it will be about 3rd down and short here. We're showing the weirdest stat for Tyler Lockett right now. So strange. Looks like we're going to get a timeout here on the field. They show with Lockett, they're like trying to show a stat for Lockett of how good he was last year, and they go 13.3 yards per catch, 27th best in the NFL. Like, okay. You can tell that this is not the normal coverage units on this stuff. We got another challenge flag, I guess, here. I think the Hawks are going to challenge whether or not he was actually down initially before he got back up again. It looked weird, like he was tackled and then just got up and started running again. Roland Connor says, does Lockett have an actual mustache or not? It depends what country you are and what guidelines they have for what's considered a mustache or not. There's really no firm answer on this one. Even in certain states, it would be a different answer. You know, if we were in Alabama, it's one answer. So undetermined, I think, is where we're at with that. That's one shiny head. Locke's just bought it. You know, he's owned it, man. I'd own it too. If I start losing my stuff, I'm going bald too. You guys are I'm going full Bruce Willis style on the channel if it starts thinning for me either. So I ain't knocking him for it. I ain't going to knock it. I'll do it too. Connor says, I thought he was down by contact. I did too. It looked like somebody got a hand on him. He didn't just fall on his own. Inudor says, I just started watching, who performed well. I think Drew Lock in short stint before he had a guy go into his knee looked really good. Bobo's looked good again. Allers has looked pretty good. Boye Mafe was really strong again initially. I mean, he's been excellent throughout the preseason here to begin things. Tyreek Smith has been quietly pretty good, I think, today. Tyjon Lindsey. Jaxon Smith-Njigba, 2 receivers that have played well in this game. Tyjon, 2 catches, a good return. Jackson, 3 catches, 58 yards in a very short short stint. Jackson's just going to get a lot of catches this year. He's going to get one of those games where you're like, he's already 100 yards. Feels like he's only got like 4 catches. How did he get to this spot already? He's going to be one of those kind of guys. You can just kind of feel that a little bit. Zach Charbonnet and Sedodrick Thompson have looked good as running backs as well. Sedodrick, 7 carries, 37 yards, 5.3 yard per carry average. Zach Charbonnet, 3 carries, 31 yards, but it was really on the back of a 29-yarder that helped him get there. They've looked pretty good as well. Let's see here. Was he tackled or not? Yeah, that's a tackle. Is that Tyreek Smith? Smith continuing a very good day. And this is where the officials are in a bind because it's a face mask. But you can't call the face mask on replay technically, right? So you just have to call it a tackle. Awkward. Makes it a little tough for the officials. Like, oh, we missed that one. Nice job by Tyreek. We got 3rd and 9. Seahawks bringing a pressure-based look. They drop out of it. Full Greer. Derrick Hall's about to get his first sack of his career. Let's go, Derrick Hall. Big and strong. Came right off the edge here with the long arm bull rush. I've told you guys he's got 3 main pass rush moves he can go to, but these pass rush moves can make him effective. We saw last week how that step inside when he can plant outside with that outside foot and then bounce inside. He's got such a springiness to him that he can be problematic on that. Seahawks got themselves a punt block. This ball's in the end zone. Picked up by the Cowboy player. He steps out of bounds. And that will be a safety. Seahawks special teams is going to put a nice big fat exclamation point on this one. The receiver Hall, who's had a bit of a rough night as a receiver, able to come through. Bobo smiling as well. Did Bobo make that happen? Let's see. Well, it looked like it was Hall able to get back and through there. Bobo was right behind him, but Hall did a great job with the effort to get back there and block that kick. Cowboy definitely stepped out of bounds. This will be a safety. There we go. All 3 phases of the football game working for the Seattle Seahawks today. No matter whether or not they've dink and dunked you with the passing or not, whether or not you're looking at them, with a couple guys, a guy like Rico Dottle with 8 carries and 38 yards. They're at 14 points. You're 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. You're now going to be over a touchdown ahead of them and get the ball. And it's been a total team effort that's caused it once again to happen here. And this is such an important part because I said last week, and it remains just as much true today, this is the blueprint for how Seattle Seahawks win football games. You have teams out there that have a blueprint for maybe it's their quarterback that helps them win it. Right? Maybe it's a guy like Burrow and it's on your back. You got to win us these games. Other guys like Mahomes, it's on your back. You got to win us these games. You can have then those franchises that I would say have to do a little bit more of a coaching manufacturing a little bit to make it happen. A Giants team with Wink Martindale and his heavy blitz approaches, and then Brian Daboll is an offensive-minded guy to kind of work around what I would call the limitations of a Daniel Jones. With this team, the way they win, the way they get it done is by having all 3 phases work and work strongly together. And it's, it's like the circle of trust. And when it all comes together, you can see how the plan just makes a ton of sense. And it's purposeful. This is how we built this team. We've invested in the kicker. We've invested in the punter. We bring people on based on how they can play special teams. We make it a point of emphasis. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Seattle Seahawks. Let's see if we can button this one down, put this baby to bed. They have a 22-14 lead here, 8 minutes to go. Allers under center with a 3 wide receiver look here. The give is going to be inside. Looks like Sedodrick Thompson with a gain of about 2 or 3 yards there. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Taker610 for the double dono. Says, just saw Jarek Reed's miss that tackle on Deuce Vaughn. Ouch. Yeah, not good. It's hard to tackle guys up around their neck, You got to get a little lower. He's a small guy, so it's hard to get down to those little baby thighs. They're almost at ground level. But that's where you got to tackle those guys. And it makes it hard when they've got that low center of balance, those 5'5" guys. There's not many of them out in the NFL world. Allers in shotgun, a little bit of a loopy snap there. He recovers on it well. Throws a beautiful throw out to Tyjon Lindsey. Lindsey not able to reel it in, but boy, just tremendous ball placement there by Drew Lock. Or not Drew Lock, looking like Drew Lock. Holton Allers. He put this ball, and he's done a good job of this a couple times, of even on these throws that are deeper down the field, he's putting it in only the spot his guy can go and make a play on it. Either his guy's getting it or nobody's getting it. And as you can see here, he puts it in the hands of Tyjon Lindsey. And if I, as a quarterback, put it in my receiver's hands, it's a tough catch. Don't make no mistake about it. That's hard, but I've done my job as a quarterback. Like what I'm seeing out of Holton. He drops back to throw here again. He's got some quick early pressure. He's going to try to run up the football field. He's got some room to work. He is still moving up the field. That's not Holton Allers. That's Holton Vick going up the football field right now. That's where that lefty's coming from. He's just part of the family. You better account for him. You better quarterback spy him. You better not ignore him, or you will get beat by the Allers. Nice little scramble by Holton, who continues to just play with a ton of heart out there. Seahawks back on the Cowboys side of the football field, 1st and 10. And we're going to have a false start here from the right tackle. Holton with more rushing yards right now than passing yards. That's on McKenzie, the right tackle, as the Seahawks are firmly now to the third string offensive lineman nearly all the way across the board. Holton under center, 1st and 15. Tyjon Lindsey goes in motion. Comes back in motion the other way. The give is going to be a fly sweep to Tyjon Lindsey. He dances out of 2 tackles, tries to get out of a third, and it's going nowhere. Seahawks run their first fly sweep of the game, and it looks like we might have a fumble. No, they're saying the ball is down on the ground, or the officials. Love the timing of the call. Hawks haven't run a fly sweep all game long, and when they run it, the Cowboys run it like they've been running them all day. Ooh. Might have another challenge here, as that's a very close play. Cowboys might just for the hell of it challenge it, even if it wasn't close. Seahawks come out in shotgun here, 2nd and 18. Allers back in shotgun. Whips it back over the middle of the field. Nice job there hitting the tight end. It's a good little gain of 10 yards to make this a 3rd and makeable. Nice decision making there by Allers. 5:27 to go here in the 4th quarter, and the clock continues to run. That was Herbert, by the way. Probably the fifth string tight end of the roster, something like that. Just behind Mabry. 3rd down and 9. Allers back in shotgun again here. Cowboys showing a little bit of a pressure-based look. Are they going to bring the blitz? They got a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. Read it, Allers. And they got a lot of guys up around the line. They are bringing the spy on him this time. He runs around and finds an open man, and he's got himself a 1st down. Allers, great job, man. This kid is just playing very smart. Rolls out to his left. Feels the fact he's got a quarterback spy this time. I mean, the Cowboys had a guy specifically set to just watching him on that play. They didn't even bring him on the blitz. But Allers, Holton Vick, he paid it little mind. And Tyjon Lindsey with another nice little catch out there on 3rd down. The USFL product is making some noise here in this game. 1st and 10 from the Cowboys' 33-yard line. Sondre Thompson in the backfield. Allers is going to give it to him. He's got a little bit of room to work with here. Quickly closes up, though. Only a gain of about 3 yards there. Looked like that was going to be a little bit more, but quickly shut down. Second down and 7. 3:42 to go. Clock starting to become an important part of the Cowboys process here. Stoddard Thompson looking a little winded back there. It's a lot of snaps. He's going to get the give again here. Stutters his way, spins his way out of the first tackler, and finds his way for a good gain of 4 yards where he has to make a lot happen on that run. Nice stutter cut. He moved off the stutter cut to a spin move off of a broken tackle. Nice little job of chaining those moves together. He was trying to tap out on the previous play where he tapped his head to try to get a new back in there, but the coaching staff said, no, stay out there. And then they gave him the ball on top of it. You know, he is he's sucking wind right now. Poor guy. Coach, just give me timeout. Just let it roll down. And that's just what they're going to do, is roll down and call a timeout. So Seahawks called their first timeout here of the half. This will get down to 2:43 to go. 3rd down and 3. Nice little drive going on here. Seahawks blue and green. Is Thompson our 4th running back? No, he would be technically your 5th or 6th. I mean, Kobach is not playing because I think Kobach's got a bit of an injury problem going on from last week. So where the coaching staff stands between those two guys, I'm unsure. But it does come down to those two, and you're probably going to have both of those two on your practice squad. So it's really irrelevant which one's 5 and which one's 6. They both become the guys that are on your practice squad. You know, and that's kind of their bottom line of who they are, where they're going. In utero might be the deepest Hawks team since 2014. I think undoubtedly it is in utero. I really do. I think you have not been anywhere in this territory since that time period. And it might even be deeper than the 2014 team. Maybe not as talented as on the top end, but maybe deeper. So 3rd down and 3 now here for the Seahawks coming out of the timeout. Allers under center. They got trips to the right side. Play action pass. Allers looking. Doesn't look like he's got anybody to throw to there and ends up just throwing it out of bounds. I'm sure he was told there, look for a read or two. If you don't see it, we'll take the field goal. We'll be up by more than a touchdown. Just don't throw a ball that's going to be in trouble, you know, that has any potential of being picked there. This will bring out Jason Myers now, 2 for 2 in this game. About a 40-yarder, somewhere in that neighborhood. Kick is up, and the kick is arching to the left, and that will be no good. I was just about to say, there's the special team showing you why they're important here, capping it off, and the Myers just pushed it to the left side there. So the Cowboys have a little bit of breath of life here, 22-14. They can potentially come back up here still within striking distance. Roland says, Myers scaring me, and it's only August. Well, 2 for 3. Yeah, that was it wasn't the toughest kick he'll have to make out there. Kickers tend to like to be on one hash or another. I'll say that. They're not always a fan of being straight up down the middle. But pushed a little bit wide. All right, 2:32. Cowboys out in shotgun, 4 wide. Seahawks showing cover 2 on the back end with a 4-man front. Greer steps up into the pocket, throws it underneath. He has a man, 10, 15, 20, 23-yard gain there. Kobe Bryant comes up and lays a nice lick on Cropper, the receiver, but not before he's done a lot of damage on that catch. Right up near the midfield stripe, just on the Seahawks side of the field. 1st down and 10. Greer quickly back into shotgun again. He's got a man open underneath there. Almost throws another interception to Boykin. He had a guy wide open underneath and just got locked in looking down the field. We do have a flag on the play. Maybe that's why Boykin was so close in coverage. And indeed, they're going to call pass interference on the Seahawks on this play, so it'll be an automatic 1st down. That would seem to be maybe why I guess Boykin was as close as he was. Stuart says Myers being paid an awful lot to push a 40-yarder twice. To push a 40-yarder. Push wide a 40-yarder. Yeah, not good. Quick little throw here on 1st and 10 for about 5 yards on a little stop route there, which is easily completed, and that will take us down to the 2-minute warning with the Cowboys driving here. King Bomber, wonder why Draymond Jones wasn't playing? He played, but he played like 3 snaps. He was technically on the field, though. Chris says we doubt the Cowboys because they are the most average collection of extraordinary players that seem to get just good enough to crush your hopes as a fan. It's okay. We were once there. Yeah, we were once there for sure, man. I often say and truly believe it that it's the worst place to be in it from a fan standpoint and from a franchise standpoint, and that's that in-between phase of things where you're not quite making progress, you're not quite ascending. You know, you're not quite being bad either. You actually can play some good football on the other side of it too, but you're never moving towards a point of greatness. And it does seem like the Cowboys are always moving to a point of being just a little bit better than average. Hey, Sam Dog getting on TV, man. There you go, Sam Dog. King Bomber Metcalf didn't play, but yeah, Draymond played he'll be logged for 4 snaps. Kelly's all in on the Trey Brown season. Kelly, no more Mike Jackson. It's all about the Trey Brown. I get it. He makes plays like that. He can start for me too. Gene says, is Witherspoon going to be a starter or is it Mike Jackson? I do think Mike's going to eventually start there and that the thought process is to move Witherspoon into the slot, at least this year, Gene. Not to say that Witherspoon may not end up by the end of the year out on the outside, but I think initially early on that he's going to go into the slot first when he comes back. All right, so we got 2 minutes left to go here. John Hobbs says, oh, well, I guess the Cowboys have a really nice stadium, laughing out loud. Well, they've always got that to fall back on, man. You're right about that. New Black says that's the Vikings as an entire franchise. Vikings have 0 Super Bowls, but the number 3 winning percentage in NFL history for a franchise. I didn't know that second part, New Blacks. That's brutal. Including, I think in the 70s, they had 4. Did they have 4 Super Bowls they went back to with the Purple People Eaters? 4 Super Bowls back to back to back to back, and they lost all 4. All like the Bills. Yeah, that is the way that the Vikings are as well. And, you know, I've had this growing developing theory about it. Obviously, we went into the same road a little bit, I think, through the late teens. But you have to realize what you are as a franchise. And I say that there's four places a franchise finds itself in. There is the rebuild. There is the ascent. There is the in-between. And then there is the elite status where you're truly in a Super Bowl window. You know, you're that kind of contender. And you're in one of those 4 states. We got 2nd and 5 here with a 2-minute warning now on the other side of things. It's going to be a delayed handoff here, and a great job is that Bell there on the play. Looked like it was Levi Bell getting down the line there to be all over that give. Cowboys are going to come up in a hurry up here. 1:44 to go, 3rd and 3. Seahawks coming out in a little bit of a tighter alignment. Quick throw. Ooh, not a good throw there. Outside of the grasp of the receiver, couldn't make the catch. Greer had him open, but that's probably one of Greer's more poor throws on the day. 4th down and 3. Here it is. Maybe game right here. Will Greer back in shotgun. 3 wide receiver look. Seahawks showing sort of a cover 3 look. And the Cowboys are going to call a timeout and think this went over a little bit. But in these states that these 4 teams are in, I think it's almost at a beginning place for franchises that they have to figure out which of those 4 states are you. Which are you in, and accurately figure it out. Because you have a lot of teams that think they're elite, but they're really in that in-between phase. And what causes teams like the Vikings and Cowboys to get there is that they never get to the place of rebuild. And you've got to go to rebuild to get to ascent, to get through in between, to get to elite. But if you never go to a place of rebuilding and think about it, when was the last time you can think about the Cowboys or the Vikings being in a truly rebuilding state? Hard to think about, isn't it? Every year they feel like a franchise that's trying to somewhat go for it. And that's where you get into that in-between state. I've made the metaphor. It's like you're going down a river and you're trying to get from point A to point B, but you find yourself at one point in the river in a whirlpool and you're just spinning around in circles and you're going, man, I'm in this whirlpool and it's just, why is this? And you end up, that's what happens. You get stuck for years sometimes. Greer's dropping back to pass here now. Miles Adams in pursuit. Greer still trying to drop around, looking to make a play. And finally, every single one nearly of the defensive linemen corral him up and bring him to the ground, including Tyreek Smith, who puts a nice little cap on his day there with the sack. Great effort by that defensive line, just hunting Greer throughout the course of that play. Greer looking everywhere for somebody open. He only needed about 4 or 5 yards. He looks to his initial read, got closed out in the flat quickly. Nice job of pressure by Miles Adams to take away that initial read as well. And then Tyreek Smith coming through and hunting forward to get the sack along with Ferguson. Levi Bell down there. Miles Adams said, you guys got this. He was there to help out too if need be. And the Seattle Seahawks put a nice little exclamation point on this victory. It's not a fancy one, but this will be an effective one. Allers will take back over here with the give to Dodrick Thompson. He bounces outside. Stay down, young man. Stays in bounds. And that clock will continue to run. The Cowboys only do have one timeout here remaining. The Seahawks will be able to bring this down. Good defensive effort tonight. Good defensive effort. This is a bend but don't break style of defense. It always will be under a Coach Carroll team because at the heart of that is preventing the big play. But within bend but don't break, you say, okay, though, then you need to prevent touchdowns when you get down by the goal line. Okay, you need to stiffen up when you get down inside the red zone. And indeed, we had some times today where the Seahawks were able to do that, if not by the red zone, at least getting down to that side of the football field. Allers will now come out and then just take a knee here and try to close this thing up. I'm estimating the Cowboys won't even call a timeout here because why would you? And that'll get a good countdown here to the end of the game. Yeah, they're going to let this thing run. So the Seattle Seahawks put together a really nice game here. You love what you see from the team and how they played in their performance today. Tremendous work. The Seahawks come out with a 22-14 win. Another win that was very much, I hate to use the term because it just looks like I'm repeating on the back of what we were talking about last week being a team victory, but this was indeed a team victory. You saw all parts working together. Initially, the offense having to kind of hold the load, shoulder the burden there. Drew Lock coming in and being very effective in his short stint. Geno being pretty proficient in his own right for his short little stint as well. Allers then continuing right in line with what they were doing as well, looking very impressive himself. Very impressive for a third-string quarterback. But you had to lean on times on the run game here, 141 yards on the ground. You had to lean on the pass at times, 17 to 25, 217 yards, 9 yards an attempt. They were efficient in the passing game when they needed to be so. And then defensively, it was a bit of an up and down day at certain points in times, but when you come down to the bottom line and you look at it all and you don't get caught in that where we're at in the second quarter and where we're at in the third quarter, but let's look at where we're at in the actual fourth quarter against the Dallas Cowboys here. You had their quarterbacks to a 22 of 32 day for 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That's an 87 rating. You feel pretty good about that defensive performance against those two quarterbacks that you played against. And then against the run, 26 carries, 94 yards for the Dallas Cowboys, 3.6 yards per average per carry with 1 touchdown. Again, it wasn't without some moments there where they were effective at times. But the overall bottom line is that your run defense was overall pretty good today. And there's certainly going to be a concern going into the year. There's still going to be people that are going to be looking to have us go make a move at the cut deadline to go find another player out there that can help this team. But they did their part. You got the pass rush coming into play at times when you needed to be there as well. Boye Mafe, again, short amount of snaps he was on the field like last week, but still very effective in this football game by what he supplied. Very, very impressive by him. He had a couple of passes defensed on top of a couple of pressures. Derrick Hall got his first sack here, which is great to see because he's been tearing it up in practice recently, which is also really nice. people were flashing all over throughout the defense. The secondary had a little bit of a tougher road here, especially Mike Jackson, but Trey Brown was able to at least give you a little bit of a silver lining to the day on that secondary and make you feel a little bit better about things from his standpoint of it as well. And then you had the special teams kicking in and doing their part too. Myers did have the missed kick at the end, which sucked because that would have almost finished off that would have finished off basically what would have been a perfect day for this football team. You had Michael Dixon, 3 punts, 155 punting yards on that. So 51.7 yard average for Michael Dixon. And he had a punt inside the 20-yard line. Myers, 2 of 3 on his kicks, 2 of 2 on extra points. Your defense on the punts, your defense on kickoff coverage units was also very strong. The special teams unit, again, showing why they're such a vibrant part of this team. You put a lot of assets into it for a reason because you want them to hold up their end of the bargain, and they did tonight. So another real true team-oriented win. The young guys, enough of them pop that you feel pretty good about. It's not going to be a perfect game. There's going to be some consternation about certain spots here with this team, but it's a win. It's a win. And it's a win where you did a lot of good things across the board, a lot of good stuff to talk about with this given team. So let's dive into it. Let's see where you guys are at on your outlook of things. But I think we overall at this point feel pretty positive about where this team is in this preseason period and the progress that we're making. Bobo has definitely more solidified himself in there, I think, firmly. Maybe we got a little bit more now questions with a guy like Derrick Young, who had 3 targets today, no catches. Wasn't able to generate any separation. The hands were looking a little bit stone-like at times. Zach Charbonnet with a big bust-out run in this game on the back of a good run blocking by the Seahawks, which was not always there in this football game, even though they ended up doing well here. It was really on the back of 2 big runs in this game, the 29-yarder by Sedodrick Thompson and the 29-yarder by Zach Charbonnet, which made the overall yard per attempt average look a little bit better than maybe it was. But if they give you the holes, do something with it. And Charbonnet definitely did do something with it. So good performance here from your Seattle Seahawks. I still feel right along where I thought I would be coming through this preseason period about where I think this team's going. We're not seeing the starters, obviously, so there's not a whole hell of a lot of assessments that you can make. But you've gone 2-0, and you've done it on the back of basically running pretty much vanilla concepts. We're hearing about this team working on screen game stuff all over the place in training camp. How many screens did you see today? We saw 1 fly sweep in this game, and I think we've only seen 1 fly sweep now in 2 weeks from your Seahawks. A part of the offense that I hope is going to become a little bit more commonplace. Not a lot of pre-snap motion or post-snap motion going on. And likewise on the defensive side of the ball, it was mainly 4-man fronts that you were getting all day, or those 2-man fronts that you can call 2-man fronts or 4-man fronts, depending on what you consider the outside linebackers, and if you want to consider them part of the defensive line at that point. So you did win this game playing at vanilla, not showing a lot of your cards, which is, I think, another noteworthy part of being able to win a game like this when you're just kind of running meat and potatoes out there. You're not even salting it. You're not even peppering it. You're just cooking up the meat. You're cooking up the potatoes, and you're saying, here, can we win with this? And the answer is yes. You can win with just that. It's a good, young team. They showed you against another team like the Cowboys today why they are also so deep. As much as being about star power on this team, and it's got the star power, it's also about the depth. It's also about being stacked across the line with a lot of guys that you feel good about if you have to call upon them going deep into that depth chart, where in recent years at times we've been just, man, that starter's got to roll all season, and if he can't do that, we're going to be in trouble. And that doesn't feel like that's as much the case now, and it is very, very encouraging to see. So I'm walking away right now from this preseason very encouraged pretty much all the way across the line. I still have a few bit of question marks when it comes to our ability to stop the run and our ability to consistently run the ball as far as creating holes for our backs. We're going to have the talented kind of backs that can do a lot with a little, but it'd be great if we can get them a little bit more closer to a lot than a little bit closer to a little. And that's the part that still, to me, maybe is the one thing that does remain a question. Shout out to Drew Lock as well. He didn't get a lot of time to play in this game. It wasn't his fault, as he had a little bit of a knee injury, I think, that caused them to pull him out of the game earlier than they planned on doing. But he was very efficient and maximized his opportunities. He played aggressively. He made some great throws. His decision-making was on point. The big thing that I've wanted to see from him beyond being explosive and putting up great yards and having a 20-yard per average attempt as he did tonight, beyond that, I wanted to see a guy that was going to play a clean football game, where I'm not looking at this play and that play saying, well, there was a play you fumbled, there's a bad interception where you just had kind of a boneheaded error. That was not the case tonight. And really good to see from Drew Lock that he was able to get that a little bit more firmer, cleaned up. Hopefully that knee isn't in too bad a shape. Hope you guys liked the game. Thought it was well played. Thought the Hawks put on a nice little show for us tonight. We got one more left here. We find ourselves out mere 20 days here outside of training camp. We're outside of the regular start of the regular season. We're going to take on the Rams. So good to get in this spot. Good to be at 2-0 here where we stand right now. And hard to feel bad about this team as it is. I think you come out of this game relatively healthy. I didn't look like we had any major injuries as well. Good to be through this part of training camp in the health we're in. You only got guys really at this point kind of just getting returned back more than getting pulled away at the moment, which is very nice. Carroll really knows how to run these training camps, it seems like, in a safe way while still maximizing the intensity as much as they can. And I think that's a bit indicative of that. But great game for our Hawks. Great to see. Dubs McDougal has just donated his big first super chat here to the Hawks Nest. Dubs, thank you for the $10 donation, my brother. I really do appreciate it. And that is very kind of you. I hope you're having a good night, man. And hopefully a smile on your face like it is on mine as my team played a very good football game out there, a very entertaining game. And you can see the plan coming together. This is a team that's put together with a purposeful approach, and the way they've won their first 2 preseason games, you can talk all day about, well, it's second stringers, well, it's third stringers, well, it's Holden Allers, well, it's a practice squad quarterback making it. You can talk all about that all day that you want. But the bottom line is this team is going to win by its offense, defense, and its special teams. Is it going to be weighted a little more heavily to its offense? Is that going to carry the day a little bit more than those other 2 potentially? Maybe so. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, and that doesn't mean that those other parts of the team aren't going to matter or be a big part of us winning football games, of us really truly making noise. And if we're going to be a contender, all 3 parts have got to do their part, as they've done through these 2 preseason games. You're putting your blueprint into effect. You're getting the repetition of the blueprint put into place now through these first 2 games. This is the manner by which we can win. It's not star-driven. It's not a Justin Herbert or a Mahomes-driven or a Burrow-driven where it's this quarterback's got to be the guy. The cape's got to be flapping in the wind. He needs to walk on air. He needs to shoot laser beams out of his eyes. No. You need a team-based victory. You need to lean into the depth. You need to attack where teams are weak because you'll have a strength there. Team is showing you, I think, that they can maybe do a little bit of that as we go forward. Guile G, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Guile. He says, I'm seeing a different team than previous years. Team-based, not revolving around Russell Wilson and all the excuses we gave him, i.e. the offensive line. Certainly, it is always a hard measure here not to look back a little bit at the Russell Wilson years when looking at this team. And it's not to put shade necessarily on Russell Wilson. This isn't to throw anything at Russell Wilson as far as anything bad about him, but this is just a change that has occurred with him not here. It's not on him on the blame on that, but it is just to say that this change is now in effect. And that change is that you feel this team leaning back to a team-oriented approach in the manner by which they're going to try to win football games like you talk about, Guile G. And I completely agree with that on every level. Part of what I enjoyed so much last year watching football games is what you would have if you look at games from 2015 to 2019 is at times you've got a defense that's up and down and all over the place, doesn't do anything really consistently or well. You have an offense then that can, it seems like 3 quarters do nothing, and then 1 quarter is completely unstoppable. And that could be at times some rough football to watch. And that could be hard football. That could be hard to find consistency within playing that kind of football. Again, it's not all on RW here, but it's just this was where the team was and what it was prior. And now it's back to being more team-centric. It's for the betterment of the team. It's for the betterment of a Coach Carroll coach team because this is the designs by which he builds his foundations, is in a team-oriented approach. There's a reason why a third-string quarterback in 2012 could get the job done good enough for you to go win a Super Bowl because he understands about how to build truly a team that's a strength in itself because of how strong all the way through it is from kind of start to finish, from the first man to the last man, so to speak. And now you're back to that base, point that really I think makes Carroll at his best. And I think you got away from it. You did get away from it for a certain amount of years, but the last 2 years you're back, baby, and you're back in a big way. Thank you, though, Guile. I appreciate you on the $5 donation, but thank you. Appreciate you as well on the comment. I agree with you on it 100% with it, man. Smartly put. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. So what's Jerry's thoughts on the game and the fact that the Seahawks and Pete Carroll beat him? All right. I want you to understand something right now. All right? It's Jerry Jones talking to you right now, okay? You Seahawks fans out there, I know you're sitting out there in your Pacific Northwest, out there in your trees, out there with your fresh water, out there with your lack of deserts. You're feeling mighty high on the hog, aren't you? I'm going to tell you something. I'm Jerry Jones, okay? This is the Dallas Cowboys, okay? We didn't play our starters, okay? I didn't play Dak. I didn't play CeeDee Lamb, the most dynamic presence in the NFL. You ain't got that yet. You're going to get that later in the year. You enjoy your victory, Seahawks. Jerry Jones says so. You enjoy this one. This one's on me. Jerry, I'm a giving man. I'm known as a giving man. That's why players come to Dallas. That's why everybody wants to play in Dallas. That's why we're America's team. I'm a giving man. I give you a victory tonight. You say thank you. Now you give it back later on in the year. All right? We come back now later on in the year. When you come back into Jerry's world, okay? Going to be a different story then, okay? Going to be a way different story. The genius of Mike McCarthy. The genius of Mike McCarthy, I say. He's going to overwhelm you at that time with his offensive brilliance. So you enjoy yourself today now. Jerry Jones says you enjoy yourself today. What do you say, Stephen? What does Lizzie, my boy, says? Daddy, the goal's good tonight. We didn't win in any part of this game. Why are you being so calm? Shut up, boy. Shut up. That is why you are the assistant vice president and I am the true vice president of the Dallas Cowboys. That's a loser mentality. We won tonight. Okay? Preseason is not about actually the score. Everyone knows not about the score. It's about performance. We're talking performance here. Okay? And that you can't question, Stephen. Actually, Daddy, you can. We didn't block well. We didn't pass well. We didn't run. Shut up! Are you really even a Dallas Cowboy? Are you even my son? I ask this now. Are you really? Because I don't think it right now. Get in the closet. Daddy, I don't want to go in the closet again. No, get in the closet. I had enough of you. Jerry's got a false sense of confidence going on right now, Megan. He's talking the big talk, but I don't believe him. I don't believe him, not at all. Kelly says, "Go Hawks! Feels good. I'm on Team Trey Brown. He acknowledged fans every time we called his name, and nobody does that. Hell yeah, Kelly. Well, he was looking good today. He was looking more like himself a couple years ago. Definitely. Your boy Michael, how about Boye Mafe? He's been my breakout player, and he's looking like it. Boy, is he ever. Boye is looking ready to roll. And Terrell Taylor is going to have a hard time finding snaps on this football team as it stands right now. I'll tell you that. Akshay says this D is going to be fire. You better believe it, Akshay. You better believe it. They're going to bring some pass rush this year. I'll tell you that. Will Valdez, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Will. Says Bobo Sodo Mojo. Go Hawks and go Mariners. Hey, go Hawks and go Mariners. That's right. Mariners are cooking along red hot. As hot as any team in baseball. Julio looks like you can't get him out right now. Seahawks winning preseason games, looking prime for a fine upcoming season. And Jake Bobo, the undrafted 6'4" tall drink of water out of UCLA, out there tearing it up, doing his part. And I don't know how you keep this kid off the roster at this point. I don't know how you do it. He even instigated a unsportsmanlike penalty on the other team in this game. Got Carroll pissed at him, but hey, look, he got us the first down there, coach. He's been talking to DK, I guess, about how to, so DK, how do you get in their heads? Like, what is it you say to get them to start to like hit you in the face or, taunt you? Like, what is it you do? He's picking up some tricks of the trade from DK, I guess, is Bobo. But nothing but good vibes right now, Will. To use another little Mariner saying, nothing but good vibes. Appreciate you, Will. Thank you, man. Very kind of you guys on the donations. Man says, game on, Jerry, game on. Primo, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, this team is forging their identity. That's a great way. Boy, you put it better than I did, Primo. Thank you for the donation, but thank you for putting it better than I might steal that tonight in my game recap. I might take that, the forging of their identity. And that's a good, I would agree. It's the way they're putting this together right now. You're not trying to lean this into one part of this team having to hold the load for everyone else. This is how this all works together and comes together and makes sense. And you're seeing the plan put into play. And it's not happening by luck. This isn't that this team plays with all three aspects of what they do well just because it just happened to come together that way. That's by the plan. That's by them purposefully making that occur, by the personnel that they're bringing onto this team, by Coach Carroll's philosophies and how he wants to win football games. So they're doing that. That's exactly what they're doing. And when you lay the groundwork like this, you have to feel like a bit of that carries over into the regular season. Beyond it being about them winning the preseason and coming out of this 3-0, it's not as much that it's good to get the wins, but it's that you can replicate this. You can go out and you can play balanced offensively, and you can take your shots when they present themselves. And defensively, you can make the offenses earn everything they get, and then be opportunistic when the chance presents itself. And I like what I'm seeing from them in that aspect of things, man. Forging their identity, Primo. Beautiful way to put it. Fat Daddy Stack says, dude, stop cuddling that guy. We're aware of the truth. Yeah, I know, man. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nicer this year. I went hog wild on him last year, so I'm try not to kick a man when he's down, but you're not wrong. I'll say that. Justin Cooper says we're going to have a whole week of juicy highlights to hold us till week 3. Oh yeah, we are. We got some big plays in this. I mean, we got the 48-yarder from Jaxon Smith, the 28-yarder from Jake Bobo, another catch on top of that for 18 yards. You got Cody Thompson's 32-yarder, Noah Fant's 21-yarder, 29-yard run by Sadadrick Thompson, 29-yard run by Zach Charbonnet, another 17-yard run by Holton Allers. A lot of big plays to be had in this game for an offense that you would expect would be more of one of just dinking and dunking up the football field. A lot more of taking some shots here. Justin says that Jaxon Smith catch, though, he's so nice and smooth with it. And you see how he can take a catch that might be somewhat difficult for another receiver. He makes it so easy and so smooth, and then he instantly turns into a runner after he catches the ball. Part of what makes him even really effective as a yak guy is just that transition from catch to runner. And you saw on that play, he was able to get over the top. He's able to take the top off the defense, even when he doesn't have speed. Guy like Jaxon Smith-Njigba and Bobo have shown the same thing here early on, in that you don't need just necessarily speed to take a top of the defense off, to make a big play happen. It's a nice thing to have, and it can help, but it's not the only way to get it done. Hell, Bobo showed you on that sluggo route tonight, didn't he? Leon Thatch's selling out preseason games is impressive. I think, Leon, it's an example of the fan base understanding where this team's headed and that they want to be in on this now. That not that they've ever bailed on the team with that, but that you've got everyone as interested and with their ear to the ground on this team as any time that I've seen in probably the last 5, 6, 7 years. And I think it's an acknowledgement, realization this team is that talented. This team does have a potential to go back and make some noise in the playoffs and truly be a contender. It's a young team. And Carroll's going to have to guide this young crew really quickly through the waters to get them ready to be that type of group, to be that type of team. But he's got them flying around. He's got them buying in back to the message. There are no clicks in this locker room. You feel like every single oar is in the water and pulling in the same direction. And when that happens, as we've seen before with Coach Carroll teams, dangerous things can occur. You can watch a pretty dominant football team suddenly rise to the top. And out of nowhere almost at times, right? A.D.L. Williams, when I held that football in my hands, it was like Kryptonite Jaron Jones on his playing career. When I held that football, it's like Kryptonite. The Hawks Nest, after hearing Jerry, I wonder how Mr. Cosell would respond to Jerry. Once again, the blathering and incessant egomania of this bloviating hot air balloon they call the Dallas Cowboys owner, with his nepotistic approach to his front office, again shows his bare behind to the football world, attacking one of the most lovable fan bases that exists in the NFL. The Pacific Northwest Seattle Seahawks 12s, going after them for his inadequacy in his roster building ability. One can only wonder if Jerry is starting to slip off that edge. Justin says stadium was filled up with fair weather fans. Laughing out loud. My whole family said they haven't watched Hawks in years. Hurts me. That does hurt, man. That sucks. And, I don't know on fair weather fans. I have a hard time with that one when it comes to Seahawks fans a little bit. I mean, we've always been selling out that stadium in recent years, even when the team's not been great. Maybe they've been good at times, but not always great. But I think that the Seattle fans do a good job of supporting their franchises. They do. I mean, hell, look at the Mariner fans. 20 years and you've had one playoff appearance yet. Your fans are filling up the gates as much as they are to create the profit margin where you're the most profitable baseball team out there of 32 teams. I mean, that in itself speaks to loyalty right there, if any, above anything else. Steven says, beautiful Jerry Jones impression. Thank you, Steven. I'm a little mad about it right now, all right, Steven? All right? You guys got me right now, all right? But these don't count come regular season. This is like blanks in a gun, okay? Pop, pop, pop. Everyone goes pop in the preseason, okay? Who goes pop in the regular season? I'm going to tell you, Dallas Cowboys. That's who goes pop in the regular season. Okay, not for 30 years, okay? But 30 years ago, we went pop. And it was pop, 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 championship, 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 okay? Oh, we got another one? Yep, we got another one, Jerry. Yeah. So don't forget that now. America's team. Stuart, I will definitely pass on if we hear anything about Drew Lock's injury situation. I'm sure Coach Carroll will get asked about it in his presser, and somebody will post, I'm sure, in the comments section. Save the Geese says, I'm sauced out of my gills right now. Think I'll pass out to the rest of the stream. Don't think I want to drink anymore during the regular season. Go Hawks. Hang in there, Save the Geese. Rehydrate, man. Just keep the rehydration going. You know what I mean? Chris is up later in South Carolina. We got South Carolina in the house, Michigan in the house with Steven. What's up, my Hawks nesters? Nationwide, worldwide. Megan says, wrapped with a bow and given to Ollie for birthday B, the win, I mean. Hell yeah. How can he like that one? This is the kind of game that'll make a young boy fall in love with football. Will Valdez says, the two Texas teams lost today, the Astros and the Cowboys. It's always a better day when both of those two teams lose. It's always the sun shines just a little bit brighter. The breeze blows just a little bit softer. And the winds taste just a little bit sweeter when the boys out in Texas happen to lose. Jared G says, Bobo, Allers, and Sadodrick have a lot of promise. Could be names by next year. For sure. So guys we're going to track throughout the practice squad and who certainly you look as maybe long-term some guys that could be interesting. I mean, Allers, I don't know if he'll ever be a guy you go and say that's a quarterback of the future right there, but hey, the kid played a hell of a game. Hard to deny how good he was here. And so, and not just this game, but the past two games. Stewart says, we're just going to have fun, and it's more fun to win. Go Hawks. Well said, man. Seahawks Gaming forgot Schottenheimer is the Cowboys offensive coordinator. Yeah, that's a tough draw going from where they were at to where they're at now. We'll see if he can pull it off, but I'm not a big Schottenheimer guy. I will say this about Schotty. Here is who Schottenheimer is as an offensive coordinator. He can be inventive, he can be creative, but he's got a plan A, he has no plan B, and he's not a big adjustments guy. And that's hard when you have that impediment as an offensive coordinator. And it's pretty thoroughly so with Schotty that's the way it is for him. We'll see how it works this year for Dallas. It is kind of opposite from the previous guy who was a little bit more multiple and varied and had some adjustments, it felt like, at times when things weren't quite going right. I don't know, though. McCarthy's the guy that I really have a lack of faith in above all else. Justin says, yes, preach. I'm always preaching, Justin. Meg says, so many fans from other teams have told me how pissy they are that we got JSN, and I'm starting to see and understand why. I've said it's many years I've watched Seahawks football. I'm becoming an older man in a lot of ways, and I've had many decades now of watching Seahawks football. I've never had a rookie who has generated this much hype, this much stories, this many clips, as JSN. And I know we are in an age now where everything is instantaneous and everything gets hyped up through the moon more than ever before. But at the same point in time, I'm trying to make that point of that there's been a lot of splashy rookies who've come through here. Nobody has made the kind of noise JSN has had throughout this training camp period. And I think it's real. I think, Megan, you hear the consternation from other teams' fan bases because there's an acknowledgement of how did this kid get allowed to be slide to 20? A lot like people felt with Justin Jefferson. Justin fell to 17, 18 or something with the Vikings. And even at the time, a lot of people go, how did this guy slide all the way to here? It shouldn't happen. This shouldn't have happened, but it did. But unlike the Vikings, who only had Adam Thielen at the time, you've let this guy drop to us in almost an equivalent fashion when we already have DK and Tyler, when we've already got the 3 tight ends, when we've got the 4 running backs, when we got the quarterback, when we've got the offensive line in place. And that's the part that makes it ultimately even more dangerous from an equivalent standpoint. ADL Williams says Patriots Bolden was knocked out. His head was turned and hit back really hard. Redditor thought he broke his neck on first sight. Reports say he has feeling in all extremities in the hospital now. That's scary. Those are very scary when that happens to those guys. And good to hear that he is feeling the extremities, because if you're not feeling it, that's where it's, is this going to return or not? We haven't had, luckily, a Mike Utley kind of situation from back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, where, he got paralyzed on the field. We haven't had one of those happen, luckily. But we've had some close calls. I was going back watching, Bijan Robinson had a Texas play like last year that was just insane that he didn't snap his back in half. If you go back and watch that highlight of him, it's the freakiest things I've ever seen on a football field. And that guy's out there running now like it's no problem. Crazy. Silver Shrew, Mike Jackson looks really shaky this game. He didn't look great, Silver Shrew. He didn't look great. The first he gets hit on the 9 route, you've got him in press coverage, but then you don't have him press. So now you have a guy that's 6'3", who's not really the most fastest of guys, fleet of foot guys, and you're trying to ask him then off press coverage to run step for step on a 9 route without any help over the top. It's kind of a tough draw for Mike. If you're going to put him up in press, I would have preferred that they actually have him put his hands on somebody, and they didn't. And then the other 2 they were attacking, he was in, I believe, cover 3, dropping to depth, and then they hit him on a comeback route underneath. And he gave him up. He didn't look good. But I think that the play calls also didn't put him exactly in a position for success either on the other side of it. Sean Proper says, saw quite a bit from the backups tonight, I thought. Bodes well for depth and practice squad. Well said, Sean. And I agree 100%, man. Depth and practice squad are looking mighty strong as it stands right now. Stronger than it has in probably a decade. Justin says, in regards to the stadium being sold out week 1, D, fair weather. Russ is truly different. I blame his discrepancies on ignorance. Yeah, it was a weird situation too, and there's a lot that went into that thing for why it was. It wasn't just on Russ, but also the team taking the approach that they took to it too. I think that they left a little bit of their base. What made John Schneider and Coach Carroll so good when they came through here was more of the spirit of what they're operating in now, where we're going to build this team as strong as we absolutely possibly can. We're going to build it deep and strong at the front, and we're going to be able to beat you in a variety of different ways. And I think that as they went along in time, and it wasn't just with Russ's fault on that, but as they went along with time, they drifted away from that ideology. And, now it became more about just get the starters in place and we'll make way through. We'll find our way through. And that wasn't a good approach, but they are back, I think, now to their origins. They've taken it down to its simple designs that worked before, and I think it's going to work again. Jesse Lund says I should call him Jaxon Smith-Njigba. Doesn't fully roll off the tongue, that's for sure. G-Man Cool says, Hawks Nest, do you think Trey Brown will start over Mike Jackson? He looked way better than Mike, looked slow and old. Well, Mike's not old necessarily. He's only 26 years old. So I don't think that he looked fast. I will say that. As I said on those kind of 3 points that he got attacked on with the three of the targets, which were the worst ones for him, I don't know if I put it all on him fully with that. Certainly he didn't make a play, but again, if I put a guy up in press coverage who's not necessarily the most fleet of foot, and then I don't have him actually pressing, but he's just going to turn and burn on the snap, that guy's got a good chance of getting beat over the top, especially if I don't provide safety help over the top, which the Seahawks didn't have. So there's some explanation for it, but there's no denying that Trey Brown looked better. Trey Brown made it a very impressive pick right when you needed it, down by the goal line. He also had a tackle for loss where he really came up on the pass play and jumped up on a route to make the tackle. So he looked good. I think, though, we can't necessarily think that this is going to be the overriding factor for what causes the coaches to determine who they're going to go with or not go with. It's going to be part of the evaluation process. But if we're led to believe and understand that Mike Jackson was one of the stars of minicamp, and that he has continued to have a very strong training camp, and then he happens to have this one game here where he doesn't play at his best, I don't think that in itself is going to be enough to drop him down to number 3 or 4 on the depth chart. But we got one more game, and maybe it hasn't been fully solidified, and this is part of the best. This is part of the nice part of having a stacked corner room where you let the cream rise to the top. Who's the best? And whoever's the best gets to play. And let it happen, let it kind of unfold a little bit. So, if Trey can continue to build, I think he can go. Let's also remember, though, with Trey, that he didn't have a great week last week. So as good as Trey Brown had this week, he had some missed tackles last week. He got intact in coverage and gave up a touchdown last week in addition to that. So it's, that's why we can't do just the one game with it. We got to kind of look, for the whole experience. Why do I says this should be it for JSN? No reason to play him next week. They see who he is now. Yeah, I agree. Why do I? I didn't need to see him tonight, to be honest with you. It's great he did what he did, but I've seen enough as well at this point. It's pretty locked in for me too, and I feel pretty strong about it. We're fine here. We're good. Put him with DK and Tyler on the sideline, have him eating sunflower seeds next week, and we'll just go ahead and call it a day. Yeah. Mr. Turtle says, which starters do you think will see some snaps in the Packers game? I don't think you're going to see really anybody. Maybe a little more Boye Mafe. Maybe some Devin Bush. Obviously, Mike Jackson, Trey Brown. If you're still trying to determine the fight there between those two guys, that's obviously, guys that might get a little bit more run. Kobe Bryant will get some more run probably. But no Quandre, no Julian Love, no Draymond Jones, no Jaron Reed, no Uchenna Nwosu. Offensively, I think you're probably not running with any of your starters on the line. And Drew Lock's, it might be holding allers all next week, to be honest with you. And I'm just making this prediction because this is where the trend's gone in the NFL, where it's less of playing the starters all across the board. So not much next week probably as far as starters go. Probably very smattering. ATG says they're always plan B, go Texans. There we go. They're looking kind of rough though too, man. I don't know. Might be a tough year for Texas in football this year, all the way around on that one. Stewart says, Boye Mafe, clap, clap, clap. Boye Mafe, clap, clap, clap. Boy, looking good, man. Looking good. James Watson, did you see the 49er fans fight each other in the stands? Laughing out loud, classy. Keep it classy, Niner fans. Can't remember the last time I saw Seahawks fans fighting in their own stadium. Haven't seen that before. But it's also kind of a representation, isn't it, James? You have these fans in the Niner Kingdom that have been like fighting with each other throughout the offseason on the quarterback situation. Is Shanahan brilliant or is Shanahan dumb? Is he holding them back? Is it da-da-da-da? Is it the front office? They can't agree on anything out there in Santa Clarita. And so it's, maybe it's just boiling over to the stadium steps now. It began on the online hemisphere, and now it's just bleeding over. And I feel like they can kind of sense things are getting a little dark for them. I'm not saying the Niners are at this point not going to be good, but you look at their situation. They've got 4 quarterbacks who are all getting the same number of snaps every practice. Just think about that for a second. Not 1, not 2. They have 4 quarterbacks that are getting the equal number of reps divvied up between them over a training camp practice. There's only so many throws you have. And the fact that you're this late in the process, we're at August 19th and this is happening and occurring. And knowing it as well on top of that, none of those quarterbacks are really playing particularly well. And then you still have Nick Bosa, who I talked about this offseason saying that, the Niners got themselves a problem here with this Nick Bosa situation. He's going to want all the money and it's not going to get an easy deal done. And I was assured by other Niners, I was assured by Jesse over there at Last Second Sports. So you're saying, no, they'll get it done. They got the money. They can get it done. They know he's going to get it. He deserves the money. And I don't know. His brother pushed the market to a crazy place at $27.5 million per year when he signed his deal with the Chargers. Bosa's going to want a lot. He's going to want to far surpass Donald, and that's what we're hearing is I want it up around $35 million a year. He's not going to maybe get quite that, but he's going to push these negotiations out long and far. And then what happens with Bosa? How many times have we seen a player who misses all of training camp, then tries to come back in there, and then what ends up happening to those guys? They get an injury, right? Hamstring comes up, quad comes up. You need that training camp period to get your body ready and prepared. And Bosa's basically missed out on, 65% of that time period now with the Niners? I think there's some troubled waters there. Some troubled waters. Herzide says, so I got Bobo and Lindsey making the team. Still on the fence with Levi. Yeah, I think Levi's got an uphill battle. Lindsey's possible, I'll tell you, with what he showed as a punt returner. That may be something that can get him in the door there. As I don't think that Derrick Young can do that. But boy, yeah, Derrick was knocking off a heavy amount of rust, it looked like tonight. King says McCarthy's calling the plays, so Schottenheimer I don't think is the guy in charge. That's even worse to me, King Bomber. That is not a recipe for offensive success for the Cowboys this year, in my opinion. Justin says, give me 2 more preseason games for Mike and Trey to battle it out, but today it was all Trey. We only get 1 more, Justin. Remember, they dialed it back to just 3 preseason games, so you only get 1 more. But I'm with you, man. Let's get through the whole process, and then the team can make the evaluation where they stand, you know. G-Man Cool says, Young or Bobo? I think both end up making the roster, in my opinion, G-Man. I think you're going to carry 5, and that's your 4 or 5 as far as receivers go. Tommy says, tell you what, though, that Deuce Vaughn is one slippery dude. He's like a mix of Sproles and Kamara. Wish we would have gotten him. He's fun, man. He's fun to watch, and I loved him coming out of college, too, and I do think he's going to have very close to a Darren Sproles-like impact on the football field. And you saw tonight on that touchdown run why, you know. We can joke about how small he is, but he's effective. Space, I didn't see much out of Kobe Bryant tonight either, and I'm not still certain that he's well suited to be playing the safety role necessarily. He had a couple hits, but I don't know that he's comfortable back there in coverage as a safety necessarily, which is understandable. Kevin Kimball, thank you for the $20 donation, Kevin. Very, very, very kind of you, man. I do appreciate that donation. Appreciate the support. Says, thanks for your grind. Liked Matt Godel showing up on defense. # Go Hawks. Well, yeah, you had a couple moments there where it was Tyreek Smith and Godel or Sykes moving back there in Godel. But he looks pretty hard to move. He's such a big body down there, Kevin. He does appear really tough to get him out of his spot. But he was good. He had a couple plays today that he showed up and was able to kind of, even if he didn't make the play, he was going to get moved. And he was going to really kind of muck everything up there, you know, just turn it into a bit of a traffic jam there so that the guys, as backside defenders, could get down and then make the tackle in the play. But Godel was interesting. Interesting player. Guy that has a chance here to make the practice squad. I guess we aren't going to see any kind of Jonah Tavai. I don't know if he ended up just getting cut at some point. He's probably cut, which is why we haven't seen him through preseason, or maybe he's just injured at this point. But that opens the door for a guy like Godel to get back on the practice squad, Kevin. And certainly as we look at this defensive line, that's a place of worry. So having a guy step forward there would be awful nice if it could happen. I don't know if it'll happen, but it would be nice if it could happen. Go Hawks, though, Kevin, and thank you for that $20 donation. I do appreciate it. Very kind of you, man. Bear with me 1 sec, folks. Herbicide, is Spoon going to play versus the Packers the first game? I would guess at this point, Herbicide, he's not likely to play in the preseason game with where he's at. I mean, he hasn't even gone back to the practice field yet. So your best hope is at this point the first game of the season, but probably going to wait till the second game to actually see him at this point. You got to be very careful with those hammies. Kevin, thank you again for that $20 donation. Very, very kind of you, brother. Seahawks Gaming, Devon Witherspoon's first reps are going to be against Cooper Kupp in the slot if he doesn't play the third game. Yeah, that's where I think, too, that's probably not what they're going to do with Devon. You know, if he's not able to play the third game, I would imagine they'll give him the extra week of rest and then bring him back at that point. King Bomber says, Trey Brown over Mike Jackson is the same thought that crossed my mind after the interception. I get it. But this is also why, this is where I struggle with that a little bit from my standpoint, King, kind of like I was talking about above on this, where I get where people's mentality comes from on that, and Mike Jackson didn't have a good game. But what do you want to make your evaluation on if you're a coaching staff or a front office? Mini camp, all the practices of mini camp, the scrimmage game, or do we make it off this one game of the preseason? And again, understanding as good as the Trey Brown play is that occurred, which Trey played great. Trey did not play good last week. Trey Brown struggled mightily to tackle last week. He got beat in the back of the end zone last week for a touchdown. That's to me the bit of the problem if we land on just a one game to make an evaluation of a player, and there's so much more data on the other side of it. What if Mike's holding up his end of the bargain on all of the other places I just mentioned? He just missed on this one in this game. Do you land at that point of saying, well, it's really Trey who should be, taking that job at that point? And I can't quite get there myself because I want all of the data. I want all of the practice days. I want to take it all into account a bit. I will say this, no matter who wins the job out there, whether it's Jackson or it's Trey Brown, if they're not holding up their end, they're not going to last very long out there. Coaching staff's going to be very happy to go to another guy there if you're getting exposed, if you're getting beaten up on. Tommy says it was one game. Jackson may have just been off tonight. When he has a Trey Flowers pattern, I will be worried. But he's played well in the past. Agreed, man. Very well put, Tommy. And I feel the way you feel on it. Could have just been an off night for him. Not saying Jackson's great, but let's not forget with Mike Jackson, folks. Carroll's at minicamp, and he's talking about, who was the guy, who's your best player in minicamp? He said Mike Jackson and didn't have to think about it for 2 seconds. Coach Carroll's, saying that for a reason, right? He's saying that for a reason. He believes it. Fet AM, it may also be difficult to build an O-line for a quarterback like Russ and or hard to justify spending capital or draft picks on it if he's scrambling half the time. Agreed. It's the complicated nature of the Russ situation when it comes down to, where Seattle was at and making the moves and decisions they did at the time where Russ was at and why his game remained where it was at. It's really less about finding a bad guy in the situation and more about how stuff can kind of just unfold. And it just happens. It's not always a purposeful approach with somebody driving it. It just kind of happens naturally. And you have the Hawks trying to take advantage of Russell Wilson and his abilities and also not trying to form fit him into a box that he doesn't do well. And that did make the process of how to build a line, how much money to spend on the line. I think that all came into account there when it came to deciding how to do that. I think also when you're spending the amount of money that on the quarterback we were spending, I think that does inhibit you a bit from being able to spend the kind of resources you want to spend on the line too. But that's where this all comes down to being more of a complicated answer on if we look through the late teens and what happened and why things went wrong and why the team wasn't able to go out there and be a true contender, but be one of those teams I talk about that's an in-between team, stuck in the middle, not quite great, kind of good. They'll get in the back door of the playoffs, one and done. That's why I say you can get stuck in that place because it's not from necessarily bad decision-making. It's just that as much of the good decision-making you have just as much of the bad. And you don't have always a cogent plan in place that feels like this is the direction we're going. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This is how we're going to get there. Instead, it's sort of like we're going to do a little bit of this. We're going to do some of that. We're going to do some of this. Much differently from what we've seen from this team early on. Well said, though, Thet. Wilbert says Jackson pretty good. He's usually better than he was show tonight, that's for sure. Alan says Mike Jackson had a good game last week and Trey Brown played better this week. Well said. Well said. Andrew McNair says these are impressive comments. Andrew, I often say it about it. It's people often ask me, you go 4, 5, 6 hours at your stream. Sometimes I've got as smart a chat as you're going to find out there on the internet. And I've got folks that put on their thinking cap and want to think a little bit deeper about this and don't just look at the team from a surface level standpoint. And that's the community we got here. And it is a very deep community of folks who think along the same lines. That's just what we want to be at. It's part of why I think we have an easier time, Andrew, to have people come in here from other fan bases and be able to discuss this stuff too, because nobody's looking to just get on dunking on people. We have fun. We joke around a bit, but people are also really thinking about this team in a deep fashion because they love football, they love this team, and they love to think about it just deeper than just surface level of, good play. He done well, But I'll always say my chat's as smart as you'll find out there in the YouTube hemisphere. Jason Tudor, Brown's touchdown against him last week wasn't really his fault, was left out to dry. Agreed. But then I could make the argument back on the other side, Jason, like I was saying on a couple of those plays I mentioned the 3 plays you can take from Mike Jackson today, if we go and look at the 3 worst plays he had. The 9 route, he's in press coverage, but you're not having him press and you don't have any help over the top. That's a bit unusual to the type of defense you run. And Brown's really an off corner who then excels in zone. He's not really a press corner. That's why he probably wasn't trying to put his hands on the receiver, and that's not, I'm not going to say that's him leaving him out to dry, but it's not putting him in a position for success. Then the comeback routes, you wanted to run a lot of, not you, Jason, but the team wanted to run a lot of vanilla coverages in this game. And I would say that they probably ran cover 3 in this game at about 75 to 80% clip, which meant the quarterbacks were going to be pretty knowledgeable about the fact that your guys were dropping to depth corner-wise on the outside post-snap, which meant that if you're running a comeback route, that comeback route's going to be kind of wide open at that point to try to hit that. So it's also kind of a bit of an equivalency to me to what Jackson was dealing with in this game too. But this is where we come back to neither game should really decide on either performance on its own and alone. It should be all of training camp, all of the preseason games, and let the best man win. And I'll trust the coaching staff to make the right choice on this one, especially when it comes to cornerback. Coach Carroll is not a guy that gets it wrong when it comes to usually who to put the best corners on the field, in most of the time. I know we do have the Trey Flowers run, and maybe that's the one time that happened. Larry Murphy says, Coach Pete Carroll is going to turn this team into a monster. Larry, you're 100% accurate on that one. Coach Carroll has been down this road before. You give him youth and you give him talent, and he's going to light a fire. And he is back in his wheelhouse. This is the type of team he does his best with. You could make the argument that the type of team that's more of a veteran team, 4 or 5 years into their career, that the message becomes stale, that the college rah-rah mentality doesn't quite click in as thoroughly as it once did. They've heard the same old stories time and time again. That can occur. But the front end of that is when you have the young guys that aren't to that mental state of things yet. They will be very responsive to Coach Carroll and his instructions and tutelage and where he's guiding him. And this guy's got championships. He's going to show you the way, and that earns a lot of trust from players. If you've got a guy who's been there before, you listen to me, I'll put that trophy in the case, and you'll have a name on that trophy. As opposed to the coach who's never really won or is a first-time coach. What are you going to tell me? What have you done? Yeah, you got the head coaching job, but is it nepotism that you got it? Was it just because you had a great coach and you were the offensive coordinator under him? But Larry, they're going to be a monster, man. This year or the next, it will be a monster. It is a monster in the making. Tommy says one reason to play JSN, though, is to get him acclimated to game speed. But yeah, he looks comfortable. Let the fifth receivers battle it out. I'm down for that too. I'd like to see a little bit more of the Drake Young-Bobo fight here. I'd like to see more Tyjon Lindsey. I don't feel like I've gotten to see enough of him in this first 2 preseason games, considering the impact he had later on in this game when he did get on the field. So I'd like to see those guys fight it out more than getting JSN out there. I wouldn't mind to do it, but I don't want to get him injured in the 3rd preseason game, trying to get him up to game speed. When he looks like he's already game speed, I get very jumpy on that final preseason game. Tom Eden says everything is bigger in Texas, including the Super Bowl drought. Oh, G-Man cool. Hey, Hawks Nest. Matt Landers had a great training camp. Then he got hurt. Do you think he can still make the roster? Also, Bobo over Young. Young had 2 bad drops, and Hall and Mafe look like steals. Well, let's go backwards to front on your comment there. Number 1, Hall and Mafe look like the real deal, 100%. Guys that you had almost a sub-first round grade on that ended up in the 2nd round, right? Depending on the talent evaluator you talked to, they'd have their certain guys out there that were loving them and said, oh, this is a back-end first-round guy, and the other guys know he's firmly second-round guy. But they're playing like late first-round guys and what they're showing you out there, which is great to see. This edge group is going to be as deep as we've had since going back 10 years. Matt Landers is probably going to have a hard time of making the roster. Does he have a very good chance of getting to the practice squad as long as another team doesn't pluck him up because they like his tools? They like the 4.3 potential speed on a guy that's 6'4". That could happen. but I would estimate G-Man Cool that he will be able to make it actually onto the practice squad. And I think Seattle will probably want him there. I have heard, though, in practices, I've only got a little bit of the game film, but from people that have been in practices, G-Man Cool, I have heard from multiple people that I would trust that have mentioned in watching him that there is a little bit of lack of refinement to his game. He's a big, fast guy, but there's not a lot else there necessarily. He's got a lot to work on, i.e., a season on the practice squad wouldn't be the worst thing for him. King Zo says, hey, Brandon, nice win today. Thank you, King. It feels good. It's a good victory. Good preseasons, great preseason so far. Justin Cooper says, number 1, Seattle. Number 2, Santa Clara. Number 3, Inglewood. Number 4, Glendale. There we go. There we go. Justin Cooper says, I can hear the media now. Who could have possibly seen this coming from Seattle? Oh, you know they will. How are they this good, this fat? No one was predicting that they could ever be this good. We were all certain San Francisco was going to continue to run roughshod over the Seattle Seahawks. That's just the way it's got to be. No. King Bomber, I think Landers didn't play tonight. I think he got himself a little bit dingy-dinged. He got a little ding-a-ping-dinged. King Zo, Jalen Tolbert was a good watch, too, for the Cowboys. He lined it up. Tolbert looked good. He ran some good route running from Tolbert in this game. He's a toolsy guy, too. Cowboys need some depth with a wide receiver. They need him to kind of be stepping forward a bit. Brendan M says, felt bad for Drake Young tonight. Bro had a rough game. Yeah, Brendan, it was uphill for him. He was kind of fighting himself, it felt like, through the whole night. And just coming back into action, I think we've got to understand, too, he's been out of practice. He's been dealing with the hernia thing. He's probably been rehabbing and not as much, at kind of full tilt like some of these other players are who have been practicing. Hopefully he can get it back together a little bit. I hope he's 100% here. I hope he's not trying to get on that football field. He should be having a hernia operation, but he's trying to fight through because he wants to make the roster. And so he's just going to be a good soldier and fight through it. That's a tough injury to fight through, especially for a 17-game season. But we'll see. I'm sure he's going to get some more run next week too. Mr. Dog says, after tonight, what position are we the most uncertain of who's starting? That's a good question. Probably pretty simple at this point, to be honest with you, when it boils down to that. You've kind of got your stars, I think about it. You kind of got your starters in place. You know who's going to be out there. Maybe Trey Brown and Mike Jackson are the only ones that you're wondering about. But, Jaron Reed, your nose tackle, Dramont Jones, and then the guy whose name I can never remember that we got out of Tennessee. Those are your 3 down linemen. You'll have Uchenna and you'll have Boye Mafe as your early down guys. Those guys are locked into me. I would say. King Bomber, Jaron Reed also didn't look too great on run defense. King Bomber, they were running a lot of A-gap, B-gap runs was the Cowboys, which was going right over Jaron Reed to your point. And yeah, it didn't look great to me as well. I would imagine his PFF grades coming out of this game are going to look pretty porous, which is not a good development for us when we can't seem to get Cameron Young on the football field due to an injury. John's got to be burning up those phone lines trying to find us a zero tech right now. Silver Shrew looks like Cade Johnson and Eskridge might not make the final roster. We have too many young wide receivers competing. Cade's got a hard road to get there, Silver Shrew. I think that the coaching staff has indicated that Eskridge is going to be back on this roster when he gets back off of suspension. So I think they've kind of shown their hand a little bit there with an intention to keep Eskridge on the roster. And maybe as much as anything, the suspension could oddly work in his favor in that way, where it buys them time to see how the receiving crew goes, see how the health is of DK, Tyler, and the lot. And then maybe you get to week 6, and if you've lost a receiver, you're now able to inject into the offense a second-round talent in Eskridge, who you're hoping can just stay healthy at that point. But maybe the team's looking at it with that view. The thing to always remember about this with the Eskridge situation is that you basically get a third of his salary back in your pocket with the suspension, which makes it a little bit cheaper holding on to him for another year. Jody Vera says that Trey Brown pick was nice. He got killed by that tight end bump, but recovered great. That was very nice, Jody. Jumping the route underneath like that. That's just what you like to see, is so often you have your corners in an over-the-top position by their coverage allotment in a deep zone. But he jumped it, saw it clean, and really undercut that route really well, which was great to see. And we needed one of these corners to kind of jump up in this game. G. Bynes says, seeing that sideline tonight, I'm starting to get 2012 vibes. I'm getting those vibes as well, man. You're seeing a camaraderie of spirit. You see the vets on the sideline, on the edge of their seats, watching every play into the game. Not just sitting there eating a hot dog over on the far end of the bench, having some conversation unto themselves, but actually out there and engaged in the game and rooting for each other and helping each other. I saw at one point Ferguson came over the sideline and he had jumped off sides on a play, I believe, and Uchenna was right there in his ears. He was coming off the sideline, trying to instruct him a little bit. But you are feeling a team that does feel with that sort of musketeer spirit of all for one, one for all. It feels like that. Maybe it's a corny way to put it, but it does kind of feel like that. And Justin, we can definitely thank Pete and John. They've done a great job. Radu Turkan, how did Devon Bush play tonight for Seahawks fans? Wasn't watching the whole game. He was solid. 4 tackles. So got some production on a very small sample size of snaps. They were mainly in there with the backup linebackers, as it looked to me. I don't think he flashed as well as he flashed last week, but he wasn't bad. I don't think on the other side either. Tommy says, who is your biggest surprise player this preseason? I kind of expected Bobo and Mafe to stand out. To me, though, it's Tyreek Smith. He looks fast and very under the radar good. Tyreek Smith is a great suggestion. I think he has played really well, and he's impressed me a ton. Boye Mafe, I think I was more, like you say, expecting Boye Mafe. I had a lot of faith for him to grow in his game. When it comes to Bobo, I did not expect this. I didn't think I didn't have a lot of confidence that Bobo could win on the outside at the pro level. I knew he was a great route runner, but he's creating some separation at times on some of these routes that's just kind of crazy, especially for a guy that's not tremendously fast. He's been the guy that stood out to me as a guy now that I've got a much higher upside view of him than I did prior. And a guy that I'm now expecting to make the roster that I didn't think that he had much of any real strong chance of making it when training camp sort of began. So that would be my main guy that's been the biggest surprise. Beyond that, I don't know if I've got anybody else beyond that. There's been some solid contributors, but I don't know if anybody have any real huge surprise. Rundas give up a few big runs and too many passing yards, but Hawks O is going to be a lot of fun to watch this season. They are going to put up their share of points on the other side of the ball, aren't they, Rundas? And that's why I say this team can get to a 12-5 state by doing these 3 markers. First marker is get yourself to a top 5 offensive state by scoring, by yards, whatever metric you want, distill it all down. Let's get to some bottom line points. Give me a top 5 offense. Give me a top 15 defense. Give me a top 3 special teams unit. Through the first 2 games of the preseason, that's just what this team is showing you they've got in its DNA markers, so to speak. And if they do that, that's a team that can go out and win 12 games to me. And so I think the offense is going to have to carry a little bit more of the load than the defense. The defense is going to have to do its part. But that's okay. You've got the offense that's built to be able to handle that too on the other side of it, don't you? Empower Code, thank you for the $5 donation. Empower, I do appreciate you on that. He says, my cheering had a greater volume output than all of the referees' calls combined. Great team win. Go Hawks. Well, you did it right then. That's how you got to go in that stadium if you're in that stadium. That's how you got to do it. I don't want to hear any whistles. You shouldn't be able to hear a whistle out in that stadium. You should just see the whistle in the mouth of the thing and you're like, is he blowing? Is he blowing on it? I can't hear. All I hear is just screaming in my ear from the fans around me. But you give the 12th man a 7 o'clock game at night, and that's the starting time on a Saturday. You're going to have a pretty wily bunch in that stadium at that point, I would reckon to guess. Just make that wild guess outside the box on that one. But another great team win in Power Code. It's going to be weird. I'm going to be doing my post-game little wrap-up of this game, and it's going to be the same thing of kind of last week, just another great team win. Hard to put this on the back of just a couple players. This is a collection of players that brought you this victory. This was all 3 phases of the football team working together to bring you this win. And it is, as I say, the blueprint for your Seattle Seahawks season. This is how you want to win football games. Doesn't matter the opponent. Doesn't matter the stadium you play in. This is how you want to get it done. Thank you, though, Empower. I appreciate you for that. Snail with a $2 donation says, I say we still need Max Borghi. Oh, so Dodrick Thompson didn't quench your Max Borghi love? He didn't do it? I don't know. If Dodrick Thompson didn't do it, Snail, I don't know who couldn't. If he didn't after that double baby stiff arm run for the first down, where he just about housed it, I don't know what's going to quell your Max Borghi obsession. Gotta let that go, man. Pacific Northwest legend Max Borghi. Thank you, though, Snail. I appreciate you for the donation, brother. You're awesome. John Stillwell coming in hot. John is hot as ever with a $100 donation on the stream tonight. John, you are amazing, brother, for all of your support that you bring to the channel in every way, man. You are always here with it, always there, and I really, really do appreciate everything you do to help this channel out in that way. So thank you, John. Absolutely tremendous of you to donate the $100 donation as you are, man. I hope you're doing well out there tonight. Not working too hard here. Getting a little bit of relaxation here in this weekend. At least you're getting some good football to watch, maybe. He says, hi, Brandon. I think I was first on record that we are going to the Super Bowl this year. I don't know if you're first on record or not, John, but I'm going to give you credit for it if we do. Okay? I'm going to give you credit for it. That $100 buys you the least credit. But look, this team has the talent to get to the Super Bowl. Are they going to get to the Super Bowl? I don't know. I don't know if they can get there. Why? Because they're really, really young. But from a talent standpoint, it's there. You've got the base goods. Can you get it all in the frying pan and all the ingredients to work together and cook it up just right, this quick, this fast? You know, the recipe, John says it takes 45 minutes. You're trying to get it done in 20. Can you pull it off? Maybe they can. Maybe they can. But the talent is not in question. This team is good enough to go to a Super Bowl with what they have on this team. It is very, very young. That's the only question at hand there. And I'll tell you, if they can win football games like they have through the first two games here, John, if they can go into these games going, okay, we're going to do good offensively, we'll hold the line defensively, we'll bend but not break, we'll be opportunistic, we'll bring the pressure, and we'll play marvelous special teams. You put those three functions together, and whether you play football in 2022 or 2005 or 1985 or 1965, if you put those three phases of the football game together, you're going to win a lot of games. It is a timeless fashion to win. Everybody wants to throw the ball over the football field. Everybody wants to drift towards leaning heavily offensively, and that's all well and good, and that can win you some games, and that can even get you to championships. But the team nature of this sport is still at the forefront, and it's a place that is so nice to see being driven in this way, John, not just because it's in difference of how a lot of other teams do it in the league, but it's in difference of how we did it for a 5, 6, 7-year period where we became too top-heavy. Where we stopped forgetting it was about building up the cumulative strength of this team rather than just leaning on the front-end starters or leaning on the star players. And they could get there, John. A couple of these guys pop a little bit early on. A JSN comes out there and he is truly a difference maker from the slot. He comes out there and he ascends and becomes a top 3-like slot player out there. These edge guys come to board and you've got guys you're just constantly able to rotate and keep fresh and keep not winded and not running too many snaps, and they're just going hog wild. Bobby being put in a position to succeed. Jamal up around the line of scrimmage just wreaking absolute utter havoc. Julian Love finding his place where he's needed, being moved all over the football field. Quandre Diggs having what I will believe to be, at least from an interception standpoint, his most productive season as a Seahawk for a couple of reasons. One, John, he's never had this much talent to work with before on the defensive side of the ball as he will this year, especially in the secondary. But number two, with the Hawks' willingness to be more flexible with their coverages, more of the quarters, more of the quarter half, cover one, cover three. All of this mix across the board, some cover two in there too a little bit. You know, nothing just being leaned on as this one thing. He's not in cover three all the time, single high center field. So you've got a lot of talent on this team. That's just the defensive side of the ball, saying nothing for what we know we have offensively. I love seeing these games play out this way, not because it's just great because everybody loves team football. You know, no, this is the team-based sport with so many guys as you do have on the roster, but because this is also part of the plan, John, right? This is what you do when you're sitting back as Coach Carroll and John Schneider and you're entering into the free agent period. How do we want to build this team? How do we want to put this together? How do we want to win football games? Well, we know the offense is going to have to carry the day. We have to acknowledge that. That's true. We're trying to build this defense back to front a little bit better. We're doing that as well, and we want to make sure the special teams is strong. So let's get Nick Ballore back here. Let's get Jason Myers back in the fold. Those are two of the first things they did this offseason. That purposeful approach is bearing out on the football field. You are seeing the returns of that, albeit in the preseason. But if you're seeing it like this in the preseason, I reckon to guess you're also probably going to see it when we come to the regular season too. John, I appreciate that $100 donation, man, as ever. Thank you so much, brother. You are amazing. And I hope you're right, man. Super Bowl this year sounds nice. It sounds right. And I will be grinning ear to ear if we can get ourselves there this year, this quickly, this early, with this young of a roster. Because not only would it be amazing to get there this year with this young of a roster, and if you get to the Super Bowl, you will have gotten there with the youngest roster in Super Bowl in the modern era, including the 2013 team. And if you accomplish that, not only is that great for that year, for this year, but it also means you're going to be a problem to be reckoned with in the NFL for the years moving into the future. Because you got there quick. Real quick. John, thank you for that $100 donation, brother. I appreciate you. Pumpkin appreciates you too. Yeah, you appreciate John? Yeah? Good. I want to make sure. Yeah. I know you do. Did you have a nice nap? Rundaz, Allers is a lot of fun to watch. He is a lot of fun to watch. I'm digging watching Allers. I like it too because I'm a lefty. It's fun watching lefties ball. Connor says week 2, Witherspoon versus Witherspoon has to go against Amon-Ra, so it doesn't get much easier. I forgot about that. It's a good point, Connor. That's a tough opening week there for Witherspoon there. If he does come back from that hammy, he's got to go with maybe 2 of his tougher matchups all year in the slot if it breaks that way. Oof. Empower, the 7 to 11 connection is going to be crazy. Open 24/7, Empower. 7 to 11. 24/7. Open all night. Hunter's crack pipe. The Allers deep pass was an absolute dime. I mean, the ball was so pretty and it just hung up there in space and dropped in from the stars. Guy should have caught that. I was lamenting the same thing, Hunter, at the time. I felt so bad for Allers because that's basically as close to you get as making a perfect pass, where he's got no room for error. He puts the ball in a place where the receiver can catch it, and then he also makes sure that there's no chance that it could be intercepted. And the receiver just kind of half-heartedly sticks out a hand like what I almost guarantee you happened on that play is that receiver had decided with what the call was, with the progression read that was going to take place, he wasn't going to get the ball in that play. And so he was just going to run the Naeem route and just kind of, and he wasn't really seriously thinking that it was going to come his direction. And that's why he didn't turn back and look for the ball. Rundaz says Russ was a great Seahawk. I hate the Russ hate. I get where you're coming from on it, Rundaz, and that's why I'm trying not to make it too much about seeming like I'm trying to throw shade at Russ. I'm not. And it's not only a Russ problem for why the Seahawks maybe kind of topped out a little bit there through the late teens. And so I'm trying to find nuance myself in the discussion here with it. I got nothing respect for Russ at this point. I hope for him the best this upcoming year. Some of the talk will come up. It does frustrate some Seahawks fans is in the discussion of Russ and being talked about in certain lights. And I get that. It's why I try to be careful in my wording with this. But it's also a little bit at the forefront of fans' minds in trying to understand and look at the situation clearly, which I think is understandable from their standpoint as they try to figure out, what was holding back before, what wasn't, why is things fixed now versus being broken before, Landers, Bobo, Tyreek Smith should make the roster. I think G-Man, Bobo, and Tyreek Smith will definitely make the roster, I think. I don't think Landers will, though. He's probably a practice squad. Jody Vera says that D-Hall bull rush looked very much grown man strength. He's a rook. What's awesome about this last 2 weeks with Derrick Hall, Jody, to your point on that, is if you guys remember my evaluation of Derrick Hall coming out, I said that, every young rusher is going to have to grow a little bit. I showed in that Boye Mafe video a couple weeks ago that you've had 15 pass rushers off the edge taken in the second round over the past 6 years. Not one of them has gotten more than 4 sacks in their first rookie year. Not one of them has made a real and tremendous impact in their first rookie year. And it just shows that it's hard to do. But the place that Jody, he could lean off of coming out of college was he had 3 moves he operated off of. He had the long arm bull rush. Well, first he had the pure bull rush, 2 hands, right? I'm just going to walk you back with that grown man strength that you talk about. Then he had the long arm bull rush. And then he had the, I'm going to stab to the outside with my outside foot, and then I'm going to press inside really quickly on you when I get you oversetting. So he had a great counter inside without having to do anything with his hands. It was his feet, it was his quickness, and it was also with the bull rush and the long arm kind of setting that up. And he could work between those 3 moves to keep offensive linemen off guard and not able to just kind of hunker down on him doing one thing. Like you get a Darrell Taylor type who just wants to get to the edge and round the bend, and that's what he's going to do every snap. So you as a tackle, even if you're athletically not too inclined, you can prepare for that pass rush. You can jump out to that set a little bit quicker and wider to get out there and protect against it. You can't do that against Hall. And so last week he showed you that counter step inside. He was able to get pressure a couple times, once on a stunt and once just purely bouncing inside on that counter step inside. And then today he showed you the long arm bull rush because he went out there and he won on that one rep with the long arm. That's how he's getting around that corner there. So these skills that he had from college translate to what we're seeing here from him in the game. You should also then see it translate to when we're seeing real football games being played. Doesn't mean he's going to get 5, doesn't mean he's going to get 10 sacks, 15 sacks this year, but there's a reason that KJ Wrights told him, Jody, you could be Defensive Rookie of the Year with your skill set, with your ability. As big as you are, as strong as you are, you could do it. And I don't think KJ was blowing smoke on that. I think he was being real about it. And Hall showed you a little bit of why tonight, didn't he? Tommy says another reason Bobo is going to make this team is that he's turning out to be a weapon on his special teams. He was right there on that punt block, and last week almost down the ball on the 1-yard line. You're going to be a 5th receiver on a roster. You're going to be even a 4th receiver on the roster, Tommy. You got to play good special teams, to your point. And yep, I agree. Bobo has shown himself to be a good special teams player out the gate. And that says not hating on Russ, guys. We're just having a good discussion, and I agree with that. This is where it's. I know these are hard talks and discussions, and there's people that still do have a lot of reverence for Russ, and that talking about him anything with reverence is kind of looked at as sort of throwing him into the mud a bit. And that's not what we're trying to do here at the Hawks Nest. We're trying to get into that point of reaching to a spot of nuance and speaking to a little bit more clearly detailed define on what was going on at that time. And it is noteworthy and it's worthy of discussion. It doesn't mean that Russell was somehow some big inhibiting factor to the team having success through that time period. It wasn't him just sitting there doing that. It was this was a total team effort at that time too. And Russ was the best quarterback in team history. He deserves his flowers and he deserves his respect with that. Also doesn't mean he walks on water, but this is the hard place to get sometimes when it comes to the kind of balance on these kind of discussions. But no shade thrown here from my perspective, at least. I don't look at any consternation with Russ on that, and I do hope he has a good bounce back year this season. G-Man Cool says O-line had a couple of good moments and a couple of bad. Yeah, it's mixed. And Joey Hunt, I never understand the draw for the franchise with him. I don't know why they brought him back. He just doesn't have enough size to. He's like Austin Blythe, which is you just don't have the size down there to hold up. SD Bricks, Luke Jokel was just a bad call all the way around. Yeah, he was. I think that was a Tom Cable call on that one. Kings Outlanders, I don't know about making it, but Young and Bobo are much bigger candidates just due to the roster position. Yeah, agreed. Hunter Crackpot Brussels deserves every ounce of hate he's getting, how he left and how he wants to go to a city that actually wants to win, to what was revealed about his charity, donating only 20% to the cancer kids. Last year was a brutal year for us on a PR front, to your point on that, Hunter. And this is where I can't fault anybody, and I'm not going to take necessarily a stand one way or the other, because it's just, to me, it's kind of like, it is the past. It is what it is. I'll talk about it certainly, but it's kind of gone and past a little bit. But I think both camps kind of have to understand on each camp of this, because there's going to be 2 camps of this. There is, and I see it in my chat even on a weekly basis, because the subject does come up quite a bit. And I think the Seahawks fans just have to understand there's 2 camps that exist in the Seahawks fan base right now when it comes to Russ. And there is a camp that looks at Russ and they say, you tarnished your legacy here. I view you in a realm where I don't hold you in a revered status. I have problems with the way you left A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I feel very firmly about this. And you have another camp on the other side of it that says this is the man that's the best quarterback in your history. This is a guy who might be a Hall of Famer. This is a guy that brought you your championship. This was a guy that had to be a magic man for many years when there was other parts of the offense that wasn't working well together. I think both sides on this have a bit of a point, which is what's going to make that hard. But I think both sides need to have to fight. If you find yourself on one side or the other, I think there's got to be a bit of a fight internally to say, well, I've got to be 100% right on my outlook of the situation, where it's, I'm seeing this clear and this person is just completely not seeing with any clarity at all. I think both sides have some ground to stand on here a bit, which is why I'm not taking as much a stand on it, but it's worthy of being discussed about too as well. I agree with you there. King Zhao, Evan Brown did look great at center the first half. King Zhao, he was impressive. And on that Zach Charbonnet run in particular, he seemed to have a very big hand and a very big part on that. Rendas is 80%. Russ was still better than 3/4 of the league. When he was in his prime, Russ was great. Certainly a top-end quarterback in this league when he was in his prime. I would not at all try to push back on that. Hunter says Russ, Tariq Woolen would have taken that comeback route for a pick six. He might have. Probably. But he's a freak. He's a freak. Justin says, can't believe we had fans wanting Pete fired. Facts, Justin says, Jody, he's great. Pete is great. And I think that there was a lot of struggle from Seahawks fans as to understand why things were going wrong. This is a little bit of what the conversation we're having here now, where it comes on to, it's being pushed a little bit onto Russ. This is the point where I come back to it a little bit and say, this is where this becomes a little bit hard, more nuanced when it comes to parsing out blame. And Carroll and Schneider on their side of it through, if we go from 2015 to, if we ask, why has it been 10 years since this team's gone to a conference championship? Why haven't they gotten back there? Why haven't they pushed in that manner that strongly in any one given season? Even when through a lot of that period, they had a guy like Russell Wilson in his prime that was at the very minimum a top 5 quarterback. And the answers to that question are varied, and it's not just a Russ problem, but there is a problem of those guys too on that. Their roster building, the way they spent the money. Coach Carroll, for a long period of time there, was becoming unwilling to move off of his own old stylings. Where he's not going to want to, he didn't want to update to a modern offense. He didn't want to update to a modern defense. He wanted to run cover 3 90% of the time like he did in 2013, and you couldn't do that anymore. And it reached a point where it didn't look like Pete was willing to change. And if Pete had not changed, if Pete had stayed to what he was doing prior and hadn't moved off, this team wouldn't be having the success that they're having right now. A big part of the bedrock of the success has been going back to the foundation, but also updating, evolving, not remaining stagnant. And when it comes to people having problems with Pete at that time, I think there was a valid outlook there of you look very stagnant. And Pete himself has said, we were arrogant in our approach. They waited way too long to make the changes, especially defensively they needed to make, but offensively too as well. And they made those changes. And it's part of what makes Coach Carroll a great coach, not just that he has a philosophy and he stays loyal to it. And you can't move him off that spot by getting emotional about stuff. He's going to stay the path and stay the course, but also that he's willing to update that philosophy as you have to update with the NFL as it's ever changing, ever evolving, ever expanding. Nothing ever just remains in the same way it's been even 5 years prior. Daniel Jenna, thank you for subscribing to the channel, or Daniel Genna, whichever it may be on that, if I mispronounced it, but thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you subscribing. Silver Shoe says Charbonnet and JSN might be our favorite players this season if they don't get injured. It's possible, man. They're going to be fun when they get the ball, and what's nice is that you don't have to lean on them too heavy. You're just working them in throughout the whole course of working the ball all around through the players and mixing it through. It's going to be hard for a team to lean in on anything here. Seahawks Gaming, Jaron Reed back to his 2018 version. I think he was rushing the passer better in this game than he was necessarily stopping the run, Seahawks Gaming. I got to go back and take a double check with what he did on the line, but that was something that jumped out to me in this game early on, was just didn't look as, they were running those A-gap runs and there were some holes there. And thank you, John, again for that $100 donation. You are the man on that, man. Appreciate you. Kings Al Landers does need a lot to improve on. He's north and south overall receiver and has hard times really running more routes than goes. Yeah, Kings Al, I'd agree with you on that. I mean, even the big play he had last week was technically a go route that just he stopped on because Allers got hit as he was throwing the ball. And he was able to kind of course correct on it a bit. But I think he's a development guy. The nice thing is to have a development guy that's 6'4" and runs 4'3" and can jump out the gym and has long arms. That's good. That's a nice thing to be able to have in your back pocket on the practice squad if you can kind of stow him away there. So I like it in that standpoint. This is what you want from a developmental guy. You don't like the developmental guys, the overachiever tryhards that don't just have enough. They don't have enough size, don't have enough speed, don't have enough, quickness, but they're really smart. They're really heady. Landers is kind of on the other end of it. Jason Tudor says, "Oh please, Seattle has been a media darling of late." King's out. So Brandon, who do you think needed to play the most but didn't? Mine is McIntosh. He needs to show his skills and be a nasty combo with Charbonnet. I don't want him to be a CJ Procise and sidelined. I can get where you're coming from that, King's out. I don't think you can play him when he's got a knee injury. So you have to let him come back from that knee injury, and he got twisted up in the scrimmage game. And so he's got to come back healthy from that. I think the team's pretty well set with their 4 running back crew at this point. Charbonnet is going to make the roster. How much he plays beyond that, I'm not sure. I mean, he's looked good, but I think that's your 4 running backs. And I think too, King, with this, it's kind of gets settled, I think, on its own, because given the nature and history of the running back position here in Seattle recently being that we kind of have to end up going through all of our running backs at one given point in time in the season. All of these guys are going to get some run here probably, including DJ Dallas, if it holds true to the way it's been since 2015. And so you're going to end up going to these guys, all of them down the line. But McIntosh is going to make this team at this point. King Bomber Cameron Young's dealing with he's nursing some kind of injury. Nothing major, but yeah, that's why you didn't see him on the field. Jody says, man, Ocho Ochnono or WTV, but that linebacker had a nose for the ball. Hope we can develop him. I don't know which guy you mean on that, Jody. I'm sorry. I could be spacing it here. Justin says, I did notice the pass Trey Brown intercepted was indeed a bad pass. Yeah, you had the pressure. The pressure forced the quarterback up and got him kind of in a little bit of a desperate mode there to try to find somebody, and he forced the ball in there. Forced it late, too. You never want to throw back into the middle of the field late as your kind of right-handed quarterback going to your right. That's one of those, quarterback like golden rules that you just do not break. Terrence Brown, all you delusional Seahawks fans, did you know Pete Carroll and Schneider tried to trade him to the Browns long before he left Seattle? Yeah, I've got a theory on this one, Terrence. What you had happening there, and again, understand with this, Terrence, too, please, that, I was covering the team at the time. I was reporting on the team at the time as part of this channel. So I was looking into this stuff pretty deeply. And what happened with the whole Browns trade situation is I don't believe that the Seahawks were really offering that as a true trade that they were looking to move Wilson on at that time. What you had happen at that point was Wilson's camp coming into those contract negotiations was trying to get 20% of the cap on a sliding scale basis, meaning that every year his number would adjust to 20% of the cap wherever the cap went up. Seattle didn't want to come close to making that kind of contractual offer to Wilson on top of a contract like that's never been signed in the NFL before. So you think about this through at the time, Terrence. You have the Browns in the worst of kind of shape, number 1 pick. Schneider calls up the Browns and says, hey, maybe what would you think about maybe a trade to Russell Wilson out there to you guys out in Cleveland? And Cleveland's like, well, I mean, maybe. But then what Schneider can then do is go back to Russell's camp and say, okay, do you want to still insist upon this 20% or do you want to go play in Cleveland? Which would you rather have here? Which do you want to give up? And so I think it was as much of anything to try to get the negotiations to get locked up. But I don't think at that time they were being very serious necessarily about moving Russ. Terrence says, well, then how the hell are you guys bashing him for leaving? Okay, let's go through with this, Terrence. And this is, again, the place where I try to say on the front of this, and it seems to be a discussion we're going to jump into tonight, so let's get into it. The place that I lead on this, Terrence, and say in the discussion of this is that both sides really need to step back in the emotionality of this and understand the other side of it. And if you completely do the blind spot of, I don't get how people don't have anything but complete and true and utter reference for Russell Wilson, you're not really seeing clearly the way that he left. Did he fully burn the bridge leaving out the door? I don't know, but he came very close to doing it if he didn't do it. A year before he was moved, he was submitting a list of 4 teams he was willing to be traded to. That's not a move that endears you to a fan base. Even if you've got a championship with that team, even if you've got a lot of success with that team, that's you just out and out saying, I'm just not that indie anymore. Fan bases are going to retract to that. And as he was saying that, and here's the team I want to trade, he was also going on his media tour from hell, talking about how he was getting hit too much without ever acknowledging the fact that a part of the reason he gets hit too much is that you hold on to the ball as long as anybody in football. That's also a big part of it. But then when you bring that up to Russ, he doesn't take the responsibility and says, well, yeah, but then I also get a lot of big plays from holding on to the ball a lot. This is the round and round we go at times where it's never anything with Russ doing anything wrong. And that's the part where I say, look, I get the people that are on your side of the camp here, Terrence, that say, have some reference for him. Celebrate what he did here in his career. I'm with you on that. But the other side exists here, and these people aren't just, being tough on Russ for the sake of doing it because he's no longer here. He did a lot of things to not endear himself to the fan base on his way out. When you're submitting a list of 4 teams that you now want to be traded to, which when a football player does that is basically forcing the hand of an organization to move him at that point, that was going to cause our Seahawks to have to eat $38 million of dead money in order to accommodate his trade. You were going to have to basically punt a whole season out because Russ, after signing his contract 2 years prior, decided he was fed up and done. These kind of actions are going to lead to things. And what they lead to is a fan base that's going to go, I don't know about that. There's also some, I guess we'll call it rumors, but it feels pretty strongly connected at this point that indeed he was trying to get John Schneider and Coach Carroll fired. He was trying to turn it into a me or them situation a bit. Also not a thing that's going to help you a lot towards a fan base. I understand both sides of this camp, Terrence, I do. But I think that the side that sits on the Russ side, I tend to run into, doesn't seem to ever understand the side that is on this other side that goes, look, there's some things here that weren't great on the way out. It doesn't mean that I can't still revere him. I do. Doesn't mean I don't still consider him the best quarterback in Seahawks history. I do. Doesn't mean that I won't celebrate him into the future. I will. I'll probably do a Seahawks Great Moments video that'll have Russ in it. But it also means the people that have this standing and outlook and view have a leg to stand on too. They're not crazy for their thoughts on this. 360 Bets was great to see a glimpse of what Jaxon Smith can do. Boy, was it ever. He's going to be exciting. Spuds Max says Drew wore a Mariners jersey to the presser. Very cool. Very cool. Showing the M's a little love. Radu says, bro, I can't wait for the Niner games. That'll feel so good if we win. The only sad part is we got to wait till week 13 or something before we finally play them. But those are going to be some fun matchups. Fett says, moment of OMM for me, Jason Myers, 57-yard field goal. He's got a big leg. That's for sure. He can hit those kicks. He's got that howitzer for a leg to do it. 360, what do you think of our defensive line? If Mafe takes steps forward, Jaron Reed looks very good on that sack. Defensive line looks okay overall. Haven't gotten a chance to really see Draymond Jones or the kid we got out of Tennessee as of yet. Those are 2 guys that I think are going to hopefully help out both as run stuffers and maybe in Draymond Jones's case to help you out a little bit in the pass rush. It still remains a question mark for me, 360 Bets. I'm hopeful for the defensive line to step forward that does have some talent, but I'm also a little bit worried about it as well. It's probably the main place I'm most worried about. It's a spot that I would love to see John Schneider reinforce with a little bit more strength. Rockman Drums, yo guys and gals, great game, fun to watch. Boy, was it ever. G-Bine says, Mike, Rob, and Bennett mentioned multiple times how the only thing missing on this defense was an interior defensive lineman. You think they make a move before the season or continue developing? It seems so obvious to so many people on this G-Bines, including myself and Bennett, Mike, Rob, and I mean, many people in my chat, in addition to that, who look at the situation and go, this is what you got to address. This needs to be taken care of. I would tend to think that the team at some point is going to do something extra on top of this. How big they go, how far they go. Is it just sort of, let's just take the 2 Colts defensive linemen, for instance, that could be gotten here, let's say. This is I think, the 2 good representations on either end of the scale of availability. One end of the scale, you have a Grover Stewart, pure 0 tech, 1 tech, run stuffer, doesn't give you any pass rush. Moderate help, moderate upgrade for you for the position. Then you got same team DeForest Buckner, big swing, big move, big helping item on the defensive line. You could make the argument that this is the guy that Mike, Rob, and Bennett are talking about. Which move gets made? Is either a move available to be made like that, of an equivalent move? We'll see. But I do think that the team's going to try to address it if there is something available there to do. The first point here, G-Bines, is to concentrate on that last cut down day after the 3rd preseason game. After that occurs, those guys are going to be available on the market. And if you can't find it there, then it means before the trade deadline, I would say. Some move's going to get made. Jody, it was great seeing KJ out there with Bennett and Mike, Rob. Love seeing former Seahawks in the house, holding it down. It's always good to see the crew back together again, the band. 360 bets, I just don't really understand how teams defend DK, Tyler, Jackson, Walker, Charbonnet, Fant, and display all the time. It's going to be hard. Part of the strength of this offense is not merely that you have a 1 or 2 guys that you can go to that are just difference makers, but that you can attack to wherever a defense is weak. You're weak in base, we can come at you with 2 and 3 tight end sets. You're weak in nickel or dime, we can hit you all day with 3 wide receiver sets, 4 wide receiver sets. You're weak against the run, we got multiple backs we can run hill on you all day long. Weak against the pass, we can dink and dunk you, or we can take the top off the defense. We've got any manner by which we want to call upon to beat you from an offensive standpoint. And it's part of the reason why I believe 360 bets that this is going to be an offense that's in a top 5 range this year overall. Scoring, yards produced, touchdowns, all that down the line. 360 says that much firepower will give the Niners will even give the Niners defense problems. It should. Jackson might be the kind of a missing quotient you didn't have going against that defense last year. You get to bring that to bear, and that could give them some troubles. That's for sure. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation, Snail. I do appreciate you. Says, Russell Wilson ruined Pete Carroll's prime. Well, I'm not going that far, and I think you're probably partially joking, as this has been kind of the joke that's brought up a couple times with Russ. I definitely am not in that place of things. I think it's everybody's got a bit of a hand in that one. It was a team effort when it came to their success or lack of success or moderate success from 2015 to 2020. But that has been said. Yes, it has. Thank you though, Snail. I appreciate you on that donation. And another $2 donation as well. Says, we better get our True Font and Zorn videos before number 3. Yeah. I might have to do that. I'll probably have to get those out before the number 3. Yeah, it's going to be a while before I do a 3 video. It's going to be a while, Snail. There'll be quite a few other guys I get ahead to before I get to that. But eventually there'll be another video we get around to with 3. We'll have to do at some point, somehow or another. But yeah, those videos are coming. Those other ones are coming too. Appreciate you, man, for the donation. Rockman Drums, I'm looking forward to seeing Kenny McIntosh too. He's going to be a fun player with the ball in his hands. Seahawks, we beat the Niners every time they have to respect us. 30-20. Let's go. Chicken God is cool, man. Justin Cooper says if Landers hits the practice squad, he's gone. Maybe. I don't think there's a guarantee on that one, Justin. It's possible, and there's going to be people that are going to like that toolsy kind of a player that has that size, speed, explosiveness. It's going to be a bit hard to predict who plucks what and who's due to go where because of the way that this is going to roll out with the cuts this year, being that it's not 3 phases, it's 1 phase. And it's going to bring more of a chaotic element, I think, to play than it had prior when you kind of slow rolled the players onto the market and teams could kind of really, pick through them in the manner by which they wanted to. You're not going to be able to do that as much now, I don't think. Uma, Pirate Girl, says, hello from Seattle, Washington. What's up, Uma? How you doing? I hope you're having a great night. Thanks for checking out the show. Deadly says, I wish I didn't have to hate Russell Wilson. That's the difference. He disappointed me. He offended the whole franchise and fan base by how he left. It's a good way of putting it, man. I think it's the way where a lot of people have arrived, where when they are at a point of whether it be hate or disappointed with or just can't look at Russ in the same light. That's why I'm trying to say those people on their side that do get upset, and I feel the anger. I mean, you guys, if you saw all the comments from the times that I've brought up Russ and not put it in a positive light, there's always a comment. There's always something that comes up. Somebody's like kind of a how dare you. And this is why I'm trying to give ground a little bit of both sides here and play a little bit of a peacemaker role here, because I can see where this is going to come down and fracture a bit of the fan base just in regards to this bit of this subject. And the thing that I'm asking, and it's the only thing I'm asking, is not that you have to go to the other side and believe and agree with the other side, but just to see the point in the other side in what they're raising, which seems to be the part that misses at times in this. But everyone's got a leg to stand on this one. You want to revere and look at Russ, but nothing but a beautiful golden light, and that, he did nothing but amazing things for this franchise. And I'm not going to fault you for that. And I ain't going to try to talk you out of thinking that. I also don't think you should talk those folks out of who think in the process of, this is where I stand though on the other end of this scale, and this is why I've arrived there. I don't think that they're always basing that on nothing. I don't think they're not basing that on something either on their end. I know it's a little bit maybe seeming like I'm sitting on the fence, but I'm not on this one. It's just I really can see both kind of sides of the coin here. Jody says, great analysis. Thank you, Jody. Appreciate you. G. Bynes says, Jeff Bezos is rubbing his hands together after watching this offseason. He is. He's like, Jody, will you sell now? No. Quit calling. Quit calling. I told you, Jeff, no yesterday, and it's going to be no tomorrow, and it's going to be no next week. Now stop it. Bing, bring, bring. Jody Allen. It's Bezos, baby. I said no. I told you no. He's got her on the speed dial right now. Come on, Jody. 8 billion. No. 9 billion. No. 10 billion. Well, okay. Jody says, I respect the cat. Just glad we moved on from his contract he was going to want for his age. Yeah. That was a big part of the push at the final point, that if it was already close to the cliff of that deal happening to where Russ was going to be moved, when it was kind of aired the fact that the next year Seattle was going to need to come to the table with probably 55, 60 million per year, the price, that was the kind of the finishing point on it, where it's like, we can't go that far with it at that age a bit. Rockman Drums, what do I think about using a fullback in the red zone short yardage situations? It's a hard thing to do in the modern age because you really do need a certain kind of guy that's built a certain way. Seahawks tried last year, Rockman, to run out there with Derrick Young at times, even out of I formations as the lead fullback, and he could do a pretty decent job with it, actually. He was a good lead blocker. When you try to tend to do it with the modern age tight end, these tight ends tend to be 6'4", and so they don't have the ability to win the leverage war in the hole against a linebacker that's trying to fill the hole and that they have to clear out of that hole. And so even though they have the size, and they would seem to at times, even against some of these linebackers, outweigh them by 10, 15, 20 pounds, the linebackers just have that leverage point that they can win, and it doesn't allow them to lay the block in the same way that you used to have fullbacks back in the day be able to lay that block when they're filling the hole like that. So it'd be nice to have, but you need the guy that's really the skill set to do it rather than forcing a receiver to do it or forcing a tight end to do it. That doesn't seem to work quite as well. King's House, all I can say is thank you for Russ, because all around, not only did we win with him, look at our team now without him, and thanks to him for having great pick values. So thank you, Russ. I think that's a wonderful way of looking at it, King. Thank you all the way around, right? All the way around. Rumbler, Brandon, did anybody let you know your fantasy draft pick this year? I did a randomized selection and released them to the GC today. I'll take a look after the fantasy. I didn't have a chance to check it out today, Rumbler, but I'll look after I'm offline, see where I'm at. It don't matter where I'm at. I'm going to dominate this league, whether I'm picking 1, 12, Maybe you just want to give up my first round pick. I don't even need that first round pick. It's all about value. Michael Tariq is goated. He's definitely goated. I got a Tariq Woolen video, by the way, coming out this week for the channel. So I should have that out on Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. To you guys. I should. Jody says, Russ always gave us great games. Nail biters were always better than a snooze fest. They were. Sometimes you'd get down to the nail biter and you'd have to go through 3 quarters of kind of tough offense to get there. You'd have to kind of, but he could give you a magical quarter of football like no quarterback in NFL history. I truly don't think that when there's a quarterback who was hot and his hand was hot and he was feeling it, there was not maybe a tougher quarterback to stop in the NFL when he was in his prime than Russ in that respect of things. Justin says, I never thought it was a Pete. It was definitely a watered down roster of trying to patch it up over 7 years. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. I got to go back and look at the reference I had for this, because it was something that I always loved it's like, kind of the process of creating a system, and you initially create a system and it's very simplified and it works as it's structured to work and there's not a lot of extra stuff to it. And then the longer the system is in place, the more complicated it becomes. This now breaks apart and you got to fix this, but to fix this, you have to put this new part in that goes back up over to this part. And you start getting down to fixing things that keep breaking on it. And eventually this initial thing that started out small and efficient and made a complete easy sense to look at and understand and why you built it the way you did now becomes this sort of, just heavy, monstrous size thing from all of the fixes and pipes and this going that way and this going this way and that going that way. And sometimes you just got to tear it all back down and get it back to a simplified state, which is a little bit of what you do, not a little bit, which is a lot of what you do when you do a rebuild. And I think the Seahawks have gone back to doing that. I do. Icy Wolf, Seahawks had the best defense in history for almost four straight. Russ helped, but wasn't the reason we got to the Super Bowl and won. Agreed. I think it was a team-based effort. I think that's what got you there. It's a lot like the team's being built now. It was more about the team as a whole. Russ was a part of that team. He helped you to get there as being part of that team, but it was a team-centric nature in what you did. I think, when part of what we look at what happens there with Russ going in the late 2000 teens and what you were doing specifically from a roster building standpoint is rather than necessarily lean whole hog into the quarterback and say, okay, we have a Hall of Fame quarterback going into his prime. Let's build it to the offense. Let's make the offense a strength. Let's try to just get by defensively. I think there was still always a pull a little bit to try to build the defense up and keep it strong. And then keep the special teams going. And there was only so many resources. There was only so many bites you could have of that particular apple. And you were trying to bite from every point of it. And you just didn't have enough. And so, that's where we get back to this being complicated on playing the blame game with it a little bit. James Watson, should the Hawks make a move for Buckner? I would be in favor of making the move for Buckner, James. I think you have the assets, both from the standpoint of players you could offer. The Colts are super thin at tight end right now. You could offer up a Noah Fant, and they would find some value in that, which would lessen down the draft capital you'd have to offer to then accommodate in Buckner. I also think that this team has a big hole in the defensive line. I also think that there's not really a clear place to where this team's going to be able to go find a even semi-elite defensive tackle in the near future. You're not going to be picking high enough to get it done. And you're probably not going to have a guy in the open market available to you to go buy and pull to your team in that way either. Look at all of these young defensive tackles across the sport in just this offseason who have been paid. Lawrence with the Giants, Jeffrey Simmons, LaRon Payne, Quinnen Williams. You got the kid down there in Miami who's probably going to be the next guy to get paid. Like these guys are all the young guys that are good, top 10 level defensive tackles, they're getting paid. So it's becoming a little bit of a market scarcity for me when it comes to defensive tackle. And I look at Buckner, still good age, guy that could come in and have an immediate impact. You've got the guys like Taylor or Fant that you could offer back in return, along with draft picks like the extra Denver 3rd round pick that you possess. Package it together, get creative, talk the Colts out of thinking they're actually going to go out there and win this year. If I'm Schneider, get them real with it and make it happen. I'd love to see it. And Justin Cooper, you're gonna like the video I do with Tariq Woolen, because one of the finishing points I do in the video when I'm doing the just evaluation of Tariq last year, it's kind of an expansive video on Tariq's game last year. But there's going to be a part of the video where I talk about the Sauce Tariq flop, and I think you're going to like the way I put it, because I kind of do a little bit of a here's Tariq, here's Sauce, here's Tariq, here's Sauce. You know where I'm going with that, right? So, yeah, Sauce is fine, but Tariq's on another level. Rockman, it's good to hear Michael Bennett was killing it, man. He seems like he'd be good at that. Icy Wolf, if we want to be 100%, Russ played bad in the 49ers game before the Super Bowl. If it wasn't for the defense, we would have not won and to go on to beat a number 1 offense. Well, I don't know if I'd go to say that Russ played bad in the 49er conference championship game, Icy Wolf. You are playing, in my opinion, that game was really the true Super Bowl of that season. The Niners were probably the second best team in the entire National Football League, and they were the second best defense behind us. Not going out and scoring a lot of points against that Niner defense was not necessarily going to be some great, shade thrown back at Russ. Let's also remember that time, Icy Wolf, Russ is in his second season as a quarterback. The quarterback that Russell was in 2015 and 16 is not the same quarterback he was in 2012 and 2013. He grew, he got better. Let's also not forget, Icy Wolf, in that game, you had a 4th down throw that is a high degree of difficulty throw where Russ not only does great with his cadence to get the Niners to jump offside so he's got a free play, but he puts it right on the spot. And that's the go-to score to get you up in that game. So, I mean, I don't know, bad. I don't know if I can go there on that one. And it was a tough defense you were playing. It wasn't just one of the best defenses in the 2010s was the Niners along with us. Michael Seahawks, how good was the game? I put it about an 8.5, 9. Justin 12. There we go. Alan, it would be nice if Seattle could make a deal for Christian Wilkins. Dolphins need a cornerback since Ramsey went down, and Seattle needs a defensive tackle. I would love to see it, Alan. That's another guy, whether it's Wilkins or Buckner, those are 2 top 10 defensive tackles, I think, in the sport, and I would jump on either one. We got the Veras in the house, Fabio, Jody, let's go. News and analysis, Arturo, Seattle's underrated. Well, they keep playing like they're playing. It ain't going to be for long. Justin says Broncos will be fire. Most Hawk fans won't say so, but I know Russ will do great with proper leadership. I think he's got the best potential to bring him success of any kind of situation he could hope to be running into as he goes forward. And Payton is going to know how to put him in a position to be successful. He's not going to lean him in towards what he doesn't do well. And if there's a way to reclimate Russ, if there is a way to find success for Russ here into this upcoming season, Payton will locate it. He'll leave no rock unturned in order to find a creative way to get that out of Russ. And I believe he'll do all he can. So Russ is going to get a good chance here to try to get this back. Now let's remember last year, they didn't have to score a lot of points to have a lot of wins. And if that defense comes back and plays in a similar state this year, and that becomes the case once again, it's not like Russ has to be prolific for that team to be good. Michael and Arrington, Russ is not overrated. Most people say he is trash now. How? Make it make sense. I think that it's just he had a hard fall from where he once was last year and how he played. He looked very much like a shell of himself. And it's very hard for people to just fully blame that on Hackett alone. It's hard for me too, because I think, Michael, there's a little bit of a revisionist history looking at Russ's last 2 years here. You go through 2020 through the first half of the season, and he has the best start to his career. He's on the pace to set NFL records and demolish those records. But then from the second half of the season onwards in 2020 to the new updated offense that was going to have him built within a West Coast style, which was going to ask him to play on time, which was going to be 3 and 5 step drops. He didn't take to that with Waldron. He wasn't comfortable with that with Waldron. He still fell back into the old habits. And they went last year again to a West Coast offense with Hackett and again struggled playing on time, playing on script. And Russ is going to have to play on time and play on script because he does not have the mobility he once had. This doesn't make him trash. It does mean that Peyton is going to have to work around his skill set rather than leaning on his skill set like the Seahawks could do back around 2015, 16, 17. It's no great indictment of Russ that he's not as athletic as he once was. Doesn't make him trash, to your point on that as well, Michael. But it does make it a little bit hard as an uphill battle then to then get him back to a state of playing well, because it's got to be a lot of limiting his pass attempts, playing within the context of the offense, a lot of him under center with naked bootlegs out to the side with 1 and 2 reads, and then he's going to run or throw it away, right? And if you're going to pay the quarterback the money the Broncos are, you would really not like to be having to do that for your quarterback. You feel like, do I have to pay $55 million a year for this? We had to get multiple first-round picks for this? But I don't think he's going to be where he was last year. I don't think he's completely just fallen off a cliff. I think he's just kind of a perfect storm. 360 bets. Anybody questioning you about Russell Wilson is completely ignorant on the full scope of the situation. Dude was a greedy sellout. I'm glad we got Geno as our man. Well, I'm definitely loving Geno. Somebody was saying, I steal the quote, but Matt Hasselbeck on radio was saying, he's making a statement this year without making a statement. And it's perfect. It's right along that line of, he ain't right back. I love everything about what I see from Geno Smith. And 360, as I say on this, I get both sides of the angle on this. The folks that are in the camp like yourselves, I get it. I completely get it. And I don't think you're without a measure of having a reason for believing what you're believing on that. Like you say, there's a scope to this level of things. Yeah, we can move on for us. Central Valley, it's tough. It comes up a lot. It's at the tip of everybody's tongue at times. Jody, Michael, Russ is still on his current contract. His new contract hasn't kicked in. The LOB hated how Pete would baby and realized how fake he is. And there was a little bit of the click there. Guile G. Sorry, I'm a little bit late on acknowledging your donation, Guile G, but thank you for the $5 donation. Sean Payton was doing bounty gate against Seahawks players while Russ was with us. Gives me another reason to hope the Broncos burn. Appreciate the $5 donation, Guile G. And bounty gate was pretty tough. Never a good look for a coach when you've got that on your resume and track record. And I mean, hell, it got him suspended for a full season. So you can't even do that thing like the Patriots can kind of sometimes do, where they're like, well, we didn't get punished for it, so technically we didn't do anything wrong, right? Or we got our hands slapped, so it was just like a small overstep. Like, give me a break. But Peyton definitely with his bounty gate was pretty bad. I don't think he was the only guy. There's a lot of NFL franchises at the time that were doing kind of similar stuff, but they weren't getting caught on tape being explicit about it either, right? So I do think Sean's pretty pragmatic, though, and he's not going to force something into a hard spot. He's going to try to make it work and be amenable to making it work. Russ has got to bring up on his end of the bargain with that then, too. He's got to play within the context of the offense. He's going to have to not hold the ball as long at times. But Sean's got a firm hand, a strong hand, and he's going to make sure that I'm sure that Russ toes that particular line. We'll see how it works. It's going to be one of the interesting stories this upcoming year for how that works out. And I will say, though, I'd love to see Russ bounce back. For the sake of that third-round pick, Guile G, for the sake of that third-round pick that we own to the Broncos becoming maybe almost a de facto second-round pick because they're so bad, I wouldn't shed a tear if that was to be the case. That wouldn't make me not happy. Jose Romero says, Michael Bennett reminds me of the chicken from Moana. Yeah, those dreads are real. They're getting some girthiness. Justin says he used to be young and small enough to make those pocket passes out of the pocket. A little bit. I don't know if Russ was ever a really pure pocket guy necessarily. Michael says, do you think Geno will be seen as a top 10 or even 5 this year? I certainly think he'll be a top 10 quarterback in this sport this year, Michael. And I certainly think the potential with this offense, how much talent he has. I mean, some of this, Michael, is remember with Geno, on top of me expecting him to play well again, it's also the fact that you're stacking up as good amount of offensive talent as we've seen on this team, absent whoever's playing quarterback here, maybe in this franchise's history. JSN is your third wide receiver on this team. Not 1, not 2. He's your number 3. Zach Charbonnet, second round pick. He's your number 2. You got 3 tight ends that combined for 1,000 yards and 9 touchdowns last year. And they're not even at the spear point of what you're trying to do offensively. And that can, I think, as much as anything, Michael, I'm a big believer in quarterback success at times is very reliant upon supporting cast that you have around you too. Beyond Balance was at the game, just got home. I'm excited for this season, though runs up the middle were our weakness a few times this game. It seemed to me like Beyond Balance, it was a bit of a give and take up the middle on those runs. When they stuffed it up right, but there was a few of those that were able to kind of squirt through, and it did seem like the Cowboys were, from a conscientious standpoint, really attacking into those A and B gap runs. They weren't as worried about trying to get out on the edges against us. It was, let's just come downhill at that Seahawks defense all day and challenge them there. Challenge that zero tech. See if they can hold up. And it was a bit of back and forth there. Overall good. Overall good, though. He says, Russ was clutch. Respect him because our low line was never even average. Yeah, you never did. It's one of the things that I think is one of the value. It's one of the places that I think is the true spots that people that are pro Russ people for his time here through the late process have a real leg to stand on, being that you never really put together a good offensive line. Russ got his best offensive line by far when he first walked in the door here. And I think you can backtrace this a little bit when you look at it, because yes, some of it is because Russ is, demanding the money he's demanding. He's wanting to be paid as a top 5 quarterback in the league. And I'm not shading him for that, but it's the cap realization is that you're going to have to pull from somewhere else to accommodate those kind of contracts. And the Seahawks, rather than pulling from the defense and keeping the offense still somewhat strong around Russ, determined, okay, Russ, you're going to take that money, so we're not going to then invest in the offensive line. And absent a deal to a guy like Dwayne Brown, or a 1-year deal to Luke Jokel for 1 year for $7 million, they weren't really spending much over on that line at that point. And they made that as their choice. And that's not necessarily on Russ that, it's him that they made that choice for. That's the team making that choice. And that's why we get back to, again, that's the blame on this has a couple places to pass out during that period of time. Central, you stop Geno like you stopped Dak and all mid to bottom tier quarterbacks by waiting for them to make mistakes. Yeah, I mean, maybe Central Valley. In my opinion, I think Geno's better than Dak. But I mean, we'll see this year. We'll have to see this year what it plays out. It was Geno's first year back after not starting for 10 years, and he's got a hell of a supporting crew around him. And I'll tell you what, when you saw, to my point on the Central Valley Kings in supporting the support group, having a big part and a big hand of the success of a quarterback. You can make an argument Dak had as much, maybe his best year in that first year out the gate when he had the great offensive line, when he had Zeke Elliott running hard, when he had Des Bryant on the outside. The supporting cast can take you far beyond the quarterback just having to be a superhero to be good. But I actually have I have a lot more faith than you might have in Geno this upcoming year, man. I think he's going to surprise some people. Justin says our O-line died when we traded Max Unger. You're not wrong. 360 bets, Geno was top 5 statistically last year, all pro with a young-ass team. Just wait for this year. Yeah, that's the thing where I think Central Valley, you're not considering this again on this a little bit. Geno had the year he had last year as you were in a rebuild year, as you had $57 million of dead money. as you had 3 rookies starting on the offensive line. He accomplished and he set Seahawks passing records last year with 2 rookies starting on either tackle position, which has never happened in the NFL. Let me say that again. That's never happened in the NFL. And not only was he not held back by it, but he flourished within it. I don't know on that, man. I think Gino's going to continue to surprise some people this year. Rumbler, Prime, DeMarco, and Prime Shady would have 100% been the best running back duo in the league. I think they could have outperformed the best years of Chubb and Hunt, even by a comfortable margin. Prime Shady McCoy? Yeah, but did the Cowboys have a chance to draft Shady? They would have been an awesome 1-2 punch. Yeah, that's for sure. I agree with you. I didn't know that was a possibility, though. Rockman Drums. Actually, Russ had one of the highest paid offensive lines when we won the Super Bowl. Yep. That's what I'm saying. When he first came in here, the offensive line was well paid and was great. But then as the time went on, that drained away. Greedy does it. What do I think of Patrick O'Connell, the Montana State core linebacker? He's been in a similar state to me with Radigan, Greedy. There's some plays where he looks okay in the run game especially, but then he does look a little bit lost in pass coverage. I think he's probably battling it out with Radigan for who's going to be the back end guy on the roster in the middle linebacker position, and then the other guy goes to the practice squad. Marcus B228 says it's okay to disagree about the Russ Wilson situation. This is becoming as bad as talking politics. I agree, Marcus, and I'm trying as I can to avoid it. There's certain subjects that just will always find their way back in, and it's why I'm trying to as well just navigate the waters, man. You know what I mean? Navigate the waters. It's well said, though. It's a good comparison. Jose Romero, hey Brando, where do we sign up for your fantasy draft league? Unfortunately, we got everything kind of locked up on that early on there, Jose. I am going to be doing some weekly fantasy drafts over on Underdog Fantasy, so we'll be doing a Saturday stream really based around kind of fantasy. And at that time, I'll be doing some custom setups there because you can kind of custom up between you and a couple people, so we can all kind of go head to head on that a little bit. We don't have to go for big money or anything on that, but just a couple bucks in the kitty, so to speak. But yeah, unfortunately the league filled up really fast, Jose. And I think next year what we're going to probably do is we'll announce it out ahead of time. And we'll probably maybe try to do 2 leagues next year to accommodate everybody because we had a lot more people who want to do it this year. So if we do 2 leagues, then we'll have maybe the 2 winners. We'll see who has the most points or something. It will be the determiner of who wins or something. Or we'll just have 2 winners and I'll send out 2 parkas every year. Michael said we got some beef with the Jets now. Why you got beef with the Jets? James Valdez. Russ changed over time. His fame and success went to his head. I hope after this humbling time, he returns to who he was when he first came here. I agree. I think going back to his roots a little bit, it's just like with the Seahawks, go back down to your base. Go down, the structure, the system becomes more complicated, and eventually you just got to take it down to more of a simplistic state. And like it helped our Seahawks, probably like it could also help out Russ. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Says, wonder if Bezos would allow Jody a 10 to 20% ownership, considering she seems to know the appreciative value of an NFL franchise. Well, maybe that's what gets it done, Garth, more than him offering an extra bill here or an extra billion there. He just goes to Jody. He's like, yo, I know you want to be part owner here, so why don't I get 80% of the ownership? You can have 20%, and I'll give you $7 billion, and we'll call it a day. And Jody's like, Bezos, bet. It's just that easy. It's just that simple. Dead Lisa is talking about Bezos. What is the franchise looking like in respects to them staying in Seattle? When is the time frame again? Does it look optimistic the franchise will stay here? Deadly, I can't imagine that the NFL at this point would be looking to have the Seattle franchise move in any way, shape, or form. I think we have firmly attached this team to this city. And it's my understanding, in looking at this, the minimum the team cannot be moved before 2040 as a part of the original deal of the stadium being built in the city and on the taxpayers' dime. They had to be staying there for at least 40 years. Now that's still a long ways away. That's 17 years out. So that's really, I think, the nearest point that we have to cross that particular bridge. But I think for the time being at this point and for into the future, we really don't have to worry about like we had to worry about that in 1990. It's really, I don't think, a possibility coming down the line. Certainly Bezos isn't going to move the team, and I don't think Jody Allen's going to sell the team to somebody who is then going to move them. Part of how it's so dirty about the Clay Bennett deal is Schultz sold the Sonics to Clay Bennett knowing Clay Bennett was going to move the franchise. I don't think Jody Allen would do the same thing. In fact, I think there would be contractual language that they would have to keep the team in Seattle if it was sold. Deadly says, talking about Bezos, what's the franchise look like in respect to them staying here? When is the time frame of the game? Does it look optimistic, the franchise? So the franchise will stay here, Deadly. I don't even know if they're really going to be for sale anytime soon. You cross the point next spring, April, to where if you sell the team, you don't have to accommodate 10% of the profits back to the city. So once you pass that, it's sort of like fair play. Anything can happen. Anything can happen at that point. But there hasn't been an indication that they're anywhere near the sale block at that point. Blazers still haven't sold. We all thought that was going to be the first, ball that was going to drop of these two balls. So kind of it's in a question mark place right now, Deadly. Bit of a question mark. Megan says, oh, please, even after pick 17, I'm gunning for UB in the Hawks Nest. You're going to need every one of your picks, Megan, okay? You're going to need every one of your picks and extra picks. You're going to have to win the waiver wire, okay? Because I'm going to sit back with one little finger every week and win this GD fantasy. Y'all never should have let me in the league. You never should have let the master in, okay? You should have kept it amateur style. But you brought in a pro now. And I'm a competitive man. I don't go easy on you guys just because you're my subs. I'm not going to go easy on you guys just because it might cost me some viewership. Each and every one of you. Just going to knock you guys down like those little, like when you're at the fair and you get the little gun and you should ting, 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 ting. That's going to be me every week. Megan, Rumbler. I'm going to be on fire. I'm going to be like the Holden Ohlers of our fantasy league. That's who I should have named my team to. Space says, what's Christopher Walken's opinion on Bobo? Well, Space, let me tell you, Bobo never saw it coming ever coming out of UCLA. They're no more for pot than they are football players. I mean, they're all high all the time. But this guy, big as a house, tall as a skyscraper, catches everything he's thrown his way, never drop the ball, never sees the ground. I don't know why. He's good, just like that. Runs routes, sharp, his diamonds are cut. I don't know what to make of this man. He's so good. Bobo, more, please now. Throw him the ball. Gino, Hollis, please do it. But he just wants more Bobo. There's one more thing I need in this world. It's more Bobo. I need more of that Bobo. Marcus says Russell's arrival now. One day when he is retired, there will be a chance for healing. This ain't that day. Marcus, you're coming in with a great level head that we need in this place with all the emotions that are about. I appreciate you where you're coming from on it. And I got to say, I agree with you on that 100%. There will be a day where the peace will be had, where the grudges will be left. Matthew Phillips Russ had issues, but he does have talent. He needs a team to build to minimize his problems and maximize his strengths. Well said, Matthew. And that's what I think that the Broncos are going to try to do this year, which is good. He's going to get a good true run at it, And I will say, Michael Arrington, the one thing that made it tough for Russ coming to Denver, as this is in addition to sort of Matthew Phillips and his talk about Russ has issues, but he does have talent. As Matthew says, he needs a team built to minimize his problems and maximize his strengths. And it was a thing that you can go back, Michael Arrington, and look at on the day that they talked about the trade being made with Russ. I did a live stream, emergency stream on that day. And I said, the place that this could go wrong is everybody is so effusive in believing that this is going to work out tremendously for Russ. But the place that you see troubled waters brewing is you have in Russ a guy that does tend to hold on to the ball, not just for negative side of it, but just he has a tendency as the quarterback to hold on the ball a little bit longer than most of your quarterbacks in the NFL. Your average time to throw is like 2.75, and Russ is going to be a 3-second guy. But the thing that stood out to the Broncos in the previous 2 seasons leading up to the Russ trade is they were 26th and 27th in pass block efficiency. And this was a place that was a very easy crystallized spot to look at as far as the situation going wrong, and not just being about the deficiencies of Russ, but being about, like Matthew Phillips talks about, leaning in and maximizing his strengths and leaning away from his weaknesses. You give me a pass blocking line that sucks and can't hold up as pass blockers, but they're more run block centric. And then you have a quarterback that holds on to the ball for a little bit extra time. Those two things do not go together, and certainly then can lead, like you say, Michael, to a quarterback becoming then the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. Yeah. James says Russ' talent spent. He got thick, lost his ability to move. He has tried to reshape his body this offseason, but that's hard and impossible to do in your 30s. It is tough, man. It's tough to get those steps back, I could attest to that. And he still does have the arm, Michael. I agree with you there. The arm strength still seems to be relatively in the same spot. It needs to be near where it was. Addison Shellbull. What's up, Addison? Good to see you in the house. Says, hello, Brandon. Way too late to the stream, but I always appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate you too. I unfortunately have some sort of stomach flu, and my power was down for most of the night due to Hurricane Hillary down here in Southern California. I hope Hillary hasn't hit you guys too hard down there. It was sounding pretty treacherous early on. We're dealing with some fires up here as well, so we got our own end of the scale of it. But hope you're doing good. Get better over that stomach flu. Get yourself some fluids, all right? Keep it going through. That always helps, but get the rest as well in addition to it. Will says, I was watching a YouTube video of a guy who works at Google using AI to do play calling in football and had a lot of success. Do you see the NFL going in this direction in the near future? Well, I think AI is certainly the next frontier here for us as far as the thing that's going to probably have a very much the same kind of palpable effect that the internet had. And it'll take a while, like we saw with the internet, where people were predicting that the internet, it took a little bit of while for it to really sink in that way, for those claws to get beneath the skin, so to speak. AI is going to do the same thing, and it's going to change everything across the board. So when you say, yeah, if you could have somebody doing play-by-play with a certain personality that you could handpick to do, and you could pick between 500 names, you could have you could have Jackson, the old play-by-play guy that did the college stuff, or you could have Howard Cosell do it, or, you could have John Madden doing it as the color analyst, and you could pick between a list and have your telecast, and you could pick the guys you want to have do it, I'll have Madden as my color commentator, and I'll have Al Michaels as my play-by-play guy, So you will be able to eventually, do that stuff. Like they'll eventually be able to make these movies. This is why the actors are striking, because eventually you'll be able to do full AI movies, and we're not that far from it. We are this close. They're working out the kinks, but they will eventually work those kinks out. But Will says, or do you feel the human element should remain the same? I think there's always going to be room for both, Will. There'll be the traditionalists that just want to hear a human speak, but there'll be certainly those too that will like having, especially when you can pick one of your old favorite broadcasters who's maybe long past, and you can pick them from a list. I mean, I'd be lying if I said, it's like, was it Steve Jackson? Oh, Nelly, that guy. I would definitely have him calling Seahawks games if I could. Benelli Brandon, you're an animal. I've been out to eat and had some drinks and made my way back home, and you're still going strong. I love what I do, man. It makes it so easy when you love what you do. It really does. Hey, we got a good win tonight. Good preseason. Things looking good. Appreciate you, though, Benelli. Cashmere says, Sean Payton will bring the best out of Wilson. If he's trash again this year, then there's no saving him. Beautifully put, Cashmere, and I agree with you on that statement 100%. I think Wilson has got the ideal coach for the reclamation project. This is the right guy for him. And I think Sean Payton's going to put him into that success to be successful if he's able to be put in that successful position at this point. And that will be the point. That'll be what will be proven out on the field this upcoming year with Russ. We'll see which way that wind blows. But I have faith that Payton is the right guy. And I don't think that there's another coach that I would trust above Payton for what he needs to accomplish with Russ right now. Not to say Payton's the best coach in the NFL or he's, hovering on a high, but just for the conditions and the situations that have created themselves there in Denver, he's the right guy to come in on that particular fire with the right particular hose. And maybe can find some success there. Gashmere says Russ was good for the people too. Let's not forget all the time he spent in hospitals, putting smiles on people's faces. It's surely not talked about enough. I think the time that he has put in, going down there every week to those children's hospitals, that's not an easy thing to go down and do. It's not just a PR thing. You're going in to meet with children that are going to be not long in this world down there. And to go down and be a part of that on a weekly basis is certainly worth lauding heavily, and probably should be a lot of what we lead about with Russ at times, because the fact he did that every single week and still has continued to do it in Denver, as I understand it, is a wonderful thing. Those kids have got to love it. Matthew Phillips says, imagine Sauce, Reek, and Witherspoon. I don't know, Matthew. They'd start calling Sauce for all those holds if he was in Seattle rather than New York. Benelli says this will be the best year Gino has ever had. I agree. I think he beats all his stats from last year, Benelli. 4,500 yards, 35 touchdowns. Just the way I see it. Michael says, but honestly, for a fan base that swear up and down that y'all hate Wilson, y'all seem to always have Wilson in the Broncos name in your mouth. Just saying. Well, I mean, Michael, you came in here and asked about it too. So, I mean, if you ask about it, you're certainly going to stop. And it's a emotional situation. I mean, that's why you have two camps feeling the way they do on this in regards to their outlook of Russ and his time here and him leaving and the situations for him leaving. I mean, this is why I'm trying to play peacemaker with this, is because it's an emotional situation for people. But it's just come up tonight as much as it's come up more tonight than it normally does. But it's also, it's a year out from happening, Michael. We traded the best quarterback in our franchise history a year ago. You don't just always flush out and reset off of that. Now, move forward. Don't talk anything about that anymore. You're going to revisit it, especially when it's on the back of us getting the returns back from you guys that we did. We may have pulled off the first or second best trade in NFL history. We'll see where it all comes down to. That's not one that you just that happened, moving on. It's going to be discussed, turned over, talked about in the future. James, I don't hate Russ. I just don't think what we saw the last 2 years is a fluke. He got thick to keep himself from getting injured, but it's destroyed his game. Defensive tackles are running him down. Game over. Well said, man. I can't add much more than that, but I think it's well said. Addison says, at this point, I'm not concerned with Wilson anymore. It's just whatever to me. I only cared last season because we had those picks. That being said, I can see why some people feel strongly about him. I stand where you stand on it too, Addison, with that. I'm not in an emotional state with it anymore either, but I can see why both sides stand on the sides that they do. Makes sense. Benelli says Gino has an absolute cannon for an arm. It's time to open him up. He's going to get his share of throws, I think, Benelli. You got Tyler and DK on this team. You're going to throw your share on this deep, as he showed last year with leading the league in his deep throw accuracy. James Valva says, Denver fans mocked me for saying Russ is spent after the trade, told me I was bitter. Not true, but that's their cope for their disaster of a trade. Denver fans are going through some things. I feel for him. I feel for Michael. There's not necessarily a clear light right now at the end of the tunnel. You're hopeful, but there's not a clear light to run towards to get through the tunnel. It's kind of still a little bit darkness at the moment. Could find that light before the end of the year, but it's a little dark at just the moment. That's all. Matthew says, I think the Rams will come out swinging. I think it'll be tough, but we're better, 27-24. Probably going to be a tougher game than I'm looking at on the outside of it, or I've given it credit for being. That's for sure. I could see it absolutely being that, to your point. And McVay certainly seems to understand how to go against Coach Carroll teams. Even last year, he gave you a hell of a fight in both battles. One where you had a backup, the other one where you had Baker Mayfield as basically his third backup. And he was still able to give you a hell of a fight with half of his team injured. I got a lot of respect for McVay, and that's not going to be an easy out for us at all. Addison says O'Connell looked really bad to me tonight. Yeah, he was. He's not going to have a good grade tonight, Addison. PFF's going to ding the hell out of him, and he really did struggle in coverage. But now he says we're going to smack the Rams. Let's go. Central Valley Kings, Dak has great stats every year because he mostly stat packs against bad teams. So when he plays a playoff team, he's not the same. And I want to see Geno beat playoff teams. Pete's system is great, honestly. Pete's system is great, honestly. It is. Yeah, I agree that Pete's system is really, really good. And yeah, we want to see now Geno take a step forward with it. Central Valley Kings, sure. Absolutely do. But I will say even this, you looked at the playoff game last year, Central Valley Kings, and you're going to relate it, if we relate it to a Dak Prescott. I don't believe that you can find any point of Dak Prescott going in the playoffs and playing like Geno did in that first half, and against that Niner team. And you lost that game because you didn't have a nose tackle, because you couldn't stop the Niners offense, because our offense had to score every single time if we were going to stay in that game against the number one defense in the entire NFL. And still Geno came into that game on the road, having no business winning that game, having no business being close in that game because of the factors that I just presented. You didn't even have a slot receiver basically in that game. Derrick Young was your slot, and you were leading at halftime on the back of Geno's arm, on the back of Geno's ability. Defense completely crap in the bed. He's holding the line. So I can get the fact that they're close together and they're ranking to a degree, but I do think that there's something a little bit different to Geno's game than there is to Dak to me. And I don't think Geno was stat padding last year. There was times at Central Valley Kings, like that Lions game, where you couldn't punt one single time in the whole course of the game or you lose the game. One punt. That's not stat padding at that point. That's your quarterback having to carry the day. And that's a lot of what Geno did, especially through that first 12 games last year, which is not what I've ever seen Dak have to really do on his other end of it. But we'll see. It'll play out this year, and we'll see how it plays out. If he does settle into that territory, or if he is maybe potentially, as I am arguing, a cut above. Space Paul Allen bought the Seahawks for a cool $100 million. Addison says, yeah, the Seahawks are firmly rooted in Seattle. I could never imagine them leaving. I can't either. I mean, you've had 3 Super Bowl appearances since you've gotten into this new stadium. You are on the NFL map. You're not a blue blood organization, but you're certainly not that same plucky upstart team that you were viewed at back in 1990 when we had these fears and worries. If you think about that time, you were younger as an organization at that time when they were playing with the notion of moving you than you had these additional 40 years of time frame since then, And Matthew, there would be a riot. If we had guys sitting in front of the moving trucks, literally you had Seahawks fans before throwing themselves in front of the moving trucks as Seattle was trying to move the equipment out of their practice facility at that time, and you had Hawk fans jumping in front of moving trucks, preventing them from leaving. If that's what they were doing in 1990, what would they do now? Probably have IEDs out there and stuff. Cashmere says Seattle has more of a chance of getting a second NFL team over the Seahawks moving. That'd be incredible if we had 2 like New York and LA teams. You have 2 of them. We could support it. Central Valley Kings, would you guys want an expansion NBA team? If not possible, a relocation team from the Pelicans or the Hornets? And don't OKC Thunder have the history of the Sonics? technically, I guess they've got, no, well, supposedly Central Valley, when he left, he said he was going to leave us our history, but then they try to take credit for it at certain times when it's convenient for them. OKC can suck it. I don't really want to take another team's franchise. That's not ideal to me. I want a franchise though too, Central Valley, and I don't think that we should have had that one ripped away from us. So yeah, I think there's a lot of basketball ties locally out there here. You know, our first championship before we won in football, we won in basketball in '79. So there's certainly a fan base for basketball fans up there, and it would be well received to come back. Sounds like we're going to get it too here within the next couple of years. I don't know if they own the history, but supposedly Bennett said he was going to leave the history alone, but they've claimed certain things at times like they're still keeping some of it. Justin says, remember week 1 against the Dolphins when Sue injured his foot? That's when he stopped running. Yeah. He had a couple of injuries that year back to back. He had the Sue thing, and he had a linebacker that caused a high ankle sprain in addition. Russ was really gutting it out that year. Megan says, Madden for play color, Cosell for play-by-play, bar none be. That'd be a hell of a combo, Megan. You see where I'm going with that. I mean, that's hard. I can't fault somebody for wanting to check that out. Benelli says, Brando, I'm heading over to Medical Lake tomorrow to help friends in big trouble. Jesus, Benelli. Yeah, they just had to, I hope your friend's doing all right. They had to evacuate probably about, 15 miles away from me here out in the valley, Benelli, where they evacuated the town of Medical Lake. We've got the fires that are just raging out here. Hope your friends are doing okay. Tell them to stay out of there. Don't tell them to be too gutsy on this playing with fire, as we saw with the Maui situation. You can't play with that stuff, you know. You can always repair. You can always rebuild. You can always buy extra stuff. Yeah, the smoke is definitely bad over here, Matthew. I've been able to open my window all day. It's just ash raining down. Justin says possibly old age kicking in for us, all those sacks adding up. Yeah, I think there's something to be said with that, Justin. You know, between getting older, you know, when you get up to be your mid-30s, you're not at your physical best that you once were. And Russ has taken as much a beating throughout his time at the quarterback position as any quarterback in NFL history. You know, he's been hit and smacked as much as anyone from top to bottom. And you got to feel like that does add up after a time when you take that much damage. James Valvis says, hey, Brandon, how's the novel selling? Cheap plug opportunity. It's actually done pretty good. I've been surprised. I've had a couple of deposits in from Amazon, so it's actually moving really, really pretty well. And even beyond that, it's been nice that the people that have read the book have left reviews. So if you're interested, I do have a book on Amazon. It's called When the Sleeper Awoke. You can find it. Just search it simply there on Amazon by Brandon Kane, and released it earlier this year, and it seems to be really well received. It's a huge tome of a book. I was surprised how many pages it was when it was all settled down. I was like, wow, I really went long on this one. But I go long on everything, right? I'm 5 hours in the stream. Why not? You know. But it's going great. It's going really, really well, and I'm very happy that people have responded in the fashion they have. Will Valdez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Will, he says, I meant like calling plays. Is an offensive defensive play caller like, did I miss something on that, Will? I must have responded to a comment of yours and I spaced out. Hold on, Will. Let me find your comment. Sorry. Can't remember what you were talking about on that. So I got to see where you're. And I can't find you. I wish I could find comments by searching. There we go. Or do you feel the same? Who should have remained the same? Well, I was watching a YouTube video of a guy who works at Google AI. I meant, calling plays as an offensive defensive play caller like Waldron. That's a really good question, Will. Will AI take over the play calling? Fantastic question. I mean, maybe, but I think that the best use of it's going to be when you have AI versus man, right? Because you have an AI that can computate and compile instantaneous data on an opposition coach, be it a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator, and be able to then probably predictively, trace what they're going to tend to do by their tendencies to an extreme degree, to an accurate degree. But when you get AI on AI, I don't know if you would be able to have that exposed as much, because you'd be able to probably program around those tendencies a little bit more easier, because the AI would self-scout and say, look, here's a tendency I'm displaying to this. And go, we got to get around that. And then you'd program it in. So eventually I could see that coming into having an effect, especially when you can have a sporting advantage at that point if you're the team to initially adopt it and it's smart enough to be able to hit the predictive point of the opposition across from them, being able to see their hand. And that's the way that works, of course, is if I'm a play caller, let's say I'm an offensive coordinator that's been in this league for 10 years, I've called, 250 games. If I have that kind of data to go off of an offensive play caller, I could probably do some predicting about what they do and how they do it. And, if you're on this side of the field with this hash mark to this side, if you're in this situation in this type of game and with this amount of time on the clock, here's what a tendency is to have happen. Because some of that's just subconscious, right? Where you have your tendencies that you do that you're not even aware you're kind of doing. And AI would be able to capture that, I would think. But once it gets to AI on AI, I think that the advantages would be mitigated, because then everybody's got the same advantage. It becomes quickly a level playing field. Megan, you're rereading again? You're awesome, Megan. Appreciate you. Robert Jorgensen says, will Tyreek Smith make the final roster? He will, Robert. I think the release of Alton Robinson really freed this up for him, where your Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu, Derrick Hall, and Darrell Taylor is your 4. You're going to carry 5 edges. So now your 5th edge becomes Tyreek Smith. Pretty clear, pretty quick on that one as to where this one will go with that. And he looked really good today. Very impressive. Dave Dalton says the Russ hate is played. It's played out, yeah. No bad mouthing Sierra. No Sierra hate. Corey Combe, we have much better depth this year. Boy, do we ever, Corey. I think we have better depth than we've had in probably 10 years here. It's been a long period of time since you were this strong, from the first player on the roster down to the 53rd player on the roster. And it's going to help you win football games, and it certainly is going to come in handy, Matthew. Corey, it's certainly going to come in handy this year, where you have gone now to the 17th game. This is the new part of the NFL that I think becomes something that teams have to start to build into their roster building strategy, which is it's not just about the starters now. I need the depth, and not that when it's just convenient to have the depth, but because I know now I've got the 17th game. I know now I have 2 Thursday night games a year. Thursday night games being ones that are heavily reliant upon you going your backups at times, because it's hard for those starters to get back all the time and be 100% ready to roll, especially if it's a position that you can rotate it out a little bit more. And then the third aspect, of course, being the lack of 2 buys in either conference like you used to have. Now there's only 1 bye. So a team used to be able to sit for that bye of that week. Now you're going to be playing in the playoffs that extra week. You need to have extra hands on deck. You need to be able to build that depth. And Seattle has gotten out ahead of this one smartly. But now he says, Brando, it's about time I get a wrench, brother. Matthew says, Russ deserves some flack for what he did, but I'm proud of this fan base, and I don't want to be part of the misogynistic garbage. No misogynistic here. Yeah, I agree. No reason to ever get personal on it. Michael Garrickton, sorry, I got timed out, man. I think it says it wasn't her. So I didn't do it. I promise. Wasn't me. Wasn't me. And Michael, I appreciate where you're coming from on it too. You've been cool. I don't think anybody was trying to time you out. So Megan will tell you if she times you out, man. And if she doesn't, she'll tell you if she times it out. Doesn't sound like she did. And I don't think we got any other mods in the house right now. So you've been respectful, brother. And I appreciate you coming in and chopping it up. I think you're also curious with your team and curious with our thought processes on. I love that about your nature as well, man. So I appreciate you in here, man. And when you keep it cool like this, it's all good. So if you got accidentally timed out, I'm sorry on that, but you've been respectful. I don't got no problems with you. You good people. No, don't you can. Jordan Hodson, how about the Artie Burns? I also thought he was wearing number 3. Burns looked good out there. He did. He got away with a little bit of a pass interference there, where there's a little bit of early contact, but that's just I call that a smart veteran play more than pass interference, just understanding where the line is. But he tackled well out there. He was pretty good in coverage. It's going to be a nice little insurance policy to have for us as a 5th corner on this roster. It's a stacked unit. It's in a good spot as it stands right now. But having that extra 5th guy can be helpful if injuries are to come up. And part of the reason we say we're such a deep team is Artie Burns is your 5th corner, not your 1, not your 2, not your 3, not your 4, your 5th corner on this roster. J.O. says, the Seattle Seahawks and then the Seattle Tomahawks. That's it, man. It goes together. Peanut butter and jelly. We'll have one on one side of the city and then the other one down near, we'll have it near SeaTac or something. Not SeaTac. We'll have it near, what's the mall down there at the front of the city again? Northgate. We'll put it down there near Northgate. Okay. Kitty. Okay. Daniel Gaming, good night, bro. Have a good night, Daniel. Appreciate you watching. Addicted Hawk says, won't players have AI chips installed in their brains? Maybe. If Elon Musk has anything to say about it with his weird chip thing. I'm not doing that. Y'all can sign up for that one. You count me out on the sticking a chip in my brain. No. Not doing it. Matthew says, I like teams by how much I like the city. So I like. There we go, Matt. Young Bido game, Tyreek Smith did have himself a pretty epic game. And he was all over the place. He was able to contribute in a variety of different places, hustle, just playing the run game strong, even showing off a little bit of some pressure at times, including, I think, getting the sack there at the end. Very, very impressed by Tyreek. PFF really hit him hard last week on his grade, but I thought his grade was a lot better last week against the Vikings than it showed out. He really looked good on tape. And he was impressive, I think, again today. Now ACL has raised kids to become men. I know I have 2 kids playing in the Pac-12 programs. Hell yeah. Congrats, man. Jigs Hawks says, Brandon, 5 great edge players. Is it okay to call Jaron Reed our 1 great nose tackle, or is that a stretch? He's our 1 nose tackle. How about we go there with it? That's about as far as I can go. Michael says, is it in an alternate world, if you all play bad as the Broncos last year, what would y'all do for the next year? For example, rebuild. In an alternate world, if y'all played as bad as the Broncos last year, so if we were as bad as the Broncos last year, what would we do for this next year? That's a good question. I would imagine, Michael, that there probably would have been a bigger draw to try to potentially go get a quarterback in this last draft, So you probably would have looked to move up in the draft. I mean, if we had as bad a year as the Broncos, we're sitting with basically the 5th pick at that point, as we already, were. So I would think we'd be able to probably move up then to go get one of Stroud or Anthony Richardson. I think we were willing to pick those guys if they fell to us this year by the way it played out. But if we had lost and been like you say, then you would have been more of trying to aggressively go get that done. Aside from there being a lot more changes beside that, I don't think there'll be a lot more different than what they've done, because you still at that point, Michael, would have, once you moved on from Russ, had to have bought into the rebuild. Said, okay, now it needs to be rebuilt. We're not ready to win here now. We've got to start doing it. And that means that plays out the same way. It's really only how you attack the quarterback position and maybe Geno's lack of ascent that kind of changes that process. Jordan Hodson says, how about JSN? Hot take. I think Jaxon could be one of the best Seahawks wide receivers in Seattle history. It's possible, Jordan. It's possible. The kid's got a lot of talent. And I'll tell you what, you have not picked, I'm trying to think of the last receiver that you had Corn Robinson, I think you took with the 8th overall pick, I believe. But if I go in my history of my Seahawks, I can't think of another receiver that you really took at that high. Joey Galloway, that's another one. But he certainly has got the talent, man. And he's going to get a lot of touches and targets from day one here. You've had a pretty rich history of good wide receiver play from Largent to Doug Baldwin's to Brian Blades to Tyler Lockett's. But he certainly could join their ranks, and join their ranks, Jordan, to your point on that really fast. I don't think it's a hot take, man. I think it's probably a pretty accurate one. Michael says, yep, 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I think, Michael, I'll be interested to see if you would agree on this as well. The heart of the problem, I think, for the Broncos last year was the heart was set on Aaron Rodgers. You bring in Hackett, who's Rodgers' drinking buddy. You're setting this whole stage for this thing to happen, and then you get the rug pulled out from under you on the Aaron Rodgers situation, just as you seem to be this close to that trade happening and being perpetrated. But then what happened is that didn't go through, and so then you got into a little bit of the desperate state to then double back to Russ as the backup option. And that's where I think it starts to go wrong, where it's like we had this one plan and then that didn't work, and then we just quickly went to this. Well, plan B is just as good as plan A, really. And then you talk yourself into that a little bit, but really it was plan A. It was getting Aaron Rodgers on this particular team with this talent where it's at, But I'd be interested to see where you kind of stand on that too, in retrospect, in your view of it, Benelli says, Brando, can we talk about Boye? I got a lot to say. Boye was fantastic, man. He's been a complete player in this preseason. He's been a consistent bringer of the pressure. He's looking twitchy and explosive off of his get off. He looks like his hands have been improved this year. And he's still bringing everything that he brought last year in the run game. Sets the edge, bounces off blocks, gets back in and makes a tackle. I dare you to run to Boye's side. I dare you to run at Boye Mafe. He's going to kill a lot of outside zone runs this year in his play out there. But he has been maybe the most impressive Seahawks defender early on in this preseason. In fact, probably the most impressive defender, bar none. I love what I'm seeing out of Boye Mafe. He looks like he's ready to take that next big step forward this year right now. And I think that when Pete Carroll says he's been the most improved player of those rookies from year 1 to year 2, he's not lying to us. I think he's telling us true and how he sees it. Michael Arrington says, I want to talk Russ in the 2022 season one day on here, but that will never happen, unfortunately. I think someday, it's just, again, Michael, it's only a year removed, and it was a very emotional situation. And that's why I'm trying to be a bit of the, keep the waters calm here, keep the peace here a little bit, because I know the emotions are there for everybody on all sides of this. Denver fans, Seahawks fans that love Russ, Seahawks fans that are angry at Russ. Everyone's got a bit of their emotions running high on this one. And I get it. I do get it. I think eventually those will calm down and, we'll be able to kind of talk about this in a more, even-keeled fashion, maybe. Benelli says, Brando, let me get up there with you. Let's have a talk. Sounds good, man. Addicted to Hawks says, Brandon, you're assuming whether or not you have a choice to have the AI chip installed. Just teasing. Love good science fiction. Oh, hell yeah, man. I'm a fan of good science fiction too, which is what my book is a little bit. It's more science fiction than anything else. But it may very well not be a choice, to your point on that. You're getting the Neuralink whether you like it or not. Central Valley Kings, how many years do you Hawks fans think Pete will coach, and who's the next in line? Central Valley Kings, that's a very tough prediction to make. I've long said that I feel like Coach Carroll is the kind of coach that's the equivalent to the player who's been playing for 15 years in the sport, and they come over to him and they go, you've been a legend in this sport. You played 320 games, and you played another 20 games in the playoffs. When are you going to call it? When are you going to say it's a day? When are you going to say you've had enough? You've made $30 million, $50 million in your career. And the guy goes, you know what? You're going to have to tear this jersey off my body to get me to stop playing. Well, my metaphor for this Central Valley Kings is you're going to have to tear the whistle off Coach Carroll to get him off the sideline. I don't know if maybe he'll be the first coach in NFL history that literally has to pass on the sidelines. He's a 94-year-old Coach Carroll, right? And then it finally clicks in. I think he'd be pretty tickled by that thought, that he went on an NFL field. But I don't think he's looking to go anytime soon. If he was to happen to go because something surprising came up in the next year or two, the names that I go to in my mind, Central Valley Kings, are Harbaugh, Lincoln Riley. God, there's not a lot of names out there right now, too. It makes it tough. Maybe Ryan Day. Mike Tomlin, if he was to get freed up from his current situation there, if something went weird with the Steelers organization there in that spot. I know not everybody likes Tomlin. I'm kind of somewhat pro Tomlin to a degree. But I don't have a lot of names. When I've looked at this, there isn't a lot of guys on the market that are sitting there that are kind of bubbling, that are just waiting for a job like Sean Payton was last year. It's kind of a dearth of like notable guys, of legitimate guys. The old guard's kind of retired out, and it's sort of the new guard's turn now to jump forward a little bit here. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Robert. He says, I went to the game tonight. Your overall thoughts, along with Walken, Pacino, and Knowlton, go Hawks. I will try. I'm 6 hours in, so the voice is definitely, it's a little shaky on the impressions, but I'll give it a shot here, Robert. I appreciate the $5 dono, brother. You're awesome for that. We'll start out with, here's Walken's thoughts on the game. When you look football and you watch the game, what you want when you watch, as I'm always watching, is you want to see a team play ball well. When you see that and they're doing good, it's fun, good game, makes it better as a fan to watch. Are you watching? I hope you are. It's a good team. And if you're not, you're going to miss out on a Super Bowl run this year now. If you want it, you can have it. Just got to watch. Good team. Going to go far. Only question is how far. I say Super Bowl now. Let's go. But Al Pacino, what do you think about this team, where it's going, how it's going to do? I'd like to know, Al. This team is getting ready to soar. Let me tell you, they're going to go to a height you've never seen before. You thought you were as high as they could go in 14. You thought they went even higher in 13. This team, even larger, even bigger. There is no stopping this team. Coach Carroll, young team, peanut butter, jelly, put them together in a sandwich. Oh, now I'm hungry. Look out. Hooah. I'll tell you though, you think they're just going to get one? No. I'm telling you, Christopher, it's two championships. Al Pacino right now. 2 Pacino championships. Oh, my God, Al Pacino, you don't say. 2 back-to-back. Back-to-back. This team with Coach Carroll, young, listening on every word, they're going to go win. Now, I'll tell you. What do you think, though? Nick Nolte, are you in agreement?
I ain't going to get you win. Who's going to win this game? I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows what year it's going to be? God damn it. I'm the goddamn asking me to...
Nick Nolte is on the fence, but he's going to come around. Mr. Walken, I'm telling you. Good to know, because Nick doesn't seem so big on the team. Nick, what's the problem?
I'm hungry. Just give me a goddamn cigarette. I don't taste it, guy.
That's what I got, Robert. Thank you for the donation, man. Definitely the impressions get rough after 6 hours. I will say that. They're not on my A game at that point. I appreciate you though, Robert. James Valvis says Maffe's clearly made the sophomore jump. Stud. What a draft that was. It's going to look to be, and I love even this last year's draft, but I don't think there's going to be any denying here as the start to go into the future that the 2022 draft, I think is, and I say this very clearly, is easily going to end up as the best draft in Seahawks history. There have been some great drafts, but this one is damn near going to get to a place of what I would call a historic draft. And Mafe developing within that, on top of already what you get from Walker, on top of what you already get from Lucas, on top of what you already get from Charles Cross, on top of what you get from Tariq Woolen. And then you get that in addition on top with all of his promise that he's showing off in this preseason. The sky is the limit for this draft class, and one of the reasons that we've got our sights set so high in 2023. TikToks, I didn't see any post-game interviews. Did Locke injure his leg on that dirty roughing the passer play? Indeed, I believe he did. Addicted to Hawks, we have not heard any update on this situation, but he was taken out of the game after that series. And I think that it was probably, he was limping on it still pretty good after he came up. That hit before Addicted Hawks many times over in the NFL has caused a torn ACL. So the fact he got away clear of that, that's good, but I'd imagine that he's got a little bit of a dodgy knee right now that probably is going to be sore for a couple weeks. Michael Harrington says 100% true. You're a good analyst. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it, man. I try to keep it even steel on this. We're all a little bit biased in our own way, no doubt about that. I'm in addition to that, and I do try to push back against it, man. And I hope your Broncos can bounce back. That's a tough year for a fan to go through, like you guys did last year, especially with the expectations. But you got the coach. Peyton's a good coach. I'm one of those people that's pro Peyton, and I think whether he gets you there this year or get you into the future, you put Sean Payton with the Walmart money, I think that that's going to be a good combination. Jordan Hodson, am I worried about Spoon and how little reps he's gotten? He's a rookie, and they need these reps in the preseason. Could he turn out to be like someone like Jeff Okudah? I don't think that he's going to turn into Jeff Okudah. He's very much a little bit on the different end of the scale than Okudah. Okudah was like ultra refined, really everything in his game was technically really proficient and profound a little bit, but you also got with Jeff Okudah then a real kind of high floor, low ceiling guy, and then he never really got to even his floor there with the Lions. But he was a guy that kind of tricked people into where he was drafted. Whereas with Witherspoon, it's just more pure twitchiness. There's just more pure raw goods there with Witherspoon to be successful. The first part of your question, though, is absolutely the case. I am concerned about him where he stands right now. He was late to training camp for the holdout. Now he's missed the majority of the chunk of training camp to work on his game and get better. How can that not hold him back to some degree this upcoming year? I don't think it removes him, Jordan, from having no effect. He's gonna be on the field and he's gonna help this team out at some point or another win football games. But is it going to be as much or to the effect we thought it was when he was drafted? Maybe not. Not with the amount of time that he's maybe missed. Matthew says maybe, but he's a physical dominator. I think Witherspoon will be fine. Me too, Matthew. Give him time. He'll be all right. Max says, Seahawks fan from LA. Love. Thank you. Love right back your way, man. Says, got my tickets for the LA Rams versus Seahawks on November 19th. Let's go, Mac. Let's go. I always love to hear when we're taking over stadiums, man. It always brings a smile to my face, especially down there in LA where they already struggled to bring the fans in the stadium. You know, do they even have a Rams fan base in LA? Really? Yeah. Do they really? But I love to hear you'll be there, man. Appreciate you. Be loud. Dig the Hawks, I said it before, 2023 is the year of Mafe and Parkinson. I'm half right, for sure. Laughing out loud. Hey, I'll take that half right. Matthew Phillips says, Perna said, with my luck, JSN will go to Seattle. Grassi was getting mad about it too. It's pretty funny. Grassi's meltdown on the JSN was hilarious. I enjoyed that one considerably. Matthew says the man has powers. He also said his nightmare was a Seahawks Chiefs Super Bowl. Greg Floyd, how you doing? It's good to see you. Megan says beats being carried out in the VMAC in a box. Central Valley. So Megan, you're with me on that. There's no way. I think he's going to go as long as he can on this. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, do you think the eventual Pete successor will be more Mike Holmgren-like or Pete-like, or some totally different style altogether? Hard to predict on this one, Addicted Hawks. At the time you had brought in a Mike Holmgren, you had an availability there to get him. And with Pete, you had to move off of Mora really quickly off of 1 year to be able to strike on Pete at the right time. And you need the guy to be available who is that right kind of guy that would be sort of a star coach. And when I look at right now across the league, there's not a lot of star coaches out there and available or looking to maybe be available in the near future. I would think a guy like Bezos comes in, if he does come in and buy the team by this point in time when this would be set to occur, and knowing the success the Seattle organization has, knowing the top flight way that they run and the way they treat the players, to the facilities that they have to offer, to the stadium, to the fan base, that this would be an attractive place for a primetime coach if there's a primetime coach out there and available. Who that one is, I don't know. I have gone to Addicted Hawks at times saying a guy like Harbaugh would not be a guy that I would be out on, as some people would be because of the old hate for the Harbaugh Niners situation a bit, or just because he rubbed some people the wrong way. I would be open to Harbaugh as that kind of coach. And I would think with Bezos having the money that he would potentially have to spend if he does buy the team, he'll have all the money in the world to offer whatever that star coach wants to be paid from a monetary standpoint. And so I think they'll probably go big swing, but I don't know who the big swing would be exactly. D. Nugget says, Walken is 80 now. Just saw a photo. He is ready for his final resting place. He's getting up there. He's supposed to be in the Dune. He's in the new Dune movie, so we'll see if he can hold it down still with that. It's about the spice. Keep the spice running. I don't want to hear about Atreides. Your father was a coward. Matthew, I hope the culture stays the same. Always compete, but always be yourself. I love the character of the team and the characters on this team. Yeah, me too as well. It's certainly when it comes to Coach Carroll and building a winning culture and building a kind of culture that you can root for and is fun to follow and watch. He does do that. Jody Vera, I know it was all over that year when that defense of tackle was bad-mouthing Russell Wilson on national television, and they got Hackett in the shot, and then he didn't even bother to acknowledge the situation. They got Hackett was in the video shot you're talking about, Jody, where Russ is being yelled at by the defensive tackle and the coach isn't doing anything. Yeah, and I think this is where you get to the spot of Hackett certainly was a bad hire, but as I was saying with Michael, and he was kind of agreeing with me on it, that hire you made with Hackett was because you were trying to get Rodgers in, and it wasn't exactly you got Hackett in here because he was going to be a great pairing with Wilson, and those two guys just weren't, really a great pairing. But it was also just sometimes things just go sideways. It isn't always just an individual person doing something wrong. Sometimes it's just you've got gasoline thrown on top of a fire and it starts just raging. And it just, things, we've all been in that situation in life, be it in a relationship or maybe it's a work or maybe it's a business arrangement, and things just start to slide sideways, and that momentum starts building up, and it's like the old snowball going down the hill that just keeps getting bigger and bigger and nothing can stop it. Anything that gets in its path only adds to it and makes it bigger. And that's a little bit of what felt like happened in Denver situation last year. It just sometimes it's a bad moon, right? Can't have those seasons start on a harvest moon, I'm telling you. Central Valley Kings, Bill and Pete look like the type of coach till they can't do it. They do seem that way. They love the sport. It's in their bones. It's in the marrow of their bones. They strike me as both in that same kind of fashion too, Central Valley. Part of me has wondered a little bit if Belichick's gotten a little bit, whereas Coach Carroll could roll with this new style of NFL, not as much practicing, not as much time with the players. Like Pete could still kind of just, that's okay. Part of me's wondered if Bill's been a little bit hampered by this modern NFL a little bit and maybe doesn't like it as much, slanted always to offense, former defensive coach. I don't know. We'll see with him, but I could see it being that way too, man. I could. Robert says, thanks for the impressions. JSN is going to be a special player for this team. Boy, is he ever. And my pleasure, Robert. Sorry, it's not a great one in 6 hours, man, but always happy to do it, man. And I think JSN is going to be a fantastic player for this. Fantastic. Michael says, who are some trade candidates for the Seahawks? I think that we're locking in on really DeForest Buckner would be a big swing. We'd love to see it be made there, Michael. If not DeForest Buckner, if you can go find with the Wilkins negotiations kind of reaching a stagnant point with the Dolphins, and maybe the Dolphins wanting to pay that money in other places, maybe you could knock on their door and get them to flip him over. We're really looking at defensive line right now as much as anything else. There's not a lot of defensive linemen available though, so this becomes a tough answer to give to you. You could be looking at a guy that's even more of a lower end guy like a Grover. Was it Grover Stewart with the Colts? That's more just a run stuffing, zero tech, wouldn't cost you a lot. You could look more into that range of things too here. But I think we're gonna have to kind of wait this one out a little bit more to see which teams maybe around the trade deadline are going to be in sell mode to where you could go get that. It'll be clearer of what options are really available out there. We feel pretty good about other places. I think a guy like Devon White around the trade deadline, if the Buccaneers aren't good, wants a new contract. Seattle needs a little bit more help at the middle linebacker position. Maybe a guy like Devon White could end up making some sense at that time. But outside of that, I don't have a lot of other names. That's about it. Matthew Phillips, does JSN go over 1,000 yards? I say yes. I'll tell you, it's getting harder and harder not to be in that place of things, Matthew. I originally thought that I felt it'd be between 750 to 850 yards. But with the way he's played in the preseason and how good he's been in training camp and how much I think Gino's going to end up probably targeting him quite a bit, it's very close to me being at a yes point on it. I'm right on the line. I'm still going to go say about 850 when it's all said and really done here, but they're going to lean on him. Jordan says, thank you. Always enjoy watching your streams and videos. Going to go play Madden 24 and then go to bed. Have a good night and go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the questions. King Bomber says, Grassi and Perna both hate the Hawks. They do, King Bomber, and I love it. I love how much they're so angry at us. It's wonderful. Matthew says, Grassi's coming around. Well, no, man, eventually you can't deny it's a fun team to watch, Eventually it's too much fun to hate it, King Bomber says, because of the NCAA championship and the Fail Mary. Yeah, his reasons are understandable. And then Perna with the Russell Wilson fleecing. Yeah. All understandable hate. All understandable hate. I get it. Matthews says, Perna just can't accept that we're good. He did give Bobo credit, though. It's probably like a psychological catch for him at this point. You know what I mean? The pain is just too intense to consider it in that fashion. Megan says, addicted to Hawks and I are casting an actor to play Pete in a movie based on his life. Who do you think could do it and why? Jeez. How about what about Robert Downey Jr.? He's getting a little bit older now. You could phase him through the full years. You get him from young Pete to old Pete. And if not him, then how about the kid from Top Gun who played Goose's son? If you want to go young. Or do we have to go with the young Pete and an old Pete? If I have to just go cast the old Pete, how about if I got to do an old Pete, how about for an outside the box one, Sylvester Stallone? They kind of have a little bit of, I don't know. I dig Docs, Brandon. I'm still anti-Harbaugh, but a big swing will be needed for sure. That's where I wish I had a better name for you too. I dig Docs on this because I do go to Harbaugh a lot, but it's just simply because there's not. It seems like in recent years past, if you went back 5-6 years ago, there was more of a 3 or 4 or 5 crew of guys that you felt potentially good about making a run at, and now it just doesn't feel like there's as good amount of guys to kind of go to. Jordan Hodson, I'd love to take Sean McVay in Seattle as an option down the line if that was available. The thing with this, though, is McVay just seems like he's really intent on retiring sooner than later. Last couple of seasons, he's played with the notion, I've heard multiple times over, he doesn't intend to coach for a long period of time. And so it just seems like he's not a guy that's going to be kind of long for the NFL world. But if he was, I would certainly jump on him as a head coach. I would with the same thing with Shanahan, too, by the way. So Shanahan and McVay, I hold them both in very high esteem. Jack Maloney, I love Grossi and Perna. They got me into football. Love watching them suffer due to us. Laughing out loud. So I'm glad I'm not alone on that, Jack. And yeah, I love the work those guys do too. They do a great job at what they do, and you can't deny that. And it is fun watching them twist in pain a little bit. Avion Fisher says it'll be Clint Hurt as the next head coach. Well, Avion, he did say that was his intended goal was to become a head coach eventually. So. Maybe him, maybe Waldron. It's possible. And Jody, yeah, the Broncos Perna. That's right. Matthew says Grossi started to love us when he visited Seattle. There we go. Well, that's good to hear. He's coming over to our side then. We're getting him over here. Jack says, nah, Grossi still hates Seattle because we took GSN. Matthew Phillips says, Steve Carell. That's a great suggestion, Matthew. That positivity thing, like you could bring some of that, the office energy, kind of boss energy thing a little bit. There's a little bit of Pete in there, right? There's a little bit of Pete in there on that. And I know the wrestling movie you're talking about. Yeah, he did a good job in that one. Steve Carell's got some range. And he's already got almost the name right there, right? Carell. It already kind of fits. Tony Wright says, Brandon, nice performance by your squad this evening as it looks like your run defense is improving. Thanks, Tony. I think your Falcons were looking pretty good too. I watched a little bit of your game today. You got to clean up some of the penalty stuff. Man, there was a lot of penalties in your game there. But you also got to see how that creative running attack of your head coach can work with Bijan Robinson and how that's going to just make him that much better within a rushing attack that's one of the best in football. And even Ritter was looking a little bit more under control and sharp in what I saw of him. So likewise, back at you, Tony, your Atlanta Falcon team looking solid, man. Looking solid. And I'll tell you, with the Panthers looking a little bit meh, you guys just look even more stronger there as the dark horse to go take that division. Jack Maloney says, watching Perna become more and more broken every week was a funny sight. Laugh my ass off. Makes me feel great. We caused their suffering. Yeah, I turned it on a couple times last year too to kind of savor it. I got to admit. Had to do it. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Jack. Robert says, should I be worried about how Michael Jackson played tonight? I'm not going to be tremendously, Robert. He's had a really good camp. He was one of your stars at minicamp. I don't think we should let this one game be the ultimate determinant judge of his play and where he's at. I also think on a couple of these plays that he gave up, he got left in kind of a precarious situation. You know, he's on a 9 route playing press, but he's not really pressing, and then he's supposed to try to run step for step without any safety help over the top, and then he gets beat. I'm not going to hit him up as hard on that one. The comeback routes, he's playing cover 3, he's playing deep zone. Then the Cowboys are attacking with underneath stuff on the other side of it. Not going to get too caught up in with that. We just got to see where that battle ends up kind of flowing to. And it's in too much of an uncertain state at this point, especially with what the coaches will be basing this on, the mini camps and the practice and the training camps and all of that as well in addition to it. So, no, I don't think it'll be as big a factor as some are making it out to be, Robert. Tony says, my Falcons are starting to click as Desmond Ridder went 7 for 9 for 81 yards with an INT on a pass that Scotty Miller should have caught as he turned and tipped the ball up in the air. I always hated, Tony, when they cup tip it. Don't cup tip the ball, receiver. And what I mean by that is the ball comes in and you make a little teacup there with your hand. You know, it's down, it's here on the side. Do not do this. Do not do this. And I saw the play you're talking about, Tony. And it pisses me off when I see those receivers do that. Get your hand turned over and down so that if you don't catch it, it's going to just, dribble down to your feet or bounce off your deal and go forward. But yeah, he sold him on that one. And I saw what you saw as well. I thought Ritter played smart, under control. He showed you off some of those wheels that he has, as he is a good scrambler. 4.5, 340 guy. He can move. So he looked good. I was very impressed by what I saw from your Falcon team overall. A little sloppy at the penalties. It's a little bit much on that at times. For the first quarter and a half of that game, it was like every other play was yellow flag flying. But the officials are over officiating in the preseason too. Central Valley Kings, Chris Jones has not gotten his new contract as of yet. He is still holding out and incurring a $50,000 a day unforgivable fine currently with the Chiefs. So that does remain a situation open. Likewise, Bosa is still holding out. And Matthew, I'm with you. I think Mike Jackson is going to be good when it's all said and done here. Matthew says they're bad. Smooth criminal. Eddie, are you okay? Are you okay? Michael, are you okay? King Bomber says, I don't know why people think the Hail Mary shouldn't have been a catch. According to the rules, the receiver had both his feet down first and 50-50 possession with the corner giving the catch, which later the corner stripped it away. Yeah, I am with this. I will go to my dying day saying that was a catch. People don't seem to understand the whole rules of possession. They seem to think it's who gets my hands on the ball first means that I make the catch. Even NFL pro players have a hard time with this one. And if your feet are not on the ground, you cannot create possession of the football. That's the key to the Hail Mary catch. If your feet are not on the ground, you do not have possession of the football. While you're up there floating in air, if another player gets his hand on the ball and that player has his feet down on the ground before you get your feet on the ground, even if you got the ball in your hands first, it's a catch to the receiver. But the NFL backed up the decision, said it was the right call after the game, even after the replacement ups left the field. The NFL has been happy enough in the past at times to say, we got this call wrong here. It should have been this. They didn't on that play because it was, to your point, King Bomber, the correct call. But Packer fans will never let it go. And you're right, King Bomber. It should have technically been a PI on Golden Tate. But then here's the thing I say about that, though. How many Hail Marys have you watched in your life? I'm sure a lot. I have as well. How many Hail Marys have we ever seen where there was an offensive pass interference called on those plays? Never, right? You just don't see it. And people just don't do it because you're going to let those guys play in that moment, which is what the fans normally would like. It was PI, though. It was that. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. I got Roy Schneider as Brody from Jaws for me. Oh, okay. As Pete Carroll. That works. That works, Megan. It's a little bit cheating, though. He's too old now. It's a little cheating. But he's definitely a doppelganger for Pete. Megan says, no Sly as Pete. That's the stuff of nightmares, Pete. Oh, Matthew says, all I know is it doesn't matter if he's black or white. Space. Michael says, I like this channel and the cool subscribers in here, so I sub this is my home now as a Bronco fan, like a human growing up with monkeys. I'm going to be here and more often, hate it or love it. Hey, man, I love all fans of all teams coming in here, Michael. Everyone is welcome in here. As I always say, having fans of other teams in here just helps to widen out our view and understanding of not only our team, but what's going on around the league. And the more that you can widen your view, the more that you can take in from an informational standpoint, the better you understand things more clear. So welcome aboard, man. Appreciate you jumping in. Central Valley, you Hawk fans want a coach who wants to smash mouth running the ball and playing great defense instead of a finesse football. I think I don't have a preference either way, Central Valley. We've gone to a Super Bowl with a kind of a more of a finesse style of a team with like a Holmgren with his West Coast offense. We've been to a Super Bowl with more of a smash mouth. I think you can kind of win either way. I think playing in the stadium we play in, you always have to have a little bit of a nature of running the ball, a commitment to running the ball, because there's going to be some inclement weather days where the wind's blowing, the rain's coming down, it's a little bit cold. It's hard to, have a high volume passing attack in those type of environments. But either way, man, either way. Surf or ski, man. Surf or ski. Who's bad? Tony Wright says, I don't know what the Niners are waiting on, Brandon. They need to get a defensive end. Nick Bosa signed like yesterday to get him in with the team before the season starts. I brought it up to a couple Niner fans. I went on a couple of Niner channels talking to them about it, and they were so non-flummoxed by it. They're like, hey, it'll be done. It's fine. I'm like, hey, you guys know his brother was not easy negotiations with the Chargers. At that time, it was like the top end edge in the sport was making like $23 million a year. I think it was Lawrence for the Cowboys or Frank Clark. He pushed it up to 27.5 off 23. He brought it up $4.5 million more over the top from where it was. That's not just a little like, oh, here's a little 10% bump. That was a guy that was going to push the market. Why would his brother be any different? Especially Tony knowing that his brothers had to wait for this deal. The Niners could have done this after his third year, but they waited. They waited until after his fourth year. Not after his third year, not after his after his fourth year to get the deal done. Now the price is a lot. And why this isn't getting done, Tony? Because he wants $35 million a year. If Aaron Donald's making 31.5, what does Bosa do to get coming off a Defensive Player of the Year? As an edge, which is supposed to be a more valuable position. His price, like his brother before him, says, oh, the old thing's 31, I want 35. His brother said, oh, the old thing's 23, I want 27.5. And the Niners don't want to make that payment. I mean, I don't care how good Bosa is. You're going to pay quarterback prices for an edge? Legit quarterback prices for an edge. That's a tough pill to swallow. Spaces Niners are crumbling. I don't know if it's crumbling, but it ain't a good sign, Tony. And I'll tell you this, Tony, when you got their issues as they do with the quarterbacks, where we're hearing stories that all four, not 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks are getting equal reps in camp. Equal reps. Your 4th-string quarterback is getting the same number of reps as Brock Purdy. Think about that one for a second. And then you have your star player, the most important player maybe on your entire team, Nick Bosa, not in camp. And what do we know about players that miss 3/4 of camps? They have a high propensity to end up injured during the year because they weren't able to prepare their body properly. Hell, this happened to one of our guys recently. We had Jadeveon Clowney. We brought him in here from the Texans, right? We brought him in from the Texans. Hadn't gone through any training camp. You threw him out there. You tried to see if it could roll through for a season. And he was strong at first, but then he had the abdominal injury. Then he physically wore down. He wasn't able to get his body prepped and ready in training camp like you need to do, like every pro needs to do, even the best. And you got to feel like, Tony, even with a hard worker like Bosa, you can't replicate practice conditions on your own just training. And you wonder if that's going to hurt him when it comes into the season on that aspect. Michael says, I generally am so happy right now. Overall, y'all are really nice and welcoming. Just some of y'all are insufferable. Thanks a ton. Well, there's always going to be some with the fans in it, but we're overall really nice. And Michael, you'll always find me here. If you need to engage in somebody, you can always engage in me here, as I'll always be happy to talk to you and keep the gloves above the belt. Just want to talk good football, man. We just love the sport and love talking to the depths of it, man. I really do. And as Matthew says, all fan bases are going to have their share, Megan says, the Hawks Nest. Roy passed away in 2008. Oh, is he dead? I'm sorry. Due to bone marrow cancer. Ooh, that's a brutal one. I had a girlhood crush on him and still do after rewatching Jaws. Well, he was a good actor. Very good actor, underrated guy. Another one of his movies I've been thinking about, I got to go see that keeps coming up on like my YouTube feed, is this like cult classic that was scorned and now people really love it and talk about it, is the movie called Sorcerer. So that's the next one I got to check out that he stars in. But that sucks. That sucks about Roy. Tony, also, who was that undrafted rookie free agent running back that played for the Seahawks this evening? And what college did he come out of? He's pretty good. And I didn't see your 7th round pick, Kenny McIntosh, play. Is he hurt? McIntosh is hurt. He twisted a knee in the final scrimmage game before the first preseason game. Probably not getting him back till week 1. The guy you're talking about is Cedric Thompson, who ran really well for us and really hard for us tonight, Tony. He's got a nice little stiff arm to his game. He'll probably end up as he's going to end up as probably a practice squad guy. But as you know, I've talked about many times, Tony, we've got a thing here called the beast mode curse. And that is that since 2015, every single year you've seen your running back room get decimated by injuries to the point that you always got to get a guy off the street and bring him into the fold. So it'd be cool if we didn't have to do that this year, if we could just merely only call upon the training on the practice squad when we need that. But that is indeed, he indeed played really well for us tonight. Had the run of the game for us, Tony, when we needed a first down. You had like a 3rd and 13 draw. You ran the draw perfectly. It was a nice delay, and he really made that run happen there. As space, the more drama of the Niners, the better, as you say. It's just perfect. Just keep it going. Keep that pot bubbling, Niner fans, please. Rundaz, the Nest, the best. Thank you, Rundaz. I appreciate you, brother. Nick Craig says, speaking of Dune, Oscar Isaac is Pete. Nick, that's a great suggestion. I like that one. That kind of works. He's got the whole gray thing going now. I like that one. I hadn't thought of that. That's good. Mark Maron is Pete. No, because Mark could play him as a neurotic Pete. Michael Erickton says, what teams other than the Seahawks do y'all think are possible Super Bowl bound? I think the Eagles are my team out of the NFC, Michael, that I think are going to get there again, even though I know that there's a little bit of a history of the Super Bowl losers not doing as well the next year they come back. But I think that they're especially going to get there because of the returns they get from some of their rookies. They had such a strong draft class. Obviously, the Niners are a team that's in there from the NFC. I do kind of believe, Michael, that it's really Eagles, Niners, or Hawks are really the only viable teams from the way I look at it right now to get to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. There can be still some good teams. We're talking with Tony. I think Atlanta could potentially be a good team. Cowboys will still, I think, be a solid team this year. Giants could come back and be solid. Vikings could be solid. Packers might be solid. Maybe the Lions is some real outside the box, crazy dark horse. But I mean, that team's just got to win a playoff game or even just get to the playoffs, much as be a Super Bowl contender. I think the AFC, Michael, there's a lot more potential teams over there. Whereas I only see there being 3 in the NFC. I see Kansas City, the Chargers, Baltimore, the Bills. Hell, I mean, even a team like Jacksonville maybe could surprise some teams if they come together and Lawrence is as good as he's starting to look like he just might be. Maybe the Jets too. Maybe the Jets. Those would be my teams. Yeah, sometimes you have to just reset your browser if the messages aren't showing. I think it's my long streams messed it up or something. Nick Craig says, hey, can we make a quick shout out to the Mariners boat racing the Astros today? Nothing better than beating the Astros in baseball. It's the greatest day as a Mariner fan, and it's just grown into becoming that way in recent years. The Mariners have done something that has been incredible, Nick, and that is that I think that they've surpassed this year potentially if they can really land this. They're in the process of doing it, but if they can land this turnaround, I think in many ways it's gone past the 95 season where the Mariners found themselves, I believe, like July 30th, something like 12 games out of first place at that time, and they had to make up this incredible ground. This year almost feels more incredible because you weren't getting a junior back in the lineup like you were for that team. You know, they've just had to do it by their own sheer will of force, this turnaround. And Julio putting this team on the back like he is, another 4-hit day-to-day. He's looked absolutely unstoppable at the plate. He's looking like this kid that, like I talked about at the start of the season, I don't know where this upside is for this kid. I don't know how high he could potentially go. And I'm not putting a ceiling on him because it's at 21, he had an amazing year. 22, he's having an amazing year. He is going to be the face of Major League Baseball moving into the future at some given point or another. But the Mariners, the thing that's been the number one thing standing out to me with that team, Nick, in the last couple of years, this last 2 years in particular, is the resiliency of this team. That when there are other teams that are in so many other moments, other Mariner teams that would be in these other moments that would fold, that would faint, that would give up, roll over, show their belly, this team always comes back and tries to grit their way through it. Whether it's we had the lead, but we gave up 5 runs, now we're in the 9th, but we still find a couple more runs to win this game, or boy, we've just been middle of the road and we can't find we can't get into a run. We can't get that hot streak like we did last year. Still keeping fighting, still keeping at it. That stands out to me because not only does that help this team this year and for where that could take them, I think it will stay with them on into the future, Nick, with some of this young core that seems to just have that in them a little bit. But it's been great to see the Mariners doing what they're doing, man. They got me very excited. And we'll be doing some Mariner streams too on the Crow's Nest side of it as I can get some time here too. I will say, Michael, with the Broncos, you guys do have kind of an advantageous opening to your season. I mean, there's 4 or 5 straight winnable games off the top for the Broncos with the way the schedule is set up. Matthew says Bills will do well, but I got to see the finish from them. Yeah, that's certainly a big part of it, right? They've started out hot. They've looked like a front runner, but then they've kind of started to fade down a little bit. They did have that epic Chiefs conference championship a couple of games where they were in that one. They're fighting toe to toe with the Chiefs. That was just an amazing game. But I wouldn't be shocked to see the Bills get to the Super Bowl. They've been very close the last couple of years. Will says, I would love to see Josh Allen in a Super Bowl, but I don't think the Bills have the kind of balance needed to win a Super Bowl. They can't find a running game, can they, Will? I mean, it's been a problem that they've just not seemingly been able to address in recent years over and over and over again. Maybe finally now the time is right and they're going to find their way through this, but they've been so pass heavy based and Josh Allen, kind of being Superman out there based that you do wonder if they finally have corrected it. You can't see a lot in what they've done this offseason to say, well, they took this step to correct it and they took that step to correct it. Still does appear to be something that may hold them back a little bit. Megan says, Roy is Pete in my movie as I have crushes on both. And yes, I said it, laughing out loud. Jody Vera, y'all's defense has what it takes to stop Patrick. Indeed they do the Broncos. Tony Wright, Brandon, remember this rookie 3rd-round pick, Zach Harrison, 6'6", 272 pounds. He is the rotational backup to 6'8", 307 pounds, future Hall of Famer Calais Campbell, and Harrison has been balling. I do remember Tony Wright. If you remember on this too, Zach Harrison, my comp for him was Carlos Dunlap. I thought he looks on his tape out of Ohio State very, very close to Carlos Dunlap. And I think that this is a guy that gives you both upside as a pass rusher and as a run stuffer. I don't know if he'll ever be in a place of being kind of star power, that he brings that kind of wattage to him, but that he can be a good overall around player for Atlanta and certainly find a role in his first season around Calais. Yes, absolutely he can. He's going to be a good player for you, Zach Harrison. I don't know if he's ever going to be like, I think he'll be maybe eventually better as more of a run defender than a pass rusher if we get down to the bottom line on it, but he'll bring value in both elements, I think. And it's hard. He's 6'6". He's long, like 35-inch long arms. He's crazy. He's got some good natural metrics that work in his favor. Michael Arrington, do you think Wilson will beat out DeMar Hamlin for comeback player of the year if all goes well for both? Probably, because they're going to want to probably Michael, as evidenced by Geno getting it last year. You're going to tend to give it to the quarterback over any other position. So if there's a quarterback that's deserving, he's going to win it. And Wilson being a guy that, is respected in league circles in the NFL, probably opens that door much more widely for him to take it. Tony says, I believe that Calais Campbell has shown this young man a lot of tricks of the trade along with the knowledge from the defensive end position. Well, certainly are things that he can teach because you have two guys in, especially Campbell's case, where he's, like you say, 6'8". You're that tall, but you've operated for the majority of your career from the inside. How do you win leverage? How do you get low? How do you manage that size element that an offensive lineman can take advantage of by, getting the leverage win at times? And that's the place where probably Calais has a lot to show Harrison in that respect of things. Also, how to use your arm length. Both of those guys, incredibly long arms. How to use that to your advantage. So I could see Calais being a good model for Zach Harrison to kind of move his game off of. I do really feel like that Carlos Dunlap comp for him is very, very on point. If you watch the two of them and their body and their style and the way they win and how they're going to win, very, very similar in both kind of camps. Tony says, Brandon, the AFC is like the wild, wild west in my humble opinion. As I have Buffalo, Cincy, Jax. I left off Cincy on my list. There's another team. Jax and Kansas City as division winners with the LA Chargers, Denver, Cleveland, Pitt, New York Jets, and Miami fighting for 3 wild card spots. It's going to be a war out there, Joni. Wild, wild west is right. And everybody, they're all on having a 6-gun showdown. You know what I mean? And there's going to be some good teams that miss the playoffs out there in the AFC. I don't think I'm going to be saying that about the NFC. And who takes it, who doesn't, we'll see. I think there are a lot of them are very closely aligned together too, Tony. It's going to be fun, though. It's going to be some competitive games. Matthew, you have yourself a great night. I appreciate you, man. Megan eating some salmon, watching Jaws. That seems about right, Megan. And Roy Schneider did pass away in Iverson. Yeah, Megan was saying that, 2008. Bone marrow cancer. That sounds painful. That doesn't sound like a fun one. Tough. All right, well, we are 6 hours and 45 minutes in, so let's go ahead and get the last couple of wrap-ups done here on the stream. Finish this up, put a button on this sucker if we can. I've had another just great stream. I want to thank as well, just again, the sponsor of this show. That would be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be supporting this show throughout the course of this year. And I would offer we're going to be doing some shows around fantasy this year on Saturday. And right now, Underdog is allowed here to where if you use my code NEST when you go to Underdog and sign up for the first time, they will match you up to your first $100 of a deposit. You put $100 down, they match you with that $100. So you go into there, utilizing my code, you support the channel, you get a free extra $100 in your back pocket. Not too shabby. And as I said, we will be doing some Saturday-based shows around fantasy throughout this year, just with kind of an eye of Underdog Fantasy support on this. So just a way to kind of widen out the channel's scope a little bit. It's been highly requested here on the channel in recent years, doing some more of this kind of stuff. And so we'll be getting it rolling. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for supporting the channel as you all do. Megan says, MB, game on for the draft, brother. Game on. Parker's mine, Megan. It's mine. You got no chance. You got no shot. Michael Arrington, if Russ is bad this year, can we trade for Geno? We will take 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a 5th, as well as Metcalf, Jessett, and Geno. Well, we got that nostalgia, Michael. The nostalgia kicks in and it makes you do silly things. What are you going to say? I mean, I'm not going to say no at this point. You never know if the nostalgia is kicking hard. You get those starry eyes for the olden days. It just, it happens. It just happens. Jody, I appreciate you for jumping in. Tony, it's great talking to you. He says, I do not believe the Baltimore will be that good this season because of their defense. Their pass defense was one of the worst last season, and I believe their total defense will not be better this year. I'm having a little bit more faith from them, Tony, with their defense because of the Roquan Smith addition. It seemed like when he did come aboard, I know as funny as that is it did seem to help them out a little bit better last year, that midseason trade. Getting in Clowney as a 4th rusher, they've got some edges they can throw at you there. But their secondary is going to remain a question mark there for them, Tony, on that. And also, let me add on top of that, Lamar Jackson moving to more of a pass-oriented attack, moving away from the Roman system that was there prior, which was that kind of Colin Kaepernick, I'm going to use my quarterback like a running back thing. They're trying to go away from that. Let's see if they find success in that as well. But they do have a pretty talented team. They do have a pretty good team. Odell there, Zay Flowers there. They're going to maybe do some things. So they could be a team that could become dangerous as well in addition to the others. Do me a favor, folks, as we do wrap up here, and hit that like button if you haven't for me one more time. It does help this channel out. It helps me show up under other searches for Seahawks channel, Seahawks content when they're out there looking for it. And you know what? I just appreciate it. Thank you to everybody here on the chat today. We went 7 hours almost, and the chat was completely respectful, and we had some disagreements, especially when the Russ topic comes up. I can appreciate that even when that comes up and there are some very firm opinions on where they stand with Russ, that people can still kind of keep an even keel approach on it and understand at the end of the day that everyone's going to have their thought and their theory on this or their feelings on this, but it's going to be a varied feeling. Everybody feels the same on this one. Everybody's got their different stance where they are in different camp, and I'd love to see people being respectful and keeping things, just kind, and the place I want to be on this channel with this community and what we're trying to accomplish here as well. Thank you to all the new folks. We've got the new people coming in, or people like Tony Wright, or people like Michael Arrington. Thank you as well for those fans coming in from other channels on the outside. We always love having other fans come in as well. We want to make this a wide community, a big community. Yes, we're Seahawks-centric. Yes, we're going to be homers, but that doesn't mean we can't talk football all the way around in other places as well in addition to that. I appreciate you guys for an awesome stream. This is my favorite thing. I love doing this. We'll be back actually tomorrow. Me and Brendan are going to be doing a B&B show tomorrow on Sunday, as we're going to set up a little bit of a show for Tuesday, then to be more built around a little bit of a draft preview, not draft preview, but a prospect preview on college football scene this upcoming year. So a lot stocked up for this upcoming week, a lot planned here for this upcoming week. I hope you guys are ready to roll with it. I appreciate you guys watching. I love you guys. We got ourselves a beautiful victory here from our Seahawks, 2-0 in the preseason. You've got your blueprint in place for this is how you want to win football games. You did it in your first game, team affair, offense, defense, special teams. You just did it again here in your second game. A wonderful 1-2 step of a beginning to a season that we hope can bring some big, beautiful returns for us and our Seahawks team. Maybe the potential of us truly turning into that contender that we're all just chomping at the bit to truly see. And the team is looking good. They're looking in that lane. They're putting it together. And these are all very, very encouraging signs for this upcoming season. Get hype for this team. The hype is real. This team looks real. And it looks like we're going to have one hell of a fun season. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. I'll be back tomorrow, but inside of that time, in that mere 13 hours until I'm back to being live, I hope I don't have to remind my fellow Seahawks out there. I hope I remind my fellow 12s to be hyped about this team, that they don't ever forget. But just in case I got to bring it up, I hope none of you ever forget, and you better not after going 2-0 here in the preseason. You better not with one of the most stacked football teams we've had here in 10 years. But just in case you do happen to forget, keep it up at the forefront of your mind. Remember a year's coming that's going to be a magical one, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.